try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I've gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね Rain.
side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's come on, everybody bring it in.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-Rams or something like that. I mean, it's new map, right? New towers, new objectives. There's also
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there! Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel
A new wave is coming to the LEC!
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, another. Crowd's already been a dread slide. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena for the final day of Week 3 here in LEC versus 6 new best of ones. I did 10, no, that's 6 like this, of the best of the West, and what it has to offer. Everything is bananas so far. I don't know what to expect anymore.
I mean, it's just another Monday, no?
Yeah.
Just here in the LEC, we've got a couple clown fiestas, we've got some balanced
couple?
matchups. Yeah, just one or two.
Yeah.
I mean, we've only had what, 4 or 5 pentakills so far this split.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a slow start to the split, if you ask me.
I mean, yeah, 3 pentakills, 3 wins for Heretics, and people are complaining that LEC is getting boring, but right now the middle of the pack is honestly complete fiesta.
Yeah, I mean, the players heard you guys at home and are spicing it up a bit. Look at these standings. They don't mean anything. But for me, they're a good representation of the madness we've seen so far, especially this week. If you haven't been following everything on social media, a lot of things happened so far. So maybe let's take a look at Vitality, because they look like a team, again, strangely enough. Humanoid is serving face, the usual. At least they're having fun. You know, that's something that I was discussing with Linsas yesterday. We often complain that there's no synergy, that players are not having fun. I love these clowns.
Well, the thing is, our biggest criticism of Vitality was always like, we don't know what to expect from them because their gameplay is so random. But
We
even
still
now,
don't.
their voice comms are just as random, so it's just absolute perfect synergy over there. It's just they're giving us exactly what we expect from them.
I mean, they've got to send a message to the LEC. Vitality is an organization. They haven't really lived up to many of the expectations that we've had of them based on the rosters that they've been able to build over the years. But now, with the return of Humanoid alongside Kazi, that reunion has clearly given this Vitality roster a new energy.
Yeah.
It's given them a new vibe. And that is one of uncomfortable tension, right? Where we don't really know if it's awkward, if it's love, or if it's somewhere strangely in between.
I love the fact that Pad said in an interview that he brought Humanoid for the atmosphere. That's actually what
There
he's
is
giving.
an atmosphere.
There
That
is
is
an
absolutely
atmosphere.
true.
I feel like the players are having fun, and yeah, they've been winning so far in the week. Actually, Karzi had a tweet and a celebration after the win yesterday. A loud celebration once again. It's an asylum up there. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, he did bring him from the atmosphere because it was Karzi before, and he was always trying to find a friend to bounce this energy off of, and there was just no one there. And now, at least with Humanoid, you know, the sky is the limit. I don't know where it's going to go.
I'm genuinely shocked by Vitality as well, because in the first 2 weeks I thought, okay, they're going to continue to be a middle-of-the-pack team. Then on Saturday they have one of the cleanest games I've ever seen from the organization's whole history. Yesterday they had a chaotic game, and like Sure, I understand people don't like best of ones. I get it. But it does create some pretty entertaining circumstances. And I think Vitality are taking advantage of the chaos that exists in the LEC right now.
I mean, that's the thing. They entered the week saying that they should go 3-0, having KC, GX, and G2 to face off against. I was like, they're capping hard. Turns out, they're not so much. They're actually doing pretty good. We'll see how it ends up for them today. KC, talking about them, actually, they're sitting strong at the top of the table here so far with a very loud man in the mid lane. A wolf coming straight from South Korea. They're dropping bars in game as well.
It seems like it, yes.
I mean,
oh my god.
He's just shocking to me. It's really funny because it's been a while since every time you get Koreans, you're like, okay, they're gonna take a little bit to adapt. But for me, his personality is just top notch.
I kept on hearing, because his Korean teacher is my Korean teacher as well, that Yehu kind of has like Huni vibes. If you remember who Huni was back then and the personality that he had, for me, I see it here. I cannot wait to interview him. But yeah, yo! And being very loud in game as well. I think Calist is kind of sick, although, of hearing him yell so much. But yeah.
Hey, I mean, he's bringing them W's, you know. You can't be sick of wins, you know.
And guys, looking at what happened this week, we have to talk about the rats in the room, the infestation that we had in the Berlin studio so far. Vedi, do you want to say something?
I mean, they continue to prove the doubters wrong. That is pretty undeniable. I mean, it's hard to like. So their start you could write off as okay, best of ones. Okay, they beat Heretics, a team near the bottom of the standings, and then they got a lucky win against Shifters, right? And you can dismiss those. But this weekend, it's very hard to dismiss. Like at a certain point, you just have to bring up the question, like, have they found a formula for success? And sure, like, the roster, you can criticize certain elements of them. Yes, like Bowser's champion pool, their early game, like how coordinated really are they? But it doesn't matter because all that matters is they're getting the wins. They've developed a formula for getting the wins. And right now, LEC teams are struggling to break the formula. You want to put champions away from Bows? Sure, what does that do? Open up Crowny and Nemesis. Yeah. Okay, you want to try and limit Nemesis pool? Well, this man has a champion Ocean. He has so many champs at his disposal. And I genuinely think that Anivia performance yesterday, one of the best Anivia performances I've ever seen. Like, he was the most aggressive pro player Anivia I've ever seen. Like, he is playing out of his mind. I think was it you or was it Jack yesterday saying top 3 mid in the LEC right now? I think that conversation needs to be happening about that man in the mid lane. Like, you can't afford, like, the excuses can only go so far for LR. At a certain point, you just got to be, are they just a good team, right?
Yeah. Talking about Jack Spectra, actually, he digged in the archives from Baus FFS. One of his very first videos he posted on his Instagram resurfaced yesterday on social media, reacting to the undefeated weekend they had so far.
What?
What? He's chilling. He's chilling, but actually the whole lineup is chilling, and something that was really cool and memorable. We all love moms, and we all love telling our moms when things are going well. And Casual, first thing he did after slurring and insulting everybody in the league was calling his mom, his dear mom, and celebrate the victory with her.
What has it been for you? Like,
yo,
what
my mom, where's my mom at? She's messaging me.
For this success?
What do you mean you didn't listen to me? Like, you were actually cosplaying so much
you saw that?
listening to me. You were actually not listening the whole time.
5 hours.
Isn't that crazy?
I didn't listen. I had YouTube shorts running on the side. I'm sorry.
Hey, oh, love you, mom. I love you.
Bad, man. But you know what? I guess it worked out, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll call you later,
what I was saying is I came into this, I was very behind of everybody. Everybody was smirking.
Yeah, will do. Yo, much love.
Everybody's still. I got solo killed a lot of times this split, but yeah, I've just been working really hard to catch up to everybody, and I think I'm almost there now.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree.
Cheers, my mom.
Banger. And yeah, LR sitting in a 3-way tie, actually, for 6th place. Above them, there's a 4-way tie for 2nd, and KC at the top in 1st, coming into the last 3 days of the regular season. KC and Koi at the top once again, but I don't know. Everything has been insane this week.
This just means stakes.
Yeah.
Everything is extremely important because every single every single game does matter. And I mean, like, for any long-time LEC fans, you'll know this. We've talked about these situations before, but every game does in fact count in this situation. And for a lot of these teams, their schedules are going to determine a lot.
Exactly, and for me, it's super cool to see, you know, the middle of the pack, because you have GX, Movistar, Navi, and Team Vitality. They all got to this 2nd position with different circumstances. You know, Vitality pulling crazy upsets, Navi being consistent and good from the beginning. And as we point out as well, you have Los Ratones with the Legacy Orcs, Fnatic, and G2 struggling for maybe one of the last playoff spot. So it's crazy.
It's a scary position to be in, and we'll see who's able to navigate their way through it, because for a lot of these teams, at first you'd sit there and say, oh, some teams have easier schedules than others, but given the chaos and the inconsistency that we're seeing in our best-of-1 format, anyone can upset anyone, anything can happen on the day, and at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is showing up and playing the best damn game you can.
And that's the thing, it's really hard to expect anything, honestly, from the teams we have so far, because I saw Vitality enter the week and I was like, they've played only easy teams so far, it's gonna get spicy for them, but then they decide to wake up, LR decides to wake up. It feels like everything is up for grabs, honestly. You look at the top teams, we saw G2 fall yesterday, we saw Movistar fall to LR as well this week. I don't know, like who has been the most surprising team for you guys so far? We've talked about Navi.
LR has been the most surprising. They beat Koi and G2.
The last two champions, pretty much. So it's.
And I was talking to Cajol yesterday, and we were like, okay, they have Navi coming in today. Surely that's the easiest matchup for them. We'll see about that later today if they can overcome them. But so far, 2-0 starts in the LEC. One team that has been struggling a bit more, though, is Fnatic, and Genie is standing by with top laner and Pyros ahead of the game.
Yeah, Pyrrhus, you're going up against KC Blue after KC yesterday, which was a little bit of an oopsie. How does that feel to be in the top lane island all by yourself?
To be honest, yesterday was an oopsie, yeah, as you said, but today we will take revenge.
All right, we'll see about that. Thank you so much. We're going to be heading over to an interview as well that I did, or doing right now with Hazel, because there's actually two of me. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the backstage interview here with Hazel ahead of their matchup. So let's start there. First of all, welcome. Lovely to have you here in the LEC. You have a pretty important game coming up, although you know you guys are towards the bottom of that leaderboard. Happens. There's still a chance for contention. How are you feeling about the game today and the two games that you have after as well?
I mean, the last games we played, we put up a pretty good fight, I would say. Against G2, it was kind of one fight that made the game hard. I think we can beat Fnatic. I don't think they're very... I don't want to sound too egotistical, but I don't think they're a hard enemy considering how they've played this week. So it's kind of all on us. It just matters how we play. I think enemies are all doable.
All right, I think that's a very great way of looking at it, especially because you're bringing up as well how it went against G2. So I want to talk about your experience in general here on the LEC, because, you know, you guys did beat Los Ratones, the only team at this point, you know, that you guys have beat, but also they beat G2. So a lot of questions around how teams are performing, but from your perspective individually, how has it been for you?
I mean, it's took quite a time to get used to, coming from Div 2. The scrims we were playing back then, like 1 year ago, me and Tao were not that great, but now we have some opponents that are kind of giving us a challenge. But I feel like individually we've shown like a couple of times that we have what it takes to stay at this level. It's a bit unfortunate how inconsistent we've been this split, because I do feel like if we manage to make playoffs, which is still like a 0.014% chance or something like this I saw on Twitter. I feel like if we make it, we can still show some really nice things.
I think in general, like, you should be very proud of yourselves. Of, you know, you mentioned it and touched upon it yourself. Yes, you came all the way here from Div 2 and now you're in the LEC, but you've gone up against, you know, players that have gone to internationals for many times. So speaking of these opponents that, you know, have maybe made your life a little bit difficult, or maybe some opponents that you think were too easy, do you want to try to give us some spice there?
I'm kind of limited because I do really love trash talking people. But I feel being so low on the leaderboard, yes. I guess, it's kind of hard. I do have a lot of ego, and I do show it, especially in that last interview I had after the Los Ratones win. I do have to say, some players have like really amazed me with how they play, but some have disappointed me really hard. As in, I really looked up to them for a long time.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm not that far off anymore. I feel like if I come back in LEC next year, I think I will be able to keep up a lot more.
All right, that's, I mean, you know, they say never meet your idols, right? So there you go. But it's also really good from your perspective that you have this ability to compare yourself and be like, yeah, I still have things to catch up on, but I can do that. So for me, then that brings the question of, in the future, where do you see yourself? What do you see yourself doing?
I mean, I don't know if there's much to say left on this LEC split, because we have Fnatic and then 2 more games next week, right? There's like 3 games left in the split. But I think when we come back to ERL, they're not ready for what's coming.
Oh, because you guys have, I'm assuming, learned a lot here on the LEC.
Oh, obviously, yeah. I mean, mini leak, but a lot of LEC teams didn't want to scrim us for the longest time. I can understand why. Not just because we are an ERL team, but a lot of teams are scared that we and KC LEC communicate between each other, which is not really true, but it will be after we go out of LEC. So they're not really ready for what's coming. I think we will do a lot in ERL, at least.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to it and also looking forward towards your match today against Fnatic. Thank you so much for your time here. And we're going to head back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ginny and Hazel. Obviously, a bit of a somber tone there in the interview, although it was optimistic, talking about the growth from Hazel looking ahead towards the ERLs. But he's still playing in LEC.
Yeah.
And he's playing against Fnatic. And while the odds might still be stacked against them, Fnatic are not without their own problems. They really struggled against KC not B, KC Red.
I mean, as much as I want to join your narrative here, he sounded pretty defeatist. He was like, once we come back to ERLs, that's when we're going to be really good again.
Well, he's stuck here with us for another week. We're going to get a little bit more of Hazel, a little bit more of KCB. Of course, the pressure is on for KCB. They have to win all of their remaining games to stay in the playoffs race. It's a tall task.
Yeah.
Feels a little bit impossible, but again, you never know. If there's one thing that I have accepted in this split where I said that
LR wouldn't win.
LR wouldn't win a game and the enemy team would need to get a cut. Yeah, that whole thing that I said. It's that I probably don't have the strongest grasp on what exactly is happening in our league at the moment. So screw it. KCB could win. I don't know. You never know.
I mean, you made this on Chaos, right? That was last year for Spring.
That was last year. It much more apt for this year.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say.
I mean, in a league where LR went 0-4 and now won 4 games in a row, I feel like KCB could do the same. It's definitely possible. The thing is, though, they have a tough time up against Fnatic now. I think Fnatic is not the peak consistent team, so they do have a lot of windows for attack. I think Empiros has had some off games here and there. I think Upset, while he's been the most consistent member, he hasn't had that star power that I've seen him with Mickey. They haven't had that lane domination that they had before, so I can definitely see that Hazel and Prime should be able to weather that storm. And with the Orianna locked in for Vladdy as well, we'll see if Vladdy can kind of have a little more redemption, because he's also been, frankly, a disappointment for me.
Yeah, I mean, you really were hoping for that big, major level up. Fnatic radically changing the top side of the map, something the Fnatic fans last year were looking for, we're asking for. We got Pobian, he was solid. They decided to make some more changes this year. Emperor so far not really delivering in a bigger way. Of course, you want to give him time, right? When Oscar joined the roster, it took him time as well before he could find his footing. See if it's the same story here. But this is a really important matchup to win for Fnatic as well, because they are kind of in the middle of this pack that's just hovering above the cusp they need for wins to get into playoffs. We expect them to be there, but you start dropping games to KCB, well,
that's rough.
Then it's rough.
Yeah, and especially like before, I mean, when we were coming into the split, in my head, 4 wins was kind of like the cusp of securing playoffs, and then 5 wins was the cusp. But now, like, since everybody's beating everybody, it's really not sure how many wins you're actually gonna need. So every win counts that much more. And I'm really curious here, KCB, they decided to instantly lock this Pantheon Galio up against the Orianna. They could choose to send it top now because they locked in the Rumble, but probably it's going to be into this Orianna. And I really like this adaptation from KCB, because I think you're putting a lot of pressure on Yukino by having him have this beefy front line in front of him and just allowing him to have more playmaking. And I think that's just playing to KCB's strength. Yukino looked like their best member. He plays so aggressive. He really pushes the limits. A little bit like 113, although I know he's not the most popular name as some people said.
Stop comparing everyone to 113.
No, okay, I'm comparing everybody. I've just compared him, and
That's
Reledge said it was a very good comparison. That's what he said. All right. So, very aggressive. He's gonna bring a lot of surprises this game, and I think he's gonna be the one leading the captain, leading the boat. The captain leading the boat.
Captain of the ship.
Captain of the ship.
Leading the charge. What are you looking for here?
Yeah, I mean,
whatever. Mix of metaphors.
Yeah, he's the leader, Captain.
Admiral. All right, you need to stop. You take a break, reset your brain a little bit. We're heading into second ban phase. Unsurprisingly, the 3 beefy boys on the side of KCB are probably going to need some sort of scaling hypercarry, something Fnatic are well aware of. And since they've already gotten a Yunara for themselves, they've taken away the Aphelios. See if they ban another, as we're getting bans on the J4 and the Aatrox. They don't want to give that over to Razork. Razork, of course, had a rough Jace game yesterday, but it's already been banned. So that's 4 bans going at Razork. KCB clearly very committed to limiting what that man can play.
Yeah, they really want to just set up Yukino for maximum success here, trying to give him the best possible avenue for some good gameplay, as we see what ADC that they want to go for. Lucian? I'm not sure about the Lucian. We'll see what support they decide to pair it up with. Kai'Sa, I like quite a bit more. You already have 3 champions that really want to go in. Kai'Sa follows that up nicely. You get last pick for support here, although it's pretty obvious what type of support you want to go for. It's going to be another engaged support, and that's why Fnatic feel comfortable locking in this Alistar, and they go for the Poppy jungle as well, which was one of Razork's best champions alongside the Vi, but hasn't been played too much in the jungle recently. But with all the dashes that KCB have built up here, I think Razork just thought it was too good of a Poppy game to miss out on.
Yeah, and I agree. And I love seeing Razork on the Poppy. This is a champion where he's not afraid to get really active at earlier stages of the game. KCB debating what the final pick is going to be here. You said it feels like they just want another piece of engage for the puzzle. Nautilus, the kind of stock standard pick. Yeah. I think the most obvious immediate choice. So Fnatic on their side have this scaling Yunara, have some crazy team fighting ults, and a Poppy that's really trying to shut down what KCB are doing. And KCB, we can all see what they're trying to do.
It's very go in.
Run in face first and pray.
Booga, booga.
There you go.
I do think that feels a bit bad, the Nautilus. You can see Prime hovering, the Seraphine hovering, a few random champions, because against the Poppy, you ideally want to be able to lock in a range support so you don't have to worry about that Poppy W, you don't have to enter her range. But with the Kai'Sa, you just need to lock in something that's engaged, and with the Nico taken out as well, which is kind of the one range premier option we've seen a lot with the Kai'Sa. He didn't have many options. He's going to go for that Nautilus. Don't think they're going to get the laning lead that you would have hoped to get with something like the Kai'Sa not, just because that Alistar will absorb so much of that pressure. But it's really all about Yukino for me this game.
Yeah, need to see what he can get done in the early game. We've also seen so many Pantheon games, even in just this week, where you're able to take over on the side lanes, really use the pressure of that ulti to make your mark across the entire map. You've also got the semi-global of the Galio. So easy to see a world where if KCB can find that lead, they can really start to get some work done on the map. They did it against G2, hoping to replicate some of that success against Fnatic, maybe with a little bit more discipline around the big purple worm in the mid game.
Yep.
But it all starts in the earlier stages, and it is a tall task. You talked about Upset not having quite the same high highs in the 2v2 as he had last season, but him and Lospa are a lethal duo. We're going to have to see what they can get done with the power of this Yunara to get in the game.
I mean, for me, what I'm really looking for when it comes to this Fnatic lineup is seeing how Vladdy continues to develop. Because as I said earlier, he's been a pretty big disappointment for me, but I just know that he has so much more left in the tank. We saw him last year. He was such an exciting prospect alongside Kalist, and I just know that when he feels comfortable, when he feels great, he can be such a star player for this roster, and then also just Upset and Lospa unlocking each other. I think Empiros, it's very clear for me what role he plays in this team. He's just kind of left to an island, and nothing really happens. Like, yeah, Razork will come help him if he needs it, or something happens around top lane, but it's very clear that it's around mid lane and bot lane that Fnatic want to play. So how does Upset and Lospa develop as a duo? Can they reach the same heights that Upset and Mickey did? I've been really liking more and more what I've been seeing from Lospa. I wasn't too impressed at first, but I think as Nautilus, his Alistar, he's shown a lot of promise in the last few games, and we'll see how he can do up against this KCB today.
Yeah. And obviously on the opposite side for KCB, while Fnatic are trying to develop, KCB just trying to survive. Thus far, level 1 trades, a little bit bloody. But again, I said it once before, maybe I'll run this one a couple of times here. This is the do or die for KCB point. We have hit the threshold where if they drop a game, they are completely and totally out. So it's not enough to just do well against Fnatic to find that miracle win. You have to keep finding those miracle wins.
Well, they're getting some great trades to start this game off in the bot lane at least, so that definitely could aid them a lot in their playoff dreams, especially now forcing Lospa to base so early means that Upset's going to lose a lot of minions here. He's just completely zoned off, having to wait for Alistar to return to lane. And we talked about it, right? We talked about how Upset and Lospa, they haven't found the same level of success that Upset found with Mickey. And falling behind in this early game, especially when Razork is pathing down to you, is going to feel really bad for Fnatic right now.
Yep. Now a little bit more pressure on Razork to make one of those early plays as he starts up the Gromp. We'll see how soon he actually wants to get active on the map. You've also got the pathing down from Yukino. Camilla trading well with Vladdy in the mid lane, but takes a bit more damage than he'd like on the way out.
That Galio skin is so weird.
What? You don't like it?
It's just, it doesn't look like a League skin. It looks like a...
Yeah, it looks like a Gundam. It's like Evangelion in my League of Legends.
Really,
This is a crossover.
Also, Prime
I'm here
is just
for.
killing Razork in his own jungle. This is a bot gap and a half, if I've ever seen one. I think Razork is just confused right now. He's like, what's happening? Nautilus just 1v1'd him in his own jungle. He has the base.
we were looking too much at Hazel after that interview. We were looking too much after Yukino in the champ select. But it seems like in the game, Prime is the man out here doing work.
I mean, now Yukino gets this bot crab. He can go for the red buff as well.
And Razor can't really walk in. I mean, if he walks into his own jungle, he's going to be in trouble. Hazel has to be a bit safe here, though.
Yeah. So they do have vision of the ward. They can clear that out in the tri-bush to make sure that now there's no wards for the side of Fnatic. You can see they have a sweeper on the Alistar and no ward on Upset. So they should be a little bit wary of the Pantheon, although they know that Yukino really wants to base because he completed his full clear and took some camps. Which is one thing that Upset and Lospa need to consider here as they have trades.
But Polv, 2 more autos going down. Upset despite the level discrepancy. Bit of extra damage there is KCB, I think, hoping just for a chance now to recall. You highlighted Yukino, though, right? The camp lead looking good right now, able to grab the blue buff as well. Sooner you get that Sundered Sky, sooner you can really just solo carry a lot of those skirmishes.
Prime here wants to be a bit cheeky and try to hold the wave, but Lospa sniffs him out. So they're just going to make sure that this wave crashes now so that they can base freely. Just wanted to draw a little bit.
Just wanted to draw a little
Practice on drawing.
I respect it. Yeah, it's good. Get the drawing in. Practice. Calm down, dude. It's an elimination game, please, sir.
Well, who knows? It might not be an elimination
it could be
game.
the start of a miracle run.
Yeah. So
Again,
then maybe KC will have a happy face after this.
So far, they do.
Yeah.
Look, Ba has a small lead. It's not anything too crazy. But I think level 6 is where KCB really are 100% in the driver's seat. Fnatic are going to be the ones who have to weather the storm of Pantheon alt, Galio alt, and a Kaisa ready to just jump in.
There's a lot of annoying globals. At the same time, though, I think like bot lane, level 6, Yunara Alistar has a lot more pure power. And just how much fighting power that provides should allow them some leniency in the 2v2. But it is true. That's one of the big reasons why we see such a high priority on Pantheon. It's just that ulti and the fact that he can play both sides makes it really, really difficult for anybody to really contest much when Pantheon has that ultimate up.
No. Yeah, but again, it is Yukino to be really this playmaker at early stages, now linking up with his bottom lane, and on the opposite side, really looking at Upset to be that big scaling carry.
I still can't get over the Galio skin. It doesn't look like a Lee skin.
Bro, it's so, I don't know, I love it.
I mean, it's cool.
It is cool.
Prime?
But I understand you're concerned about the branding. You're a branding guy. Does it match the aesthetic of the universe?
Yeah,
see,
man. I mean,
Lollipoppy, fine.
I mean,
Draven,
Lollipop not
fine.
Nobody says Lollipop fine.
The Rek'Sai that rides a jet ski, fine. But the Galio that looks too much like a mech, this is where,
I just
folks,
feel like
we got to draw the line
I just
somewhere.
feel like the model looks too detailed. It's like, they can do that? You know what I mean? Like, the model doesn't look like a League model. Also, KCB picking up the dragon there.
Yep.
Good start for them. One of the things I was looking at a lot, I was reviewing Lost Returns today.
Okay, all right.
And they are really good at getting early dragons. And I do think, as a weaker team, and in general in the LEC, getting early drakes is just so damn valuable. Because it makes it so that if the enemy team gets a gold lead, now they don't really have a drake win con, so you can slow the game down much more. And if you get a gold lead, you can just keep stacking those drakes, and it makes it so much easier to end the game. So we got some trades here in the bot lane.
Trades are continuing. Level 6 is there for Hazel. He's able to proc the Plasma, not quite enough damage. Obviously eats a lot of damage in return, but KCB continuing to sustain the push here on the bottom side. Hook landing on Upset, immediate ulti in from Hazel. They get a quick flash out as well. And I mean, Hazel's kind of underselling himself. He's like, don't worry guys, next year when I come back, I'll be cooking a bit. He's cooking right now, like 10 minutes after the interview.
Okay, I'm going to give all the credit to Prime. He's hitting every single hook and setting up Hazel for success here. Hazel is just right-clicking. I love to give some ADCs credit, but that was all Prime. So
I thought all ADCs did was right-click. Is that not something we're proud of?
No. We do a lot more than that. We dodge skill shots. We hit some skill shots.
You farm.
Yeah. Well, that's right-clicking, but
yeah, there you go.
It's at the right timing, so.
Okay, all right, fair enough, fair enough. Well, regardless, it hasn't amounted to a significantly larger gold lead, but holding on to that priority is nice. Probably part of the reason that they are able to secure that first Drake. And if they can continue to do this, set themselves up for the second. That said, it's 30 seconds to Herald. Neither side really has a massive push advantage. Camilo, maybe with Winds of War here just to try and force that wave, but we'll see which jungler wants to get active on the top side of the map first. Razork and Yukino both kind of laser locked on the bottom side of the map for now.
That Gallows kid is so cool. I mean,
Why you're going back and forth, man.
I mean, it's like, it doesn't look like a LEC skin because it looks too good. Like, it looks too detailed. The model is too cool. And, like, it's too many limbs on the model. I can't get over it.
I'm sorry. Is there some... did I miss something? Are you, like, friends with the skin team now? Or are you just trying to get, brownie points?
But just look at it.
I mean, it does look really cool.
Like,
no, I'm a big fan. I like my Evangelion, whatever the heck is happening here.
It just looks too detailed. Like, you're telling me the Orianna and Galio is in the same game.
Yeah, whoever made the Galio robot did a way better job. No shade to, like, Singed or whatever. Spoilers.
Singed made Orianna?
I thought that was the person. I don't want to get into it because then the lore nerds are going to come out, and I love you lore nerds, but you guys, sometimes you get really angry when people get things wrong, and I swear it's not personal.
I don't think Singed made Orianna.
No, but who's the... never mind. We'll get into it later. Regardless, whoever made Orianna, slightly worse job. Good news for KCB. They were the ones who eventually got the Void Grubs back on track here. Razork, though, trying to do something on the bottom side of the map. For now that something is getting the red buff.
Yeah, but KCB won a contest there. Yukino is looking to move over.
I mean, Prime's going back for round 2. The last time we saw this 1v1, Prime won. Razork gets out. Lands initially. Taunt onto Razork. Yukino there. Vladdy able to land the shockwave, but it's not a lot of damage. Downgores Razork. Laspa coming over the wall. Upset, though, ready to start kicking off in the fight instead. Just going to dash away. Realizes how quickly this could turn on him.
And KCB are just first on the objective. They don't have... Like, Fnatic doesn't have the damage to actually retaliate whatsoever. Upset tries to go in for the fight, but Razork ends up falling. Doesn't even have time to use the flash. And that's now a Drake going over to KCB as Prime. Oh, maybe he's in trouble.
Body block. Manages to flash just in time when Laspa tries to punt him back, so we'll be able to escape, but loses out on the sum.
Yeah, it gets a little bit too greedy there for the vision.
Observers are baiting you.
Oh my God, look at that. What the hell?
Want you to keep talking about the
That's a
gal.
LEC skin? Are you kidding me? Bro.
Guys, I want to be absolutely clear. I did not pay, no one at Riot has paid him to do this. He's just genuinely really excited about the Galio.
No, but it's like, what I just mean is like, you know, like, it's like it doesn't look like a LEC skin.
It's too good.
It's too detailed.
Someone in their performance review in Los Angeles.
It's like my steak is too juicy.
Is going to link this clip and say, I would like a promotion. You are going to get someone a promotion, Jack Spectra. I don't know who they are. I don't know what their name is, but you're committed to it, and I respect it.
Yeah. No worries, whoever you are.
All right.
And that Q as well, I mean. Okay, anyway.
Okay,
let's talk about KCB, because they're doing a lot of nice things this game. They got first Dragon, they got 3 Grubs, and they got first Blood. Might even get first Brick.
It's definitely possible. And look, there's a lot of crystalline overgrowth. They really want to hit the Crusty Tower.
Hit it. Tower, go. You know, every time I see pro players that don't hit the tower, like, I know they shouldn't hit the tower because it's, like, high risk, but when I see all the crystals, they're just like, yeah.
I'm just saying. That was what happened to Leader the other day. He told me.
Yeah.
See a Crusty Tower, sometimes you just walk up and hit it, and then you die.
I was going for it.
Cool. Tau gets it for free. I mean, Q3's there. He could just go all in on Emperos.
He might just kill him.
It's still going to go all in on Emperos. A little bit risky, but gets the flash pretty effortlessly, and now gets to proxy the next wave while he has the empowered state. We got a fist fight on the bottom side. They try to get in to get the one shot, but it just doesn't work. The taunt is there as well. Hazel completely in touch. Nice knockup coming in from Razork. Ulti to follow up from the Galio. It looks cool, but it doesn't do any extra bonus damage, so KCB got to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that Galio ulti, it looked grand, it looked epic, but it was not enough to deter Fnatic as they get all the HP bars here, and that surely must be Drake for them. As now Razork is going to start up this Mountain Dragon. Upset and Lospa will be his helpers. And they will pick up the second Drake here. So now tying the Drake score 1-1. Let's see what soul we get. Always a little fun minigame. I think it'll be Ocean.
Ocean?
I think Ocean.
I'm going to go Infernal, just because I don't want it to be Chemtech.
Yeah, but now you jinxed it. It's going to be Chemtech. Ocean! Oh my god! How could I have predicted this? That's analysis.
I've been wrong too many times this weekend. I predicted against Los Ratones. I predicted against Ocean Drake. I'm just gonna. You're right, Jack.
That's true.
Talk more about the Galio skin. Clearly, I have no idea. Don't talk more about the Galio skin. Right at this point of the game, look. I think credit to Fnatic. Right, they recognize that KCB have overextended a bit. They don't really have the damage to finish those kills, so they're able to punish. They're able to force them out. They get that Drake, which does even things up and make things a bit harder. Yukino, though, is still a big problem for them and is able to wander in and not get a red buff.
Yeah, Razork took it.
Yeah.
So. Razork is kind of mugging him right now. Let's see who gets the Raptors, though. Another fight here. Lospa moving in.
Guys are going to get the Raptors, too. Ooh.
I mean, Yukino here.
That's tough, because you're the one with the money.
Yeah.
But not the one with the camps now. As Hazel still being able to clear out mid lane. Upset. A little bit far behind, but I imagine this first back, or this base will now finally be cracking. So evening things up on the way to some Ninja Tabby. Sorry, plated steel caps. It's been like 7 years since they changed that.
Yeah. You know, Forsen, we told him to buy Tabai, and he was like, what's that? And we were like, oh, no, the plated steel caps.
It's weird when you feel old telling a guy who I'm guessing is much older than you.
Yeah, he's like nearly 40.
Now, you know what? Thank you for telling me that. I feel much better about being in my 30s. Shout out, Forsen. Sorry. We've hit the point in the game, though, where things have slowed down a bit. I think we're going to have to wait for an objective or for someone to flash kind of crazy style into the back line. The initial momentum of KCB, especially around the bottom side in the jungle, has got them a bit of gold, but really
it's
not
fizzled.
much else.
It's fizzled, I'm afraid. I mean, they had some rough fights. They weren't able to pick up that second dragon, and now it feels like more Razorks in the driver's seat here, invading this bot side. And Yukino is just going to drop into his own Gromp and look for the crab instead. I mean, the one worry that I have for this KCB lineup is it's very clear what they want to do, but their comp is very low damage. Like, they need Yukino and Hazel to really do a lot of heavy lifting here. And while Tao is playing a tank, it's not really a tank, like a full damage Bruiser type of champ, it's still, they can easily get kited out if they don't get a good CC layering, and Upset can just have free reign in the team fight alongside Vladdy. They don't have the firepower to keep going in a long extended fight.
No, they absolutely don't, right? The value of repeated command protection from Orianna, if Upset ever gets more lifesteal under his belt, it just doesn't seem like they're going to be able to finish off these key targets unless everyone is focused firing their cooldowns on the same target. Camilo also going for a tankier option than Orianna. Makes sense, again, you want to be able to survive, you want to just be able to lane comfortably. But it does mean you just, yeah, you're right, you just don't have that much damage. Of course, if you stack all your cooldowns on a single target, maybe you can get something done, as Razork is going to knock Prime away. Quick interrupt coming in with the Steadfast Presence, as Tao may now be in trouble. Camilo waiting off to the side with the taunt to get things going. Emperos is here as well. Tao now opting to go all out, but he's so low, it's going to cost him his life. Dash back to safety. Heal comes in from Prime for an extra second. Another Pathmaker to get Tao away, but Upset going to finish the kill. Prime getting taken down as well, and it's all falling apart for KCB.
And Fnatic just decide to pull the trigger and get all the right pieces in the right places as they're able to pick up 2 kills. KCB did luckily get the Herald before they scattered, but with Razork knocking away Prime, it felt like KCB got a little bit flustered and weren't quite sure what to do. And Tao as well chose to ulti in instead of flashing out. I mean, we'll break it all down in the replay here, but there's a little bit uncharacteristic mistakes. You see Tao, they pick up the Herald. I'm thinking, okay, Tao is just going to flash over the wall and get out. But instead, Tao ultis in and kind of kills himself. So he ends up falling to Upset. And then Prime is a victim of none of his own making and just dies as well alongside him. And 2 kills go over to Fnatic.
Yeah, really messy sequence. Fnatic getting a lot of what they want there. Again, the Poppy pick that we talked about, a Razork special, wasn't able to dominate as much in the early game as I think that he would like, but since they've kind of stabilized the game, he has been such a thorn in the side of KCB, the Steadfast Presence, as well as the ulti in that fight, doing a ton of work. And now Upset, the one with the gold advantage, the one finishing these Fiend Hunter's bolts, and the Yunara's only going to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I mean, this feels really bad for Hazel and Prime, right? They had a great laning phase, built up that lead slowly, and now it's all come crumbling down in one team fight, and Upset is the one with 2 completed items, while Hazel's just sitting on the pickaxe. He's probably got quite a bit of gold in his pocket, though, closing in on that Rage Blade, but it's the Ocean Drake that's already spawning now, so Hazel won't have any time to recall. I would advise KCB to not contest this dragon, as Prime might be in trouble here. Upset dashing forward
there
with the ulti.
From Upset. Galliot coming in as well. Pantheon now coming in as well. Multi-man taunt, but the immediate knockback of Yukino is big. Forced the flash out from Hazel. Tao trying to get into the backside, running across the Rumble Equalizer as Lospa finds the knock-up to stop any further play. Only 1 member down so far, and it's on the side of Fnatic.
Okay, KCB, I wasn't familiar with your game. That was nice. They got a great engage. Hazel crucially flashed the Orianna ulti. That's a free dragon for KCB. And they just killed the Yunara that we were hyping up so much. And they get the mid-tower Herald too.
The tower finally going to fall. Tao dashing in to get that auto, getting the extra money as well. First tower of the game. They got grubs. They're up a Drake. Suddenly it's starting to feel like they're back in control, despite that last fight being a bit of a disaster. Here you can see they try to get Prime.
Yeah, I mean, Upset and Lospa want to really go for Prime here, but with the Galio, there's a huge Pantheon ult as well, and then Hazel follows up and crucially is able to flash both the Rumble and the Orianna ult, and that just means that Fnatic has no return play as they really wanted to turn on Hazel after Upset died. And it leaves for another Dragon for KCB as Empiros here might be in trouble.
Empiros rooted.
Never mind.
Starting to walk up. Hazel no ultimate means he can't just immediately get in there. So they will back off, but big fight for Hazel especially. You highlighted it so well, right? Able to get Upset and then immediately get out despite being at that item disadvantage makes all the difference.
And now he's the one with the Rage Blade, so even though it's 2 items apiece for the ADCs, I definitely prefer the Kai'Sa here. Quite a bit stronger 2-item power spike with that Rage Blade completed.
And the ulti to go where he needs to. We'll see if KCB are able to collapse on side lanes, find a pick. That's one thing that we kind of expect from these Pantheon-style semi-global compositions, especially with the Kai'Sa. But hasn't happened quite yet. But now with mid lane tower broken down, I imagine we do see a little bit more side lane play just overall.
Yeah, I think Hazel really wants to try to get these mid waves quite deep, and then they can look to play on whichever side they so desire. I mean, the thing is, you don't have the most, like, crazy side lanes, like it's Galio, Cassante, who are not going to make so much progress on their own. So you really need the Pantheon and the Nautilus to be really aggressive themselves to create fights and make things happen. But still, I mean, it's KCB that are pushing in 3 lanes at once right now, and Empiros just has to drop this bot tower. So more gold going in favor for KCB. As Lospa wants to desperately try to get this big ward.
Focus for now on just clearing the vision.
Miller emoted on him.
Yeah, he did.
Do you think he felt that?
I don't know. He's always smiling. It's hard to know.
No, I meant Lospa.
Because he got emoted on?
Yeah.
Oh, he wants to go in.
Yeah. He got angry.
He wants to.
I always, when I play against someone who emotes, I always instantly mute them. Like, I don't know, like my blood pressure rises. I need to mute things.
I can tell. I can tell. You're an angry guy. You hold it back. You run all the time.
Yeah.
But I see it come out when you play random games or with Forsen.
That's not true. With Forsen, I am Zen.
Fair enough. I don't believe it, but you said it, so
yeah,
take it at face value. Fnatic and KCB really just trading pressure back and forth. You could see a little bit of movement on the map. There's a lot of moments where either side is looking for an angle, but neither team has really presented it to them quite yet. Razork and Lospa moving up to top lane. They're thinking maybe we can get Camilo.
I just want to give some pressure to Vladdy. I think, as we talked about earlier, right, with the side lanes, just like, ooh, KCB making a play on bot lane. Empiros has flash.
Flash forward from Yukino. Follow up there from the Pathmaker. Equalizer down, but it doesn't look like it's going to be nearly enough. Tao grabbing the kill on the side lane. The play that we were waiting to see with these semi-globals.
Yeah, there's no flashing out of that one. Empiros ends up falling. A great play from Yukino. Invests his own flash as well to make sure that they get that kill. It's a relatively empty kill. There's no objective on the map just yet. And Fnatic, they want to try to get something in return, but it might just be a little bit of vision.
And it's tough too, right? Because you can see Vladdy individually has a pretty decent gold lead, but there's so much MR. And Galio's ability, Camilo's ability to just delete those waves is high enough that he can't really press any advantage.
Yeah. So what I was saying earlier, right, is while it is hard for KCB to make very proactive plays, they can still look for stuff like the Pantheon ult like they did just now, because they don't have such explosive side laners. In the same vein, it's really hard for Fnatic to ever make a play on side, because you're up against Cassante Galio. Galio will just clear the wave, and Cassante is undiveable. So then your only option is going mid lane, but in mid lane, KCB has already gotten mid tower, so Hazel can take every mid wave really far up, and they have great vision around the area. So Fnatic have kind of left scattered right now. They don't have any real good comeback play available to them, and they're just waiting for this Ocean Drake to spawn, and then we'll have another team fight.
Another full 5v5, what we're expecting. KCB get the first push in the mid lane, so can move in to lay down some vision of their own. You can also see Camilo on the bottom side of the map getting that bot wave forward. Fnatic face checking here, but I think this is one of the nice things about having Alistar, of course, is that you can kind of check for free, although that's the TP from Tao, so KCB really telegraphing their intentions here. They got the bot wave forward. They want to use the TP to try and get a bit more control over mid wave. They're going to lose it anyway, because Fnatic have just sent more members. But now, The potential full-on 5v5 we are waiting for. That set, Camilo needs to get that ulti in here. Razork looking for the perfect ulti angle. The stun going to come down, but Razork able to get his ulti off in the meantime. Tao still standing strong. Equalizer going down. Upset pops the ulti of his own and is ready to get the fight going. Lost, but interrupted on the way in, keeping things standing. Upset still free firing across the team, though. Hazel so damn low. There's just nothing KCB can do. Upset finally given the freedom he wants to tear through this team fight. Emperos has to be careful. Razork coming over the wall, wants to get one more for Upset. The Aegis assault fades away, and down goes Yukino.
And Fnatic weathered the storm of the initial early game as Emperos wants to try to go for something more, but Hazel outplays him with the ultimate. But this is exactly the thing that we were worried about for KCB, is they run out of damage. They didn't get a good Galio ulti, they didn't get a great Nautilus engage, they didn't get Cassandra to really do much of anything. And once Razork is able to knock Yukino away, you see all the pieces, but they're not lining up properly. The Galio ult only hits the Rumble and the Poppy, and this is Upset's time to shine. While they're able to take down Lost by, it's a great 3-man shockwave onto Hazel, Yukino, and Tao, while Upset is just shredding the front lines, because at KCB they need a clean engage. They need a great start to this fight, because otherwise Fnatic just has way more damage and can just run them down like they did in this one.
The extended fight really just not going in the favor of KCB. Something we expected, but credit to Vladdy, the 3-man shockwave makes such a big difference, getting Hazel low enough that there's just no way he can walk in. And Fnatic, you know, you've got the armor penetration there now for Upset as well. You've got some penetration coming in for Vladdy too. So a lot of these tankier life bars, the Cassante, the Galio, even the Nautilus, is just going to feel a lot less relevant in the coming fights.
Yeah. I think it only gets harder and harder as well. Especially Hazel ended up going for, I think he's going for Hurricane. He could also be going for the Fiend Hunter Bolts, but I'm assuming he's going for Hurricane. And I get it, but I don't think it's what they need. I think they need more damage. So if he went for the AP route, he would be able to do a lot more damage through this front line and have a lot more threat with that evolved W. But we'll see. I mean, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but
it's fair. You don't like it, see if it works out for him, and see obviously what the final itemization choice will be, although we're expecting Hurricane.
We'll see when he bases now. I've never seen Fiend Hunter Bolts Kai'Sa. There was some caster that was trying to convince me that it's good. I think it was Jake. I didn't take him so seriously.
It's interesting because it was Jake or Medic, and if it was Medic, I'd believe it because it probably came from high elo solo queue somewhere. And if it's Jake,
it was Jake. I remember it was Jake because he kept telling me Kai'Sa just wants to ulti in, no an auto attack, and I'm like, yeah, she wants to do that, but I don't think it's good. But now
we're gonna find out.
Built it. I mean, if there was a Kai'Sa game where you really needed ulti, it's this game, because they do have a team comp that always wants to go in and set Hazel up for success in that sense. But I just think the AP itemization, like the Dusk and Dawn on Kai'Sa is pretty OP. I would have preferred that, but we'll see.
We'll keep note of your skepticism. Upset going for, you know, armor penetration now. You can see already hitting even before the ulti really comes into the fight. Puzzle is now, the fight has once again broken out. Good equalizer across the top of the team. Camilo keeping everybody shelled up, but it's another 2-man shockwave. Prime completely taken down. Fnatic finding one really before KCB can even remotely fire back, and now they're just slaughtering them.
And Fnatic are making it look easy. They're running them down. They're going to get the Baron Nashor. Kai'Sa itemization be damned. He's not even going to do a single auto attack as Fnatic pick up this Baron Nashor. This is what you can't do with this KCB comp. You can't just look at Fnatic because you need to have a decisive engage, because if you're just posturing like that, then it's Upset that can click forward. It's Vladdy that can get a good ultimate. And you see how this just, it does not work for KCB. Tao is too far forward, he gets cancelled by Razork's W, and then Upset can just keep auto-attacking, keep clicking forward, and then Vladdy comes in with a great shockwave onto the front line here just to lock them up further and be able to continue running them down. And once KCB doesn't find the initial engage, they ran out of steam. And the rest of them end up falling. Yukino's able to flash out, but that's 3 kills and a Nash. And you have to feel maybe KCB's playoffs hopes.
Yeah, obviously a really tough situation. Even if the interview we heard with Hazel earlier made it feel like they were resigned to that fate. Still a tough thing to manage, although Emperos in the side lane is in trouble. Should at least be able to grab this. The rest of Fnatic pushing up mid lane, though. He's just trying to buy as much time as he can for the rest of his team to crash those waves forward. And again, in that fight, credit to the supporting cast for making sure Upset could really do whatever he wanted. I think almost like 30 autos in that fight, completely and totally uncontested. The dream of any 80 carry is now he also has the additional BF sword working towards IE.
Yep. On the bright side, that pick onto Rumble is really good to delay this Fnatic Nasher. Yukino as well, choosing to push out this bot wave, and Tao being able to push out this top wave. We could have a Shifter's Baron throw on our hand if Fnatic get a little bit stressed out here. Because this is some good defensive play from KCB to deny waves from Fnatic and also pick off Empiros to really slow this down. I think Fnatic now will look to group up on this bot wave, push this out, and have Empiros either open mid or TP straight bot, but I hope that Empiros pushes mid and they play 2 lanes. But Drake is actually spawning in 15 seconds, so I think like everything I said, it's going to be a Drake fight.
Fnatic may be just going to go for this tier 1 first, however. We'll see how much pressure they feel from KCB. We talked about it. Decisive engage from KCB. If you just walk at Fnatic, if you can't immediately jump onto a priority target, things will fall apart. And it's Fnatic who are getting things kicked off as Razork just zoning away Camilo. Both sides squaring up. Yukino waiting off to the side, looking for an ulti angle. Has not been marked yet. Ulti now coming in. This is their opportunity to start a fight. Hazel for now, free firing, able to auto attack, but he immediately gets knocked out of the fight by Razork. That's a disaster. Fnatic again, set up for success. Camilo landing the multi-man taunt, but he just has to flash away. Perfect ulti from Razork. Instantly stops the fight in its tracks. Tao nowhere left to go, hoping to use Razork as a taxi to escape this one. It's a disaster.
KCB have ran out of steam. They're dead in the water, and so are their playoff dreams. Fnatic have them routed. They'll pick up the Dragon. They still have the Nasher for another 30 seconds. And with that, they'll pick up some extra towers on top of this and keep extending their gold lead to 7,000.
We've gone from a tiny bit of hope to praying on a miracle or a massive throw, as has often been the case here in the LEC. But Fnatic playing it really well. KCB, they're decisive, but it's just too late. Razork's ulti, simply better.
Yeah, Yukino just doesn't... He's not able to actually get into the fight whatsoever, and he's dead before he gets anything down. And then the Galio ult is pretty meaningless as well. And after that, it's been the tail of this game. It's just Fnatic getting 1 pick, getting 1 kill, and then running down the rest of KCB. And this Poppy and Yunara just feel so damn strong into this KCB comp, as now Yukino is caught. We'll see if he's able to get out with the help of Hazel. Some good damage on Razork.
Does do good damage, but he just doesn't have the space to work. Upset hoping to catch him with a long-range slow, doesn't quite hit it. They get the ulti out of Upset at the very least, but with Yukino dead, I just don't think they have a way to get into that back line. Fnatic continuing the forward siege. Oscar on the front line, they get the ulti from the Alistar.
Yeah. Grasping at straws here, definitely. Trying to find some angle of positivity here for KCB, but it's just so damn difficult to try to win this game. 8,500 gold now. And Fnatic are playing it slow, they're playing it controlled. They're just pushing waves, getting towers, extending that gold lead further. And with Nash spawning in 2 minutes, that's what Fnatic has their eyes on. Get that Baron Nasher and finish this game off clean.
Yep. Credit to Fnatic, you know, made a couple missteps in the early stages of the game. Lost by an upset, we're falling behind a little bit more than we maybe anticipated. But once they got control of this game, they've been playing it, as you said, really disciplined, really clean. They're at 4-4, I think. They aren't in a position where they can afford to disrespect any opponent, no matter what their scoreline is. And now, tutorial style kind of closeout, what we're looking at. 1:30 until Baron. Fnatic will have control of the pit. They should be able to get first push out on these lanes. They've got excellent TP wards set up for flanks when Empiros' TP comes back up, which will be in plenty of time. Mid lane coverage, I mean...
Do we have the standings thing?
We have it. I've got the strength of schedule ready to go.
Oh, but not standings?
Not standings, sadly.
Because what I wanted to say is, with Fnatic winning this, there's a lot of teams now at 5 wins. It's an incredibly close league that we're currently in here. As Razork is very deep here. He might have gone a little bit too deep.
Razork taking a lot of damage. Knock him onto Hazel. The rest of the team now trying to follow up. Knock back is there.
Not quite enough damage, though. I think if Hazel was AP here, I swear Razork would die.
But he's not. He's not. That's an IE that's coming next. He's not interested in your AP. Oh, Bloodthirster is knocked in. There's Hazel falling up with a bit more damage. Vladdy caught out. Upset though, ready to keep the fight alive. And Lospa flashing over the wall, knocking Kamilu back. Tau finally here though. Kamilu gonna get taken down. Hazel able to free fire, but only onto Lospa. Not the target he wants to see. Forced to flash away from the Alistar. The combo still connecting. Immediate flash in from Upset to get the double. Maybe looking to make it a triple. Are they just gonna set him up for a penta? No, because Vladdy takes one of the kills as Emperos trying to take another. Yukino run! Sidestep, good. I mean, Yukino gets to live, that's respectable, but Fnatic, it looks like they're just gonna end it here. They're simply too far ahead. The compositional advantage is theirs. The gold advantage is theirs.
Fnatic showed their experience today as KCB ends up falling, and with that, they are eliminated from LEC versus playoffs. And Fnatic take one more step in the right direction for securing their spot in the playoffs.
That they do. Hearts out to KCB. We'll still get to see them next week, of course, but playing to show what they've got as their playoff dreams taken away, and Fnatic move a little bit further up in what is a very close standings.
Yeah, really important win for Fnatic. One more, and I think 99% you've secured playoffs unless something absolutely incredible happens.
Just wait and see, Jack. Stop trying to make definitive statements about something we don't know.
Fair enough. Well, KCB being out, I think even though it's been a disappointing run for this roster, as you can vote for your key player of the series.
We see on X, Razork, Vladdy, or Upset. I think credit to Fnatic, closing out clean, closing out discipline. But to your point, KCB, we heard it earlier in the day, right? A lot of things to be excited about in ERL. ERL teams should be scared.
Yeah.
I think should be nervous. It's a team that clearly knows what they're doing, especially in the earlier stages.
I think you could see a lot of their mistakes and a lot of the ways that they faltered was just due to the lack of experience, rather. And I'm really excited to see how this roster develops throughout the rest of the year. And I think for sure a lot of these players, we might see them next year in the LEC.
We might. But that's Upset with a thumbs up, and that's our cue to toss things down to the main stage where Ginny is standing by with Vladdy.
Vladdy, congratulations on the win against KC Blue this time around. Yesterday didn't really work in your favor, but I'd like to talk about the game that we have in front of us today. Great performance from you individually as well. Can you let me know what your experience has been like on the Fnatic roster?
I mean, it's pretty good. Obviously, we are not playing so well right now. We are a new roster. We have 2 rookies, but I think everyone is very hungry to improve, and yeah, I think we can scale into the next splits as well.
How are you looking to scale? What are the things that you're going to be focusing on then to make sure that the rookies are gelling well with the rest of the team?
I mean, I think they are rookies, but they are not acting as rookies. I think they are pretty mature, and I think right now our early game is pretty rough as a team, so we just need to improve on that aspect mostly.
Yesterday as well against KC, there was a little bit of an ups and downs, and then it kind of like didn't really go in your favor. You had certain hopes for that game. You know, I interviewed you before. You're like, oh, we're going to stomp them. Did you think that this win against KC Blue is going to allow you to find that confidence again?
I mean, I wouldn't say so, because KCB is in the bottom of the table, I would say, and I think we didn't even play that well today, even though enemy team, in my opinion, is not that good. But as I said, we have a lot of room to improve, and everyone is very hungry, and I think by the time we will get better.
Well, you still have 2 more games, at least in the best-of-1 series. How are your expectations for those then?
I mean, yeah, we play Heretics, and then the last game is against Z2. I think Z2 is going to be a pretty rough one, but we will be ready, and we will practice in the next week very hard to beat them.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, and once again, congratulations. I know you're being really critical of yourself, but you should also be proud. We're going to be heading over to a break, and then we'll be back with our next game of the day, and it's going to be SK against Giant X.
Look, Pantheon no flash, Pantheon no flash. Pantheon no flash, Pantheon no flash.
Kill the Cassante, kill the Cassante.
Slow. Galio. I have ult, by the way, no flash.
He's very low, the Pantheon, guys.
Not.
No flash out, no flash out.
Look front.
I can stand the Galio here.
Yeah. Look Galio.
He's cooked, I think. No Drake.
I have ult.
Fighting here, slowly. Yeah, slowly. Nice, very good. Look at the Cassante, I can stand, guys.
No flash.
W in 2, 1.
what an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
On another level, step into the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. No one above me.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, LEC friends, for our second game of the day. It's going to be SK Gaming versus Giant X. Gen Gx, Giant XG, we'll see about this, but so far the only thing we know is that it's two teams that had very different trajectories. Giant X sitting on the second spot here in the standings, while SK struggling a bit.
Yeah, and it's not really going to get easier for them, or is it? Is the question, because right now SK need every single win they can get. The good news for them is that they're fighting against people that are right next to them in the standings, and if they can get a win against GX today, it would put them that much closer to what feels like a very close playoff race.
But even forward, you would say that, Los Ratones is 4-4, but are they really 4-4?
That's the question. Everyone's wondering.
But at the same time, yeah, they're running a bit out of time because we had criticism of SK, but now they're still ramping up. We saw Yopa starting to perform very well, in a sea of Unks on his team, and for me, he is one of the driving factors in this team. But on the other side, with Noah, he's a scary man on the side of GX.
I think that Noah just continues to outperform. He is the superstar of this roster, and this clip is a Baron that they lost, a game that they lost.
Whoa.
But he, alongside Jun, this is just a beautiful demonstration of their mechanical prowess and what they've been doing for this team all split long. I feel like Jun and Noah are one of our best performing bot lanes in the league right now, and this is just a clip of how close they came to 1v9ing this whole game.
And on that point, being a player in that game, especially when you're playing against the spooky Zyra Khan or, more so Noah and June, it felt always like you need to be on your toes to secure a win against them, because even there, 2v5, it felt impossible to close it out against them.
And when you look at it, we see Yopa maybe as one of the shining lights we have for SK, so I'm thinking him paired with Mickey could potentially make a difference today. They're sitting in the underdog spot here in this matchup, but is there any hope for SK in this match?
I mean, I really do believe that there is. I
All
think that SK are a team that continue to surprise, and I think that as a roster, they've been coming together very nicely at times. Now, while it's true that GX is a little bit more consistent just because of the prowess of their bottom lane, I think SK need to shift gears and put more resources into this young talent in the bottom lane. I think that Yopa really does have a lot of potential, and I think that you can believe in him to be a carry. So I'm going to go out on a limb, and I am going to predict SK to actually get the victory today. I do believe that as an entirety, as a whole block, SK has the ability to outplay GX today.
I mean, coping works this week, so why not?
Hey, it's not coping. I'm on the same side as Vedi here. I'm on the side of the Unks, I have to root for Wonder.
You have to.
I have to root for Mickey. And at the same time, Wonder has been flying under the radar for a little bit because he's been missing from the league for about a year now. But now he's actually one of the more unique top players with the picks that he's playing, but also his stats are insane. When you think of Wonder, and you see this amount of kills in a game, you're thinking of the, his best years, his golden years, Flashback 2019 and all of those, wonderful times. But he's putting great performances, and he is the one to counterbalance, the massive mountain that Noah and June are on the bot lane.
I just think I've been too much of a doubter this split, so I'm going to start believing.
I'm
going to start believing in SK today, so I'm hoping that they can repay my faith with a victory today. We'll see if they can do it.
Optimistic Vedi with the power of the elderly and the young guns in the bot lane for SK. Let's see if they can do it. Casters, over to you.
Has been too much of a doubter, so believes in SK, and now doubts Giant X. I see. I see.
I'm still a doubter.
I am normally on the SK hype train, but
yeah, I don't know.
I think they're too hyped.
I've been watching a different SK.
Because just for the record, can we run it back here?
Yeah.
There have been 2 Caitlyn Elise lanes.
Yep.
One of them won handedly.
Yep.
One of them went horrendously.
Yeah.
The one that won, was it the SK one, Jack? Remind me.
No.
No.
No, it was not.
So I'm willing to believe it could be close.
Mm-hmm.
But the 2-for-0 prediction's a little wild there at the desk. I gotta say, but we'll find out. I've been wrong a lot this split, so maybe I should be shutting my mouth.
I mean, what's your prediction, Draco?
We're gonna have to find out. I'm not gonna make any more predictions. I think
okay, fair enough.
My predictions are getting me into trouble.
Okay.
So we'll just have to see. We'll have to wait and find out. 3-5 versus 5-3, of course. Reminder for the playoff stakes here. SK, of course, are going to have good opportunities next week as they play Los Ratones and Shifters. So they kind of hold their destiny in their own hands. For GX, if they win here, they are not 100% locked, but they are most likely locked for playoffs. There is one scenario out of more than 65,000 scenarios remaining where they don't make it if they win here. So I would love to say that they're locked, but technically there is like a 0.0001 whatever chance that winning here wouldn't do it. However, for simplicity's sake, I'll just say win and in, more or less.
That would be pretty incredible. I mean, it would be a very fun timeline to be in if they got 6 wins.
For who?
Fun for the viewer.
Fun for the GX haters.
No, fun for the viewer, where unpredictability is the name of the game here, with Rumble being locked in. Pretty predictable.
Who could have seen the Rumble pick?
What? And they're going to pick Asir?
It's possible.
Oh wait, actually it's leader.
Leader,
Never
it's
mind,
leader.
never
You
mind,
never know.
mind.
You
I mean,
never
he
know.
could pick Azir, but he's probably going to pick Ryze.
Well, the
That's
interesting
been
thing
his
is, like,
go-to mage.
we are looking at with the Rumble lock-in. I'm wondering if this is. We're looking at the two people who are big Yone enthusiasts in terms of
that's true
mid laners, but we've got the Ryze locked in for now. Keeping with the bans, the Akali was banned away from leader, as was the Aurelia.
I do think Yone into Ryze, though. I'm not completely familiar with the matchup, but I would imagine that it's not too fun.
No,
Because
I would
Ryze
imagine
gets so damn tanky, goes face rush, can kite you out.
Actually does enough damage in a sustained fight to balance out a lot of what makes Yone good.
Yeah.
But we have a really nice, potential combo here around mid lane with the Ryze, as well as the Vi.
Maybe a little Yarvan for Isma here. We can see what he wants to look in. I mean, I'm assuming they'll probably just complete their top side, because that's a very classic maneuver when you pick this Rumble early. So this is going to be the Jarvan, and then maybe just the Seer. I'm trying to, like, we're really digging deep in the champion pool here.
Yeah. I'm wondering,
vanilla picks.
I kind of hope that they do just match on both sides, because I would really love to see a bot lane arms race.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
as much as
spicy picks on both for sure, yeah.
And I think the Desk has a valid point that the biggest matchup in SK's favor is Wonder. Don't get me wrong, but this bot lane 2v2 is still going to be such a thrill to watch. And with SK, despite being on blue side, of course, having last pick, I think we could get some really spicy stuff.
I just figured it out. Maybe to have unpredictable games, you need to have predictable drafts. Huh?
That's a possibility.
Yeah. As leader is having
Is
some
it a
fun here.
Ryze top?
It could be a Ryze top, honestly. It's not
yeah.
bad into Rumble with the phase rush.
With the phase rush, yeah, you just sprint away.
Would be very cool to see a spicy picker on mid, as we see.
Oh. Classic. Is he allowed to play Zed?
Yone locked in.
Okay, the Wonder Ryze top. That's a throwback.
That's a cool flex right there, especially because when you see the Ryze, we all thought it was leader, as he's had some good games on it, but it's a good matchup into the Rumble, as long as you can keep your distance and not let him get on top of you with that face rush. And leader with the Yone is a classic into the Azir, and since you have the AP damage from the Ryze as well, you can safely have that Yone-Vi combination.
Sorry, what? The Yone-Vi what?
Combination.
Okay, you didn't do the full accent. That's good. Keeping it going. The Xayah banned away, as well as the Nico, so taking away some of the comfortable picks. The Caitlyn too, I do like that. I think it's, you don't want to give enemy team the opportunity to just immediately slam.
It's kind of like, it feels like a loss though, no? Because like both teams played Caitlyn and Elise. One stomped on it, one didn't do so well, and then you're the one banning
But
Caitlyn.
can you counterpick Caitlyn at least, I guess is my question? If they just,
I mean, there's
if they
nothing
would-
that probably wins lane into it, unless you go something psychopath.
So maybe that's the logic. But you're right, it does feel like an L when you both played it and you're the ones who have to ban it away.
Yeah. Although it is better for Gynex's comp as well, I would say.
Well,
because they have
AD,
longer range.
Yunara still up?
Yunara's still up. Definitely seems like kind of an obvious one. There's also Corki if you want to go for a loss.
I'm sorry if you want to go. Okay. I like it. A little bit of toxicity to get this one going. We'll see. They don't want to go for a loss. GX, on the other hand, might be interested.
Ooh.
Drafting Corki in 2026.
I mean, I like Saya a lot here. I hope Noah thinks about that champ, as
Well,
it's
it's
actually
banned.
banned by SK. So that makes
He
less
might have thought about it, but he can't pick it.
Okay, my bad there. Well, he is hovering the Corki. I mean, it's not like Corki is an automatic loss here.
Backpedaling because you're
I
afraid.
do like Ezreal a lot more than the Corki, though. I think Ezreal will be a lot.
Ooh, okay.
Well, it's 4-11. That's pretty bad.
Corki has a terrible win rate, and Mickey could just go for Alistar, and the Yunara-Alistar combo has an insane win rate against the Corki especially. So we're going to get Jun's Rakan, and I will say, Jun has been a total demon. We've been hyping up Noah, but in every game that Noah has been good, Jun has also been phenomenal.
Ooh, Bard here.
I'm excited for the Mickey X Bard, understandable.
I'm excited for the Mickey X Bard. I love Jun as well. I think he's been playing absolutely fantastic alongside Noah. I do think, though, that if Mickey locks in this, I don't think he's going to Taric. That would be pretty crazy, because it doesn't really have that great synergy with Yunara. I mean, Yunara can dash forward with the stun, but it's not the
Good
greatest
with the
matchup into
Yone.
Okay. Okay. They're going all in. I mean, he does have the setup from the Vi and the Yone, and he can then heal up the Yone as he continues to go forward. It's just not the greatest lane early game, so I'll definitely got my eye and attention here on Noah and Jun to try to punish this bot lane.
I mean, the big thing is if you get ahead as a Taric and you're able to ult proactively as you start a fight, Taric ult is disgusting.
I mean,
you have to ult
Taric ult
reactively-
with Vi ult does sound really good.
If you ult reactively, though, once the equalizer's already down, it's too slow.
It's
Low. Pressure on Mickey to execute, but this has always been, I think, a kind of a niche pick for him. Something he's brought out on occasion, often in these Kalista pairings.
Yeah.
See if in this matchup it's going to work out well for him. These are obviously bot lanes that focus a lot on 2v2. So
I would say SK's bot lane doesn't focus so much on 2v2.
Oh,
For
I
me,
mean, in terms of like discussion and practice, like Mickey, notorious 2v2.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I just
Not
feel
in
like,
terms of how they play, though.
yeah,
I do agree.
Because with SK's lineup, it feels like a lot of their game plan has just been to leave kind of Yopa a little bit on an island, have him have the scaling ADC, and then Mickey will look to roam towards mid and play more towards the map and try to get advantages elsewhere. And then as you get into the later stages, it's more responsibility onto Yopa to see if he can carry a game. But let's head into game here. SK versus Giant X.
We're undecided. The analyst desk believing in SK. We're not sure if their confidence is justified, but we'll find out as we get into our second game of the day. A Taric on the Rift.
Although as much as the analyst desk wanted to gaslight you into saying like Giant X are not the underdog, they are the underdog. They do have a worse scoreline. And
SK. The SK are the
SK.
underdog. Yeah.
Sorry.
SK
See,
are
they
the
gaslit
underdog.
me.
Yeah. They tricked you up. Gaslighted you.
They gaslit me completely.
3 of 5. But we've seen some highlights. And we're so locked in on talking about bot lane, because that's where we feel like GX's strongest point is, and top lane, because we feel like that's SK's strongest point. Mid lane, we have glossed over. But leader, of course.
Leader. We saw, I don't know if you watched LCK. I watched LCK. Chovy went exhaust on the Yone. And it's been, I am becoming slowly a believer that in solo lanes these days, TP is super overrated. I think it's overrated on top as well. But that's a discussion that we might just not be ready for in Big O 2026. I think Ignite and Exhaust very OP. Like this game, if I'm Ryze, imagine if you have Exhaust. How does Rumble ever kill you? It's impossible. You just press Exhaust on him and then run away. Or you can Exhaust and then run him down, you know? OP.
Both are good. I'm a big believer that Exhaust is a very gross summoner.
Yep.
That said, Leader not going to be able to do too much here in the early stages of the game. Wonder really the one that we're going to have to look at. Because again, he's the guy that we set our expectations on. This is where we expect SK to get an advantage. You saw the stats, #1 in kills for top laners at 30. See if you can continue to buff that number up.
It's also, what's exciting about this game, to be honest, is that,
There's the Exhaust.
This is the Qs, though. Jackie's really good sidesteps here. He's able to get a lot of damage back onto Leader. I think if Leader was able to land, he missed 2 Qs there. If he was able to land 1 or 2 of those, the trade would have gone a lot more in his favor. Ends up using the Exhaust and still losing the trade, but now with the Q3 is going to look for Jackie's. Jackie's keeping his range. I mean, there's 3 exciting matchups, to be honest, because in bot lane, you have a Taric, which is very rare that we really see, so it introduces a lot of volatility in that sense, and just we don't really know what's going to happen, and maybe Jun and Noah are not as comfortable playing into it. And then you can say the same for the top lane as well, as Leader's just continuing to go in on Jackie's here. With Wunder playing this Ryze into the Rumble, it's also like, probably Lot has not practiced this matchup so much, so he's not sure exactly what timers he should get push, when he should respect, when he needs to play more aggro. So there's always this level of when you pull out a new champion that the enemy team is not so familiar with, it grants you an inherent advantage in the sense that you understand the matchup, well, I hope, better than the enemy does.
Yeah. I think the good news for GX is Jackie's obviously no stranger to the mid lane matchup, and Isma now on the way to try to get something done, maybe hoping to get a flash, but luckily for Leader has the Q3 ready to go.
Leader's taking notes.
Still going to stick around. Yeah, people really love that one. So
Isma only. I've only seen him spam it all the time.
I've seen a lot of people use it. To be
really?
But maybe he did.
In solo queue or
he
in
did
LEC?
put it in LEC. In LEC, I've
Oh.
seen it a lot. But it might just be against Isma.
Oh
maybe
yeah,
everyone just
I
takes it
think
against
that's
Isma.
a good BM though. Like you
That's
kill
really
Isma and then
good
you
BM.
use to take notes.
That's pretty personal. Skien's gonna grab the bot side crab.
Synchronized recall from mid jungle there. That's nice.
Bot lane, Yopa also has opted for the Ghost just to make sure he can run down some of these targets or run away. Again, the initial CC from GX.
Yeah, I'm
really,
surprised how this early bot lane matchup has gone for Giant X. I was thinking with the Taric, one of his weaknesses is that he's quite weak early game since he has no way of really getting on top of you. But Giant X losing Prio, Joppa with the tiny CS lead here, just able to continue pushing them in, even with the Ghost. Could be due to Quirky Champion being problem, I'm not sure. We'll see how it develops, this situation here in the bot lane.
I mean, it's interesting because Taric with the E, and obviously the passive being just a massive attack speed steroid, I could see it where, you know, you want the dream of Jun gets a little knockup, you get a little fast bomb in there and the trade is over, but if you don't get that initial burst damage down, Tarek can do a lot in the follow-up. That said, you can see for Jun, he just goes in and dodges before the stun can land.
I mean, Jun is able to land some Ws, but it doesn't really result in anything as Leader is like, so aggressive in this mid lane. And I'm not going to lie, this is giving me some trauma right now from playing as Yone in solo queue, where it just feels so unfair. He just dashes onto you and you just lose.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got, well, and the best part is he has an exhaust, you know, a damage multiplier in the negative sense for his opponent, and, you know, the Soul Unbound, a damage multiplier for himself.
True.
So, pretty impossible to win trades once his E is up, and of course...
That was like the nerdiest way you could ever say that.
Okay, fine. He has spell that makes enemy do less damage and spell that makes him do more damage. Therefore, good. What do you want? Like,
in English, please.
I want to say the other thing, and I've made this point a million times, and I'm kind of tired of saying it, but I feel like for people who don't understand, Yone, the brothers have some of the dumbest early game scaling in the entire game. Not that they're strong early, but just that early items are so busted. Because attack speed is cooldown reduction, and crit is doubled.
That's true. That's pretty broken.
Why is that allowed? Some might ask. People who play against Yone, definitely not pleased to see him come back with boots too and suddenly be Exodia.
Yeah,
like it's caught there.
Good damage, but Skeens is around in the area. And, I mean, maybe Tariq is providing a lot more value than I initially anticipated, as he's just continuing to heal Yopa up, regardless of Jun landing any Ws of any kind. And it's SK spot lane continuing to push in here. Skeens and Mickey has to run for the wins as Leader is in base. So it's going to be the Crab going over to Isma. Nice reprieve for them. And Jackie's, I think he has a little bit of a freeze. No, I think the wave is slow pushing. Lot, however, does have a bit of a freeze, and this top lane matchup, while Wunder was able to pick up a plate and
realm warping minions into the tower to get the wave out. So
wait a minute.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's some tech.
That's some tech. Is that like, it's like reverse proxying? Like, what?
Yeah, now he bases.
Now he bases and it's fine.
I mean, it's a way of fixing the wave.
That's clever.
Instead of fixing the wave by killing enemy minions, you fix the wave by killing your own minions.
Yeah. Of course, it's been, last time we saw Rise Top in the LEC, it was played by SK. It was just Sakura in the top lane, not Wunder. So, 2019, long time ago.
Wow, yeah.
And Wunder the one bringing it out again.
It's ironic it's 2019, huh?
Yeah. Look, it feels full circle. Sometimes the script just writes itself as Leader gets a nice buffer there.
That was a very nice buffer. I mean, Leader on Yone. It's a nice Yone. It's already up 15 CS, 400 gold as he's gotten a plate. And that's very uncommon on Yone to get this big of a lead.
I mean, especially
already
Jackie
before the boots too. Like now he has the boots too, but he's gotten this lead before that. And that's without any Skeens intervention, without any Mickey intervention. This is just pure
yeah, with
raw.
Isma going mid once as well. We saw he wasn't able to get anything for it, but
yeah,
definitely looking comfortable for SK in this one. Perhaps the Analyst S Faith was well placed. Mickey coming back with a tier as well. Tarek obviously a very mana-hungry champion. You know, his empowered autos giving him back stacks of his heal, so can just, it's not a ton of healing, but if you're hitting multiple people and you're just able to freely auto in a fight, you can get a lot down.
I wonder if he'll go the new tier item, the healing one. Probably he'll go Fimbulwinter because it's more tankiness, but the diadem is pretty strong, I think.
The item is
champion.
Diadem.
Leader continuing to trade with Jackie's here. I mean, the trades are quite equal, but it's always Leader able to have the last laugh, continue to push in the wave as SK is here onto the blue buff. Guy next want to contest.
He's walking in. That's going to be the stun to fall off as well, trying to immediately burst down. The exhaust has been triggered, but now they're all invulnerable to any potential follow-up damage. That's it. The blue is reset.
Blue is reset.
Now on the way.
Tariq ulti is down. Jopa still has able. A lot of the autos in as Jackie's wants to look to rotate, but that's just the blue buff for SK. You can really see the value of that Tariq ulti as SK are just fearless and pushing forward there, picking up that blue buff for Skeens. Still down a little bit of CS on Isma, so it's not the end of the world for him, but feels a little bit good for Skeens that he's able to at least get that.
That said, GX were able to get the first Drake, so they're ahead in that objective at the very least, even if they had to concede a blue they weren't too excited about. And if Isma can get something done here on the top side, grab a couple of these grubs, definitely gives overall favor to GX in terms of those objectives. Side lanes are still going to be hard, though, so I don't think grubs are insane value for GX in this game, because I just don't...
They're really high value in the sense that you're denying them from the enemy team.
Yeah, from the Yone Rise side lane team.
Yeah, so just making sure that Yone won't get these grubs feels really nice for Isma. And it's a good punish for the fact that SK invested so much into this bot side. And then Skeen still had to clear his own bot side camps, so he was not having any tempo to actually contest this grubs. So it ends up being just 3 grubs now for Giant X. They got the first Drake as well. So the first objectives in this game going over to the side of Giant X, despite Leader being able to pressure so much in the mid lane.
And looking ahead now towards the next big dragon fight, as first items will definitely be there for the side of SK. That Blade of the Rune King crucial for the Yone. So you can find a bigger advantage as Yoppa's caught out a little bit, but Noah not in a position to follow up.
Yoppa wants to hit the tower. Yeah, he wants to hit it, but he can't do it. That's what I'm talking about. It's so juicy. You see the Crystallis and you want to go for it. His leader wants to go for it too. Getting some trades onto Jackie's.
And able to get the tower shot at the very least from Jackie's ultimate.
I feel like you can feel Jackie's frustration as every time Leader dashes onto him. He wants to try to trade back, but even despite being able to push him into tower, Leader with the Vamp Scepter is going to be able to just heal that right back up. And now it's Leader with an ult advantage.
Good spot to be in. And it's a surprisingly quiet game as we're 0-0-0, although Wonder might be in trouble now. The Flag and Drag comes out. Wonder knows that's the last piece of CC, so he will just realm warp away.
Yeah, nicely played by Wonder. It face checks the bush, but ends up being fine. Leader goes for another plate. And it's just continuing to grow this gold lead. Now 500 gold. This Yone is getting stronger and stronger. And this Yone Taric later on in the game is going to be a real menace for Giant X to deal with. They really need to play the team fights very clean. They look to kite them out, play it slow, get the Taric ult out, and then look to re-engage once that Taric ult is down.
And it's really just, again, going to be tough if SK are the ones who are winning in the side lane, who are going to be able to move on to the objective first. Because if they're starting the fight off, if they're getting that Cosmic Radiance, the Taric ultimate down, the equalizer, so much of that damage, that burst that is really going to make this composition for GX work. It's going to fall apart as Isma at the very least shadowing bot side, maybe hoping to get a little bit more down.
Yeah, Isma hasn't had much opportunities to really impact the map this game. And it's a much slower game than I think Giant X would normally be comfortable with. As they look to trade a little bit in bot lane here, but SK forces them out, even though Yoppa ends up getting chunked, but Mickey will just heal him up on the wave. But Isma, meanwhile, is just taking the Drake. It's already down for 1.5, but Skeen is here. 50-50.
He's on the way, maybe looking for that 50-50. Flashback over the wall from Isma. Neither jungler involved in the pit, but his Leader going to ult right into the fight. Still, Skeen's marked up, and he's gone invulnerable. Leader might not be, but it doesn't matter because Jun's the only one on top of him. Flash out from Jun. Snap back from Leader, and SK turn their sights now to the Drake.
I thought SK were going a bit too deep there, but it ends up just being a free Drake for them as they're able to force Isma and Jun out and get both flashes burnt. But I really felt like Giant X had a little bit more in the tank there that they could have reached for with Noah moving as well. But Isma, after getting engaged upon, thought he just had to escape to the fields and ends up dropping the Drake, going for his top side. Jun already recalling, looking to pressure top side of his own.
Leader continuing to play aggressive here. Remember, Isma has no flash. Leader has no ultimate, but it doesn't.
It's so hard. Like, Isma can't really help Jackie's whatsoever because if he tries to EQ forward, Leader just ease back and doesn't actually change the outcome whatsoever. And Leader is living rent-free in Jackie's head right now.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the difficult things about playing against what is this flex pick here is that he thought he was playing into Ryze, right? He thought he'd have some angles where as fast as Ryze is, you're going to have some pretty easy EQ angles. You're going to be able to trap him in the ulti.
Yeah.
Instead, now he's facing down this Yone, and we've seen this a lot over this weekend especially. A lot of Jarvans getting picked, a lot of times in situations where it just feels like you can't do anything is, oh, we are very close to getting Leader solo killing Jackie's there. One more auto, one more Q probably would have done it.
Yeah, Leader holding onto the flash there, deciding not to use it. Just wondering, I think maybe he thought that Jun was a little bit closer with the Rakan. He is really dominating this lane, and as you said, Dracos, I think Jackie's is not so happy about this matchup. Wanted to be playing into the Ryze. A really good flex pick from SK is currently paying a lot of dividends as Wonder is still doing quite decent in the top lane, pretty much equal gold. And it allowed Leader to get this counter pick on mid and set himself up for success.
And I gotta say, it really does feel like this Ryze flex into the second phase where GX wanted to pick the Corki. And I'll be honest, I'm a Corki hater. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I'm a bit of a Corki hater. It's just hard because we've seen Noah be a massive carry force for the team. But this Corki pick doesn't really set him up to take over the game. It hasn't been a dominant laning phase for him. He does have a gold lead on his own, yes, but he hasn't really been able to do much to affect the game thus far.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Dracos. I'm also a Corki hater. Maybe Noah can be one to prove me wrong. We'll see in the later game team fights. As leaders on a lot here. Pretty much trading same amount of HP. But it's still, even though leaders' trades aren't the best, he has that Vamp Scepter, so he can always heal back up on the wave, and he's always the one pushing in, always the one pressuring. And Giant X have just tanking the pressure thus far. They've picked up one Drake, 1-1 apiece thus far. Second Drake spawning in 2 minutes, and then the Herald in 20. That's going to be the next objective that both teams really want to fight over, as the game is so close that both teams probably feel the confidence that any fight can go their way.
Yeah, it's difficult too because Leader has the Blade of the Rune King. He doesn't really need to reset for any item completions. You now see a bit of a swap here. TP up to the top side from Jackie's. Reset now coming in from Lot. Will finish the Leandries. But the TP burn just to make sure that they can match on top side so there's not too much of a push favoring SK, opening up easy access to that Herald. And 3 members here in the top lane, but Leader's already out.
Yeah, Leader already got Jackie's to half HP, but now Giant X can hover Jackie's more and not allow Leader to actually lifesteal up on this wave and just allow Jackie's to poke him out a little bit. As Skeens,
you over the wall, just hoping to lock him down. That ulti does absolutely nothing. Leader just barely able to make it out. The Soul Inbound will take him away, but a lot of cooldowns traded. Jackie's flash and ulti burned, as well as the heal and ulti from Jun.
But I have to throw some criticism to Giant X here, because again, this is also 2 versus 3 with Skeens and Leader going in, but Giant X looks so flustered. They're not willing to take any fight whatsoever. They had the Jarvan ultimate, they had the Rakan W. They're starting up the Rift Herald right now, and with Vi and Jone having no ulti, SK probably have to drop it, but they really want to contest, and they're going to move in from the top side here.
Could be a risky choice. Yappa flanking Noah. In the meantime, it looks like Jackie's is going to get deleted. The exhaust is down. The Cosmic Radiance is coming down as well. And now SK immune to any potential fall, but Noah's in the midst of the fight, waiting for this cooldown to time out. Skeen still standing for now. A little bit extra healing coming in. Yappa on the flank with Wonder arriving. Noah can't do much of anything. A bit of burst damage means he gets Yappa at least. Mickey trying to get some more in, but the sidestep on the stun from Lot is good. Keeps the fight going. Lot versus the world. It just doesn't matter. SK 3K up after that fight.
Oh my god, Mickey, that was disgusting. He starts the fight. They don't have a vial. He still finds the angle, and then he doesn't even die. He finds the stun onto Jackie. They immediately one-shot him, and at that point, Giant X, they don't have the damage anymore. Noah's there, but the Taric ult is still ticking. Skeens is able to flash over the wall. Wonder ultis in with the TP shield as well. And I was actually surprised that Noah was able to pick up Yoppa here and kill him. But then look at Mickey. He's just healing off of this Taric. And the Taric pick is paying absolute dividends here as SK pick up 5 kills. And you can see the desperation, the tilt on the Giant X coaching staff.
Yeah, Gyoto not looking pleased on that one. Can feel it slipping out of his grasp. Probably frustrated. The players have been a little bit indecisive, and it's just not something you could afford against a Taric.
Yeah.
If you're not certain, if you don't put all your cooldowns where it counts, you're not killing anyone. That's exactly what we saw in the fight outside of Yoppa, who Noah luckily was able to burst through, but that is a consolation prize at best, is now second Drake going over. SK extending their goal lead up to 4,000, and not looking like the underdogs much at all today, are they?
No. I mean, maybe the analyst desk knew something that I didn't, because this SK draft is looking so damn good. I feel like they got everything that they wanted. They got Leader on one of his melee mids, and he's looking so damn comfortable, and Wonder on this Rise as well, having a 1,000 gold lead now, and just the value of this Taric that it provides to all 4 of these champions was way more than I could anticipate. It looks so difficult now as Giant X really need to outplay SK, but they're the ones getting outplayed time and time again as Leader.
Ulti through, just hoping to find a solo kill, push back, but he's immediately going to snap away at Skeens on the way down. Jun, I don't think you can stop this one, but he's going to try anyway. Mickey tanking the tower means they at least grab one. Jun retreating right as the cease and desist comes up. Mickey waiting for a bit more time on the stun. Will catch Jun in the meantime. Does drop to the tower, but it's 2 for 1 so far. 2 for 1 in favor of SK.
And Jun desperately wants to try to save his mid laner, but Leader is absolutely dominating this game with the help of Skeens and Mickix. They just dive Jackie's under tower, and there's no return play for Isma as he's sadly getting a blue buff, which doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things, as SK are continuing to balloon their gold lead now at 4,500 gold.
And Jackie's finally has the Secrets, which is going to make a big difference, but Leader's got a fully completed second item, as does Yoppa. This is the nightmare comp to fall behind against, because the execution is so straightforward for the side of SK now at this point.
Yep.
GX need to find a way to get some picks, get some damage down, because see, even Noah, even with the power of a Trinity Force, he was just ahead on items, and we know he's going to outscale.
Yeah, so difficult for Giant X right now. They really need to find a pick on side, but on side is where they're bleeding the most. And Skeens has such an easy time just ulting in with Mickey always backing him up with that Taric. Every SK member looks so damn unkillable right now. It's a tough situation for Giant X.
Yeah, I don't really know what you can do to make this comeback happen. It maybe, you know, a perfect Rumble ult, a Jarvan ult, but again, the number of viable targets in this game for Isma to go on are few. There's just nothing. You can see 7-2 the kill score. It's SK completely running the map.
Yeah, they get full control of the bot side here as SK are moving in with Wonder as well at the helm. Wonder now level 16, 7 levels up on Jun.
And I think this is one of the things that is really frustrating about playing against SK if you fall behind, is they've got a lot of veteran players with a ton of experience, especially in playing strong side lane comps. So while normally you could kind of bet that a team at 3 and 5 is just gonna throw in a 1-3-1 situation, like Wonder and Mickey have done this for so long across so many rosters that I just don't think it's likely to happen.
Oh, Wonder looking for a pick onto Lot here, but he just gets legs chopped off by the Rumble slow, so he's not able to actually get onto him whatsoever. Interesting enough, he went the Ionian boots. I was thinking maybe he'd look to go the Murkreds or the Swifties even, just for the Rumble slow, but even without that, just with the face rush, he's been completely fine against this Rumble. And now at level 16 and team fights, it's so difficult to imagine any world where Giant X can actually win.
Uh-oh.
He's fine.
You can see, though, that Jackie's has learned. He immediately started running.
He's not fighting anymore. He's not trading back. That's for sure.
I think you just got to trade waves and really be content with that, because again, you highlighted it. If Leader is strong enough that he's allowed to lifesteal off a wave, which he is because you can't approach him, then there is really no winning trade you can take. You can gank him, sure, but you're not going to win meaningful trades. That's about the best you can hope for, and that cost Jackie's ult.
Yeah, Leader just keeps buffering these Azir ultis and making Jackie's life so damn miserable. One thing that I want to talk about, we've talked a lot about the draft this game and hyped SK up. I think one thing that we're seeing in this game is the weakness of Jarvan. I think we've seen Jarvan a lot picked quite early in the LEC, but when you're up against this team that has so many dashes and so much mobility, Jarvan is really homeless. It's really hard for him to find any sort of angle to actually make actions happen, because if he goes onto Yoppa, Yoppa has the ulti and the dash. If he goes onto Leader, well, Leader has 15 dashes. If he goes onto Skeens, Skeens has 15 dashes. So it's just so difficult to ever really find a target. And if you go into Wonder or Mikix, well, they're so tanky that it just doesn't feel like the right play. Skeens might have gone a little deep, but
definitely has, but Leader's hovering in. GX to be careful about overgrouping here. But again, this is them trying to force for this Drake. They want to play through the bottom lane, even while Wonder is pushing. Leader going to get a quick flash out, so flash traded for some ultis here from Jun. Leader, the knockup going to go through on the 3. That was a little bit psychotic. He just snaps back. And Wonder's still pushing mid.
I mean, he's pressuring them, and Wonder is going to get this mid tower now and just
nice sidestep on the stun. Mickey's in trouble, has to flash away. The Drake probably just a 50-50 now. This is really messy, but Wonder's now on the way. So many crucial ults are now missing.
Giant X can't contest. That was the one opportunity that felt like Giant X could have had after Leader used all of his spells there. But they just don't have the HP bars. They don't have the confidence. They're not able to actually punish it. And that's now 3 Drakes for SK. 6,500 gold lead. Wonder at level 17 after taking that mid tower and continuing to farm up.
And he has Actualizer.
Yeah.
He's so fed. He hasn't even participated in half the fights. He's so fed.
Yeah.
And Jackie's, unfortunately, I think there's not a side laner he can really approach, although he's trying his luck with Wonder. The good news is there's enough burst damage coming out of Noah now that Mickey can't just fearlessly walk up. Does have to give a bit more respect to the Corki.
I think now the problem is that ideally the comeback plan for Giant X would be make a pick happen on side, try to get a numbers advantage, but it's actually Skeens that is the one pressuring Jackie, so that might open up for Isma.
Cosmic Radiance forced, really long cooldown on that ulti. Jun now hoping to follow up, his Leader's forced out. Mickey likely to die here. Good pick for GX.
It's a good pick, but can it be Baron Nashor? I don't think it can. So then it's not enough. Tier 2 for Wonder, and the gold swings right back into SK's favor. And they use 2 ultimates. All they get is a kill on Mickey. It's not good enough. It's not good enough.
The plate, the bounty, though, will help balance things out a little bit, at the very least. Noah getting closer to completing a 3rd item, 2.5. The armor pen is there. Yeah, it's still tough, but a start of something potentially for GX. Sad they couldn't transition it into more, but again, SK so far ahead that a pick on Mickey doesn't really give you access to that crucial Baron.
Yeah, and with the Jackies being on the bot wave as well, they don't have any real Nash damage since Corki doesn't do too damn much. We'll see if Noah can get that 3rd item. That could be a key spike for them. I think Noah needs to be the one to output so much damn damage here, as Lot and Jackies are down combined 4,500 gold. They're just not going to have the firepower to actually match their counterpart. So Noah needs to be the one to really turn up the heat if Giant X are going to be able to mount to some sort of comeback here.
You can see Isma. We're spending a lot of time just waiting in the brush there, hoping to set up some kind of crazy flank. And we mentioned it before, Jarvan doesn't have anywhere to go. He said homeless, and I think that's apt. You know, he just doesn't. He's just going to wait. He's going to pray that he doesn't get spotted. In this case, he isn't. And hope for that miracle flank that can maybe put GX back in control.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is you'd really want to look to engage on this mid lane to try to force out Yoppa, fight around Noah. But with the fact that they don't have a mid tower, Yoppa has so much more safety in that mid tower that he can always hug.
Yeah, and I feel like even if you kill Yoppa, you're not so far ahead that you can risk grouping yourself up in the Baron pit.
Okay, I think if you kill Yoppa, you have to start Nash.
I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
I just don't think
it might lose the game.
It's not simple and clean.
But you got to do it.
Yeah, you're right. And this is the point that they're in. They're so far behind that if you get a small advantage, you kind of have to gamble it all to turn it into something greater.
Yeah.
3rd item for Noah, maybe that's the difference, although I'm quickly becoming concerned for this GX roster that Leader's about to finish his as well.
Yeah, once Leader gets that Infinity Edge, that's a huge spike for this Yone, as Leader's looking to split push down in bot lane here. Crucially, he does have no teleport. He opted for the exhaust. That is one avenue of attack that I would love to see Giant X try to exploit here, as after Jackies pushes in this bot wave, he could look to TP to his team. So if Isma can find and engage in this exact window.
The pinks are coming out. I think they know. They've recognized that they need to get something done right this second, but the team's a bit split. They don't find the angle, and SK, rightfully so, back away.
Yeah.
Despite waves being in a close state, there's an argument that they could walk into the river. They just don't even try, recognizing they don't have access to that TP, that Leader won't be able to join.
Yeah, with Yoppa having that mid tower to protect him, it's just so damn difficult to make anything happen. As you see Mickey and Yoppa just hugging their towers until Leader's able to push out bot. And now SK get full control of this top side once again.
Constant pressure here. Able to get these waves in first. They can try to match Wonder, but again, it really does feel like GX are very aware that they get one real shot at forcing these plays unless SK make a big mistake, so don't want to take anything that isn't going to guarantee that opportunity to get onto Baron.
Maybe now we have a standoff. Yeah, a little standoff in mid here.
Some good poke. I mean, Jack's getting a lot of poke onto Yoppa.
Yeah, but forced back. And SK get full control of this mid wave as
Knock up on the Skeens. Does have the GA. Cosmic Radiance going down, but he's going to get resurrected. We'll come right back up. Jun going to start off with the ult. They're hoping to pick off Lot. In the meantime, Wonder off on the side. Leader's finally arrived. But this is a damn good fight for GX. Leader trying to turn it back, some immediate damage.
Oh my God.
Jackies with the 2-man. Yoppa running for his life. GX, are you kidding me? They found the angle.
Oh my God, Giant X found the miracle. They get 4 kills and they get the dragon. They found what they were looking for. Skeens caught out on his lonesome. They get the GA instantly. They're going on to Nash as well. This is a complete comeback for Giant X here.
Deny the soul. Incredibly important. If they can secure the Baron as well, things feel so good. 10 seconds on Mickey, 14 seconds on Skeens. Surely they can burn it down. Yoppa sticking around. No ulti.
Yoppa has really high damage here, but Noah dashing forward.
Back away. Full confidence. Yeah, what?
I mean, I respect it, but...
but that wasn't it. And hey, there's the Corki damage we were waiting to see. Jackies can do more than enough.
I mean, Noah with the 3 items, he's able to carry the fight there alongside his team. So we'll probably get a replay here after. Giant X will secure this Nash, surely. Yes, they do get it. That's a huge, I mean, the gold lead from SK has completely evaporated. As this fight begins here, Isma EQs onto Skeens, and crucially, they're able to take him down before the tower cools, so he immediately goes into GA, and then Jun immediately charms in, and then gets onto Leader as well, and even though Leader gets a good ultimate, and the Q3, Jackies swoops in, picks up the rest of the backline with the ultimate, and it's just a great fight from Giant X. And a not so happy Leader. And a not so happy coaching staff.
Well, and I think rightfully so, but you can see the perfect storm that had to happen for GX to get that fight, and credit to them for finding it. They overcommit on the lot, great equalizer in the choke. Leader commits into it, Mickey commits into it, and essentially they just run into all of the damage that was supposed to be unreliable when they faced this Yone that wasn't supposed to work against so many mobile champions. But GX don't hesitate. You know, the second they see that angle, they really make it work. And credit again to Jun, the hero of that fight. Noah and Jackie's doing most of the work in terms of damage, but Jun the one who really kicks things off.
Yeah. Jun and Isma there being able to lock up Skeens and then keep the fight going was exactly what Giant X needed. And now, with the gold lead evaporated, the gold is completely equal. Still 1 minute and 40 seconds left of this Baron Nashor. Giant X want to try to get a few more towers. They really want to play for this tier 2 top. But Wonder, with his pressure in this bot side, able to continue split pushing, might need to answer Wonder's threat.
Good damage from Noah, at least a little bit of poke. Yopa has...
Okay, maybe Corki is kind of... Okay, well, Corki, yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
Sorry, is that Collector 4th item?
Yeah, I don't know. It's meta. People do it all the time on Corki. It makes no sense.
I mean, this man knows what he's about, and it's getting money and finishing the kills. Clearly wants that to work out for him. SK going to do their best to hold the line. Of course, relatively short range without Wonder there to clear the ways. Wonder continuing to be a thorn in their side. Oh, that's not...
Is he dead?
Oh, I think he is.
Dead.
I think he's dead.
Oh, no, Jackie's...
Oh, the flash away. Oh, is Wonder going to keep going? Oh, no. God.
Oh, no. But now Giant X need to base desperately here as SK will continue to chase them down. Oh, that's a Baron Nashor play gone.
It's a roughie for Jackie's. Bit of a stinker.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us, but I hope for his sake they find an angle to come back. Because again, if you win the game, it's a funny haha. If you lose the game, it's
pretty bad.
It's
yeah,
a soul crusher.
Especially there, because if Jackie's is able to kill Wonder, his team can just continue playing aggro on the side lane. They can get that tier 2 and actually get a gold lead of their own. But now the gold lead just goes right back into SK's hands.
And we're close to Yappa finishing off armor penetration item. Lord Dom's on the way, and a QSS was immediately picked up after that previous fight to stop Leader from getting chain CC to make sure that he can kind of snap out, even if he does, or is unfortunate enough to get caught by a Recon Charm or something else.
Yeah, it's an interesting QSS because it is, as you said, only the Recon Charm. But just paying his respects there to Jun, as he's been crucial and really clutch in this game to find this much-needed CC for Leader. And now with that QSS, he doesn't have to worry about any CC.
Yeah, and the MR in general, of course.
Yep.
Jackie's in a lot of overlapping magic damage there.
That's true.
But we'll see, because a lot of the earlier fights, right, it was so clear SK were able to initiate, were able to just get all their ultis down and do a lot of work. Were punished when they kind of picked the wrong moment. But now it looks like they're once again in the driver's seat as they got 4 people sacked on the bottom side and no one in position to respond from GX.
Yeah.
So free tower there.
I was thinking SK would just fully send it there and go for the inhib as a 4-man, but they decide to back off, and Giant X do the same. So it's kind of like a chicken situation where both sides are a bit too scared to continue the fighting going, as both SK and Giant X now look to regroup and fight over this Cloud Drake. Soul for SK, Giant X need to deny it at all costs here.
GX at least able to fight for mid control. SK set up to play to the bottom side of the map. They have a little bit of deep vision. You can see near the wolves to maybe set up around this big fight.
Isma's on a flank here. He goes into the pit already.
Has the GA. Leader Q3 ready to go, holding it as long as he can, but obviously very easy to stack back up. Lot also waiting over the wall. They really haven't marked the flank.
Noah wants to find some good poke here with these Corki rockets.
Leader has spotted Lot. Lot now backing away. Jun ready to kick the fight off. Has caught Leader. Leader trying to make his way out. Will ulti across the entire team and immediately get picked off. SK trying to keep this fight going. Wonder doing a lot of work, but again, it's Jump with the knockup just in time. Yopa has to make the difference, but GX standing tall in the 5v5. Mickey's continuing to heal. The stun coming in, the double stun. Yopa in the midst of the team. Does he have enough to get the work done? It does not look like it. GX stands strong, the 4-man core, denying SK.
And Giant X have all the right pieces. They're looking to end the game. It's a deja vu for Yopa as he's facing down 4 members and Lot is looking to run him down.
One harpoon enough to slow him, enough to finish it. GX, they were disastrously far behind, but when it mattered most, they found a fight. When it mattered most, they standed strong. They denied SK their combo. They denied leader the Yone plays, and they dominated in the fights. GX taking down SK.
And Mikix felt like the miracle worker, but Giant X found the ultimate miracle and were able to come back in this game despite the 7,000 gold lead. And it was hard fought tooth and nail, but Giant X, while they don't fully secure playoffs, only in 1 out of 65,000 scenarios do they not make playoffs after this win.
And of course, you can vote for your player of the game, Jackie's, Noah, or Jun at LEC on X. I don't think either team walks away happy about this game.
That's for sure.
But one of these teams walks away victorious. And in this race for playoffs, frankly, that is all that matters.
And I think as audience, we walk away happy because it started off as kind of a boring game. It seemed like SK was just going to stomp. But in LEC, nothing is as it seems. And unpredictability is the name of the game.
That it is. And what we've learned more importantly is that despite the early game seemingly convincing us that our analysts are correct, they were also wrong.
True. That makes me happy as well.
There you go.
Perfect.
It's about the little things, the little victories. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, more League of Legends action. Don't go anywhere.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, it's a new map, right? New towers, new objectives. There's also not
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Welcome back, everybody, as GX took down SK. It didn't look like this until it did. Actually, it was a crazy game here, but I just want to follow up on the expectations that we had ahead of this game. You were wrong.
Okay.
You were wrong as well.
I was wrong as well.
They were close.
They were close. Yeah,
they were winning up until they weren't. I feel like it's pretty clear.
That's a classic.
It's a classic.
Close doesn't give you W's, and that's why you suck at solo queue, Vedi, but that's not important here right now. Talk us through how they made it happen.
Okay, so we need to appreciate the ambition from SK because they did bring out the Tarek, and the difficult part about Tarek is because now we have this fight at the Herald. So if you keep it paused for a little bit, as Tarek, you want to look for triggers so that you can get your ultimate ahead of the fight so you don't get caught. So the triggers in this case, for example, would be, you know, Rakan engage, Rumble ult, Jarvan ult. So now if we roll out the clip, Mickey is just looking at this, and as soon as he notices one of these triggers coming through, he will respond to the ult. Finds a great engage. The Jarvan engage comes in. Rakan, albeit a little bit late on the Tarek ultimate, he found one of those triggers. The ultimate comes through. Now it buys a lot of space. So the key is in these fights that you need to be kind of proactively reactive because you need to look at these triggers, find them, and then execute on it. So now it just becomes a skirmish. Tarek is just bonking people, healing. Somehow he manages to out-tank a Rumble, and it's all great and done. But the next fight's about to come up, and that's the first time when it all starts going wrong for SK. Because in this fight, the onus is on GX. They need to find a way to desync the Tarek and not be able to find this reactionary ult. So what they do, if you roll the clip, they find the pick on the side. Tarek is not in range, and all of a sudden the team fight already starts without Tarek being able to find the ult. The ult goes on the GA, and now they feel a lot of pressure to walk forward and make use of this Tarek ult, but already they're doomed to fail.
I think SK was in a situation where they needed to leverage their side lanes. And I think when you're going up against a Jarvan, Rumble, Azir, you got to remember that just in the straight front-to-back team fights, especially around that Dragon, which became a key focus for both sides, it was much easier for GX to ultimately execute. And once they figured that out, once they were able to bait the Tarek, as Odo was saying, it just became a much easier game. So credit to GX, they managed to adapt as the game went on and was able to climb their way back into the game. And it was a valuable win for them because now while they haven't locked playoffs, they've basically locked playoffs, yes. So
one out of 100,000 scenarios, whatever, where they can't make
a
it.
lot of scenarios.
A lot of scenarios is what we're, 65,000. Thank you so much, Don. On the other side, SK, honorable effort. We'll see them next week. Doesn't look so great right now, but that's the story for the last week of Best of One. Now, the main dish of the LEC, LR versus Navi, because when it comes to playoffs chances, LR are about to do one of the biggest runs we've seen in Europe in ages. Taking down Heretics, taking down Shifters, MKOI. Oh my god, G2 yesterday though. That was the big one.
I mean, it was a monstrous win, absolutely monstrous, because yes, people will argue that it is only a best of one, but it's important to remember that the best teams in the world will still showcase that consistency even in a best of one. And so to be able to take games off of these very well-known names, to take them off of very talented players, like it wasn't just G2, it's the fact that it was KOI into G2, back to back. And while you can always sit there and challenge, okay, well, they got a lucky win against Shifters, they only beat Heretics, at a certain point, the excuses have to run out. They straight up beat both KOI and G2, and in impressive fashion as well.
And it's been amazing growth because being there, you know, I've been there, you know, all the screens behind the stage. I know how dark it gets, you know, and I know how snowbally the emotions used to be with this squad. But now, you know, being 0-4 and starting to rack up wins against, you know, the most tough opponents in the league, you know, albeit, yeah, you had an easy start, let's say, with Team Heretics and Shifters, but again, leading to MKOI and G2, they grew so much emotionally in terms of their mental resilience to pull this off, because back then, you know, the Los Ratunis from last year, we would not be able to do these things.
And I did think that the way in which they got wins was actually going to be in the latter half of their schedule. I thought that this game today against Na'Vi would be the one, can they actually contend some of that middle of the pack, top of the pack teams? But now, given we've seen what SK has shown us based on their performance this weekend, we know that Vitality's on the rise. Like, it's a very interesting situation for LR to be in, because the road ahead, I mean, it looks very realistic for them to make it to playoffs.
It looks like a really even matchup, honestly. Makes me really excited for this game today. On the other side, Navi, from what we saw yesterday, we kept on saying we want to see more from them. We want to see them having more tools and drafts at their disposal. What they played yesterday, super front to back, easy to execute, the dream for Sivir in the bot lane, and they executed that perfectly.
Exactly, because our main criticism was like, what can they do outside of Village? Well, now they're showing, because the Sivir yesterday, when they needed him the most, he did pop off, albeit the comp was great for him. He had everything he needed to do a front to back, but he dished out incredible damage. The Sivir got to 7 items, and it felt like, you know, everyone's peak fantasy when they play Sivir to just have the bounces go back and forth.
And I think that this game today is super important as well, because you see their schedule ahead of them. I mean, of course, LR has already beaten the two teams that they're going to be going up against, and it brings into question how strong G2 and Koi is right now. But Na'Vi, in terms of their schedule, LR looks like the easiest opponents, and if they can get this win today, it puts them in that 6-win category, puts them in a very strong position to lock one of those top 8 spots for playoffs.
Final question for me, though, how do they beat the Rats? Because I keep on seeing a lot of comments on social media. How does Velia keep on getting away with the Mondo? Things like this. What is the strategy for them today, for Na'Vi, to take down these Los Ratons? Because they are hungry.
Holding on to that early game advantage is very important. We've seen teams get it, but then they lose it. And I think that experience difference is something that they have to be very cautious of, because when you've got a lot of young players going up against Nemesis, Reckless, and Crowny, that experience difference can be the difference maker in the winner of this game.
I think you're taking it a bit too far, Vedi. You're complicating things, because they're rats after all, right? And I feel like the social media manager got it right. You just set up traps.
My bad. You're right. My bad.
Mean, those traps are for Bouncy proxy, you know? it is always going to go back to Bouncy. Is he going to have a great game, or is he going to get caught in the rat poison?
Well, let's see if Navi has something to tell us ahead of the game, as Genie is standing on stage with Samdi. Take it away, my dear.
Samdi, we are finally going to give you the flowers that you very much deserve, because you've been playing so well, and yesterday we had to pivot a little bit, didn't give a chance to get the interview. So here the interview is. Can you let us know what your keys to success has been in these last couple of days?
I mean, we play good. Yeah. Like keys, playoff. I want to go playoff.
Okay. Well, to get to playoffs, you have to beat Los Ratones. They are 4-0 so far. You know, they've been winning game after game after game. Well, how do you think that's going to go?
I think we're going to win.
All right, thank you so much. And with that, we're ready to head over to our casters. So, guys, take it away.
Samdi, effective.
Thinks he's going to win.
Thinks he's going to win.
Does not think he's going to lose.
Does not think he's going to lose. Kills.
Does not think he's going to tie either.
Well, which is impressive, because, you know,
could always tie.
You could always tie. It's never happened in the history of League, as far as I know. But today, again, we're in the
maybe last game was kind of felt like a tie.
The it wasn't, not as far as the scoreboard is concerned. The LEC versus timeline is a weird one.
Yeah. I mean, now as the Los Ratones resident caster expert, since I broke down their game today on my stream, I can say that the bans that I believe Vitality should be doing here is Sion, Dr. Mundo, and then either Caitlyn or Ryze.
I think those are all really fair call-outs.
But I did meet Velia, and he said he thinks they're not going to ban Mundo, so maybe he knows something I don't. Let's see if they ban it. Sion.
Well, they banned Sion. We can't see it on screen yet.
Yeah, we have proprietary information here.
We'll wait, so we can all experience the draft
what?
together.
They banned... No, sorry, I just...
All right, here we go. And Sion and Vars are banned. Okay, we're all caught up now. We're all at the same point in the draft.
Yeah, let's see. Mundo? Mundo ban.
Okay.
Hey, okay. That's
all
2
right.
out of 3. Let's see if they follow the formula. Ryze or Caitlyn is the third ban that I believe, if you want to beat Los Ratones, you should ban Ryze or Caitlyn on 3 here. Let's see what Los Ratones ban, though. They ban Orianna. Okay.
Interesting. Okay. I would have felt like that would have been a nice pick for them. I guess they don't want to give it to Poby. It is an incredibly comfortable pick for Poby as well. Final ban here for Na'Vi.
I think it's going to be Caitlyn or Ryze. I think it's going to be Ryze. Oh, wait, it's Anivia.
Okay.
That means Ryze first pick. That's my prediction now for Na'Vi. Because banning that Anivia, Nemesis had an absolute fantastic game up against Caps on the Ryze, and it's a really good matchup for the Anivia as well. Now the question is if LR wants to ban the Ryze, or if Nemesis has something else that he's comfortable into it. With the fact that they've taken away the Orianna as well, maybe Nemesis just wants to ban it out, but they ban out the Azir instead, actually.
Making it still fine to play the Ryze.
Yeah. So I'm assuming here it's going to be a Na'Vi Ryze first pick. And then that also sets up LEC really well for his kind of more creative jungle picks. As typically, whenever you have a mid-jungle duo, you want either the mid laner or the jungler to have setup. So when Ryze has that root, that means that LEC can play champions that can capitalize on that, and he doesn't need to play champions that actually set up their mid laner.
Yeah.
Instead.
LEC was here yesterday. He had to listen to me talk about how much I hate Wukong. We'll see if it stuck with him.
True. Maybe he picks Wukong now out of spite. As Crowny goes for the Caitlyn that he's had so much success on. Maybe Reckless will look for the Nami as well, second rotation. I mean, that's been a classic bot lane that they've been looking for. And Crowny's had a lot of success on this champion. It's been kind of their one power pick that they really had some good bot lanes on and really was able to actually bully lane. So when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking that Reckless wants to go for this Braum to pair it up with, or the Nami. I think Pantheon, also a pick that Los Retons were able to win on up against Team Heretics, and a pick that it serves a similar purpose as Mundo, not quite as tanky, but does have that invulnerability in one direction when you use that E. So still has a lot of tankiness in that respect, and also has that global that can be oh so powerful.
But now the debate coming in from Na'Vi, really taking their time on this pick.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a Jhin answer here for Samdi. So Jhin, kind of a lane neutralizer into this Caitlyn. The goal is to just kind of clear waves, and then later on in the game you can outrange her with the W and the ultimate. But not really too exciting if you're a Samdi fan, because it's not something that'll be too flashy. It's more about setting up his team and setting up his other carries. So that I'm really looking for a spicy pick here for LEC. But I think that the Rumble makes a ton of sense, honestly. Rumble Jhin, just an old, tried and tested.
Really classic pairing. Caitlyn obviously has a 90 caliber net, but it's not really instantaneous mobility. So if you find a good angle, if you find a route, it's pretty easy to make her life difficult in those fights. See if Los Returners are able to find a carry for mid lane with a little bit more mobility, because again, any immobile champion at this point into this Rumble Jhin Ryze is going to feel really tough. They're going to take the Cassante.
I mean, this is a rare Cassante from Bausi here. Not a big fan of the champ normally. He was always kind of a Cassante hater and didn't really want to pick it up, but he did play it, I think, a few games in ERLs. And yeah, he's willing to pick it out today. It is a great matchup into the Rumble, as it's able to actually survive Rumble's malevolence in the early laning phase. His fire.
His fire.
His burning.
I like that. You just said malevolence and you just committed.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Okay, so second bans. Look, this is, I will say that I really like what Los Returners have put together. I'm sad we have Rumble Cassante again, but the context of the players is going to keep it interesting as we see the Braum banned away.
Yeah, I'm thinking a Braum Nico ban. That's what I'm thinking here for Na'Vi. Braum is just a great pairing with the Caitlyn if you're going to go for an engage support. And then Nico provides a really good laning phase with the Caitlyn while also giving you that later on game engage. And I think it's one of Reckless's best champions. So being able to take that away, maybe Reckless will go for the Nami once again if he's feeling a little bit frisky. As it's a Nautilus ban last here from LR, just an answer of the Braum ban. We'll see what Na'Vi decides to ban last. Nami or Nico is my prediction.
I like the Nautilus ban. Obviously, knowing when the depth charge is going to hit makes it really easy to get the Jhin and Rumble follow-up. What is the angle going to be? One final ban from the side of Na'Vi before we enter the second phase.
Yeah, they're taking their time with it. They're not sure themselves. Some discussions going on here. Is this actually going to be Talia? They decide not to ban a support whatsoever and give Reckless whatever he wants and just target Nemesis even further. So many mid laners banned this game. Azir, Orianna, Talia. You could even argue Kiana is a mid laner, but more played in the jungle these days. And a lot of picks here out from Nemesis's pool. We'll see what he ends up going for.
And I like the Talia ban because it takes away the Talia Pantheon combo. You don't want to give them any simple outs. And Aurelion Sol.
Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. It's
a scaling option. And look, a lot of Los Returners' biggest success cases have been these later game moments. Aurelion Sol, a champion who scales incredibly as we go later and later in the game against a Jhin.
Yep.
This is going to feel fantastic because if you ever hit with that black hole, he just cannot play the game.
Oh, but Jace here, though, is really, really good. There's not a whole lot of engage on the side of Navi's comp, so if they have the Jace and the Bard to just poke them out, it's so difficult for them to play. We'll see what they pair it up with. The only thing is they don't have much front line for the side of Na'Vi if they decide to go for the Jace here. So maybe LEC wants to opt for a Bruiser instead. But they could decide to kind of build an Exodia poke comp to make Aurelion Sol's life miserable here. But I want to bring it back a little bit to the ASOL. We saw Humanoid with a really good game on it and a leader with a not so great game on it. It's going to be Xin Sao locked in here for LEC. Not the most exciting pick. Pretty standard jungler. Just wants to provide a little bit frontline for his team. A bruiser that can fight and not do much more than that. But to bring it back to the ASOL once again.
Okay.
I think if there's one player that I really trust to play this scaling mage and to get into the late game no matter what, it's really Nemesis. I think he's been such a pillar for this team and it's been such a key to their success. And then Karma for Reckless. I mean, it's another comfort for him. Caitlyn Karma, great laning phase. I think Los Ratones got a lot of the pieces that they were really looking for here. But maybe likewise for Na'Vi with Paris on the Bard, LEC on the Xin Sao. We'll have to see.
Definitely we'll have to keep track of it. Karma coming in, giving that extra movement speed from the Mantra to E. The Defiance does mean that it's a little bit harder to connect on some of these key abilities like the Bard ultimate. See if this Caitlyn Karma can take over bot lane or if the Jhin will have the intended effect as a neutralizer. But either way, a bit of a different look here. Boss, the Cassante, not something we really expected to see from him ever. His first game in LEC, but not his first game, you know, in his professional career. Has pulled it out a few times before. See how comfortable he is and kind of the most iconic top lane matchup we have in LEC.
That's true, yeah.
Not the most exciting, but, you know, the most played.
Yeah.
It's safe to say.
But you know what they say, if you want an unpredictable game, you need to have a predictable draft. Everybody says that these days, so that's what they say.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
That's what you said last game, and you're committed to making it a thing, so
yeah,
I'll support you in that.
I believe that will be a saying after today.
Here we go. Los Ratones already on a historic run. Will it continue? Are we going to get the You Are Here 4-4 into 5-4 into 6-4 into 7-4? Will they take down every single opponent, or can Na'Vi be the one to slow down the momentum of these rats? That's the question on our mind as we get into our third game of the day here.
A Schalke no fear, the miracle run maybe never left us after all, as Los Ratones are looking to make it 5. With Caitlyn back on the board for Crownie, a great scaling made for Aurelion Sol, and a pause. As is tradition. I feel like there's been a lot of pauses in the Los Ratones games.
Nap time, guys. Nap time. Boss is nap time.
Okay, so when Faker does it, it's aura and cool. And when Boss does it, it's nap time.
Well, I didn't see him start the process. He just immediately, we came out and he was like this.
I like how he's like...
He might be saying...
It's like he's like intensely thinking right now. I was like, oh, I didn't like that trade. You know, he's like visualizing.
He's visualizing, yes.
Visualizing a good def.
Cassante, yes.
A good def.
All Breckles also visualizing?
Yeah, they're all visualizing.
Anyone else we can pan to production? Anyone else taking a nap?
They're not taking a nap. They're locking in.
We all lock in different ways. Maybe he's locking in by taking a nap.
Yeah, but none of Na'Vi have their eyes closed, so pretty sure I know who's going to win this one. Oh, never mind. Well. Oh, okay.
Oh, back to nap time. Nope. No napping on the Na'Vi side.
This is the most brain-dead thing we've ever had.
From us, to be clear.
Yeah,
the pros are doing whatever. I'm just saying, we got to have a nap tracker.
A nap tracker, yeah.
Oh, I'm just saying. There are indicators that Los Ratones might be a little bit eepy heading into this game.
They did play late, 2 games in a row now, both against Koi and against G2. They played last match of the day, and now early.
They're up against it.
So if they lose, they can blame scheduling. So.
Yep.
And they, yeah.
There you go. Sure. Yep. Throw somebody somewhere under the bus, Jack. Just do it.
Yeah.
You don't care who's got to get taken out for you to be funny, huh? Just take anybody?
Yeah, my bad. Well, the game is resuming
We're
shortly.
resuming. Nap time over. Thank you all. If you took a bathroom break, hopefully you made it back in time, and we're ready.
The pace will increase as Crownie and Reckless looking to get control of this bot side river here. They get control of the bot bush. Reckless, Paris.
Rolling the R's is...
This is the Q onto Paris. Paris gets the Q.
Does
they
it
get
on
the
a
ward
Somdi,
plus
though.
5 gold, plus 10. Wait, 15 gold for Crownie.
All right, you're going to have to take a breath. Okay? You need to, just a little bit. It's nothing has happened yet.
Everything has happened.
15 gold!
Nemesis gets the minion. Plus 20. 20 gold. 40 gold, man.
He's dominating the 1v1. There's no coming back. Oh, Reckless focused on... okay, that
missing there.
That's not a great one. Okay,
yeah.
so Summoner spell missing. Of course, Barrier relatively low cooldown.
And Crownie is the inventor of barriering.
Fourth shot. It's a nice poke.
The poke is going. Okay, a lot of trades here. Somebody decides to pump the barrier as well. He's going to look to get that 4th shot. Ooh, gets it and the Q.
That is
Really.
a fantastic level 1 for Na'Vi thus far.
Yeah, great trades from Na'Vi here as Paris is continuing to land the Qs and Samdi's able to space.
Gets the flash out as well.
That's a lot of
sums
burn.
down.
Crucially though, we kind of forgot to talk about this at all, but Velia has split the map both side, and I do believe that Na'Vi has no idea because they have not pinged anything. And Velia will walk behind them here. No flash onto Paris.
This is important. If this gank is successful, none of those early trades really matter. But if it's not, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, Velia level 3 here, looking for something.
Crowny no flash. Luckily for the side of Na'Vi, Samdi does still have his flash. Relech moving bot side, realizes he has no jungle left, might start to wander in. Probably likes his chances in a 1v1 decently. And they've also got push in the mid lane courtesy of Poby. So chaos, averted for the Na'Vi bot lane. Relech moving in is just going to make it that much harder for Velia. I imagine he just goes back to his top side as he will spot the red buff being taken.
It might be a crisis for Velia here as he has to drop the red buff. Crowny already basing. He might have to drop his full bot side here. So he just heads up to his own top side. I do believe this is quite favorable for Na'Vi, as Relech is going to be able to take one quadrant of Velia's jungle camps, but the real loser of this is really Lost Returns bot lane, as they wanted to have a split map here to pressure this Jhin and Bard, but they were the ones who took the bad trades, who got pushed in. So Crowny had to base early, pick up a call.
At least he can afford the coal. Was able to grab enough CS. Doesn't feel too bad as long as he's able to now sit a little bit more comfortably with some extra healing, some extra gold income. Is Relech, not sure if he was spotted going over the wall by that ward again. We could be looking at a dive situation. Again, Crowny, no flash.
No flash, but it's very healthy though. So unless they get a crazy good trade here, they should be completely fine. But it's really not the start that you're looking for with this Caitlyn Karma. It's a good neutralizing lane with the Jhin Bard, but you still want them to be the ones getting pushed, getting good trades. But we saw it in the level 1. This is a really volatile matchup. If those Karma Qs and the Caitlyn Qs don't land, then you don't have a winning matchup anymore. It's the skill and the trade of the double-ranged supports that really makes it so that if you make one mistake, the lane can completely shift.
It's very true, and I think it's especially against Bard bot lane as well, right? Where Bard often lacks in damage, but not at level 1, where he effectively has 2 abilities. So if you're not connecting on the Mantra Q against the Bard bot lane, you're going to be eating a lot of damage. Quick electrocute procs as well. Boss, nice job getting the tower. Also has opted for the Aftershock.
Yeah, interesting. Normally you see the Aftershock Santo only up against ranged top laners when you can't really proc the grasp, but decided to go for it even against the Rumble. I know Boss is a pretty big Aftershock enjoyer, especially on the Rammus. Maybe we'll see that one day.
Maybe
That would be pretty fun.
That'd be pretty spicy.
Yeah.
I mean, people...
API
there were
Relia.
skeptics about Los Ratones winning it all. There were skeptics about Los Ratones beating top teams, and now there are skeptics about how deep the champion pools go. People were skeptical, safe to say, but...
Yeah. One guy right next to me right now is pretty good.
I mean, I've accepted that I have no idea, and I'm going to shut my mouth, because I didn't think they could beat top teams, but they did.
Yep.
So, and I also might have thought that maybe their champ pools wouldn't expand, but I've just accepted that that's probably not true anymore.
I mean, I think their champion pools are still pretty narrow. We'll have to see once we leave Fearless and go into best of 3s and best of 5s how it develops. But I do think that they kind of finally found a winning formula of... now it's been the Caitlyn and the Mundo that I feel like has been the 2 really rock-solid picks for Velia and Crowny. Now Velia off the Mundo, on the Pantheon. Not off to the greatest start, as Relech is continuing to pressure him, looking for an invade here on the Raptors. Wow,
This is very confident. Nemesis moving in. Nemesis level 6. Are they going to look for the follow-up here? That's the ulti down. 5 extra stacks for Nemesis. A little bit more damage too. Nemesis relatively low, but Reckless on the way in. Relech able to flash away. Velia's still chasing. Wants to finish off this kill onto Paris.
Paris has no flash.
No portal. Looking to sidestep here. Looks like Los Returns are going to be able to grab the first kill. Nice sidestep from Paris. He's living for far too long, and they're going to get one back in return.
A great sidestep by Paris there. Buys him a little bit more time to secure the 1-for-1. As Velia is still level 4. Relech about to hit level 6 as Poby flashing forward. Forces the flash from Nemesis. Patience. Both sides here so tense, so back and forth. Relech picking up this bot crab here as Baus is looking for. I mean, it's a classic. Classic Baus looking for the proxy. We'll see if there's a rat trap that's been laid out for him, or if he can just get this wave for free. Poby opening to top here. I think the rat trap might have been discovered. Bausy might be in trouble.
Running, resetting. Poby has spotted him.
Yeah, he did.
Working towards that good death. Equalizer, I don't know if he needed that, but just trying to make sure. Who are they going to give the money to?
Give him the ulti. Well, he gives
Boss unstoppable now, going in on the Major. Q3, okay! If he didn't wander too close to Poby there, he was cooking something.
I do wonder if he could hug more the left side. Maybe he could have tried to trade 1-for-1 or at least forced Mainter flash Aspelia. While all of this is happening, snuck into the enemy red buff and is stealing this red buff away from Real Edge.
This is a bit of a crazy play, but he's not spotted, so it'll work out.
Yeah.
Boss going down, definitely not ideal on the top side of the map, but it does mean Poby has to spend a little bit of time away from mid lane. Still, though, 2 kills for him means a 600 gold lead in the 1v1 matchup mid.
Revy now able to get that red buff and the Krugs away from Real Edge, finally getting himself a little bit back in the game, as he was really far down in XP after the early game invade. Now he's pretty much equal with Real Edge, so a huge win for Los Ratones.
And it doesn't look like he was spotted by that ward that just expired either, so may get a little bit of extra time if Real Edge wanders up to the top side expecting a camp to be there.
Yeah, Real Edge is going to feel deja vu.
Finally, the turns have tabled, as it were.
Oh.
Okay, level 6 there for Crowny. Unfortunate base timing, you can see. Get a Cole on the first base, went back for a pickaxe, wasn't able to get the BF sword. Sambi was able to grab one for himself.
I'm curious if we'll see the Crowny Infinity Edge first again. Like, I had this discussion today on my stream where I was breaking down those.
Okay, calm down, bro. just say the fact that you say it under your breath makes it weird. You just say it. You stream. It's fine. It's a conversation you have.
Yeah, that's the funny part. Okay, but I don't think IE first is a good item, just because in general the way IE is designed is it's meant as a later game item, and whenever it's purchased as a first item, Riot nerfs it because they want it to be a scaling item. Why is it a scaling item? Because the more crit you have, the more value Infinity Edge gives you, and it has very expensive components that are not so strong. But I do agree with Crowny that sitting, like, essentially component maxing, us Draven mains, we invented this, it's just you buy a ton of components before you buy a full item, and I think that's a great idea to do on Caitlyn. So I would like him to just sit on the pickaxe, sit on the BF sword, but then I think you should transition into the Stormracer rather than into the Infinity Edge, and then you can pick up the Infinity Edge second, and you have a much better first item spike.
Stormrazor, nice for both of these AD carries too. That extra bit of movement speed makes it a lot easier to win out on these short trades, both also with Fleet.
Yep.
So would make a ton of sense, but we'll see if that is the option or if he wants to go IE first one more time. Does now have the BF sword and the pickaxe. Cole also stacking away. So Crowny building up a goal lead for himself. 10 CS advantage plus the Cole.
Yeah, I mean,
only going to continue to grow.
We kind of stopped watching bot lane too much as things were happening around mid and top, but while that happened, even after the shaky level 1, it's been a plate going over for Los Ratones, and Crowny building up a little bit of a CS lead, as you said, which has been really nice for them, alongside Reckless having that a little bit of gold lead as well. So, good early game thus far from Los Ratones. Crucially, Real Edge was able to pick up the first dragon. One of the things that I feel like Los Ratones have been really good at is just stacking those drakes. So it's really good for Real Edge to deny that. And then 2 minutes now for the Mountain Dragon, and that'll definitely be the top priority for both of these teams.
Yeah, important to deny those drakes away. And I gotta say, the evolution of Los Ratones has been a team that could not make it through laning phase to a team that's pretty comfortably handling this laning phase. Of course, the gold is still slightly in favor of Na'Vi, and I may have spoke too soon as we're about to see some action on the top side. Footwork back from Boss into the immediate flash. Doesn't mean he'll make it out, but kind of rough to lose the sum there.
Yeah, Boss forced to use the flash. Good lane gank from Real Edge to force it. Now both top and jungle looking to base. Los Ratones in return trying to get control of this bot side, since they know that enemy jungler is top side.
Yeah, this is the nice thing about having kind of the innate advantage in bot lane, at least thus far, is the second you see enemy jungle, you know you can just play so aggressive, step so far forward.
Yeah, good mantra Q from Reckless onto Paris. We just keep trying to stack up these individual leads, as Crowny needs 3 more minions to cash in that call, continue growing that gold lead. Baus has the Q3, could look for an engage onto Mainter here.
And now no longer has the Q3. Oh, he might still go in. Oh,
but he has the power of confidence.
That's an important power to have, as Mainter quick overheat. Top lane matchup is still Cassante versus Rumble, no matter what the nameplates say. So, it's still chill.
You know, don't you think... Actually, we might have a fight brewing somewhere.
Hold off.
Oh.
I do think, though, Jack. Thank you for checking.
Because what I was going to say is, don't you think that Rumble kind of promotes technological misuse? Like, misuse? Because he's constantly promoting you to overheat. But if you overheat your technology, power is missed.
It'll break. That's very true.
if you overheat your technology, it's not going to work better. It's going to break. Or even harm could happen to you. You shouldn't do that.
True.
So maybe whoever designed Rumble should think about that one.
Yeah, but it also represents the portion of the audience that can't afford to pay for liquid cooling. You know, you got to have that representation. Sometimes when you're trying to run Cyberpunk or whatever the heck, or whatever the modern version of Crysis is on max settings, and your, computer sounds like an airplane.
I think Cyberpunk is the can it run like it's the modern day Crysis.
Yeah, I don't know what's come out since then.
I don't know.
Something graphic. But yeah, Rumble's out there representing the people whose PCs sound like airplanes.
What I mean, but Rumble works better when he's overheated. And it doesn't work better.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that if I was going to hit you with a piece of metal or a piece of metal that was overheating, one of them would probably hurt more. Jack.
Okay, yeah. Probably both would hurt, though.
Probably both would hurt.
Okay, we got a Drake fight here. Losterton starting it up.
Sky's Descent is there for Nemesis. They're just going to turn immediately onto Poby, force the flash out from him, and now turning right back to the objective. 2K, objective now getting lower. Nice initial equalize to kick things off. Curtain call coming out. Ulti goes in from Nemesis, so they find the slows, and ultimately the Drake going to Na'Vi, but it's Bousy on the flank. Hoping to isolate Mainzer, but everyone's just taking the portal through. Boss now unstoppable, 3-man forward, ult across the entire team. The knockup is there. The Pathmaker hits into 2. It's big. Velia now with the follow-up, and the Rumble's going to drop in the meantime. Los Antones lose the Drake, but they managed to trade 1-for-1 on the escape.
And Bousy goes 1 versus 4 and gets all the flashes crucially from Na'Vi here. So even though it's the Drake going over to Na'Vi, it was 5 flashes burned from all of their members, and none of the Los Ratones members ended up using the flash. However, the fight starts off here as Baus is really isolated, which is what allows Na'Vi to immediately pull the trigger. You see Baus on top of your screen here clearing this wave, and that means that Na'Vi has all the pressure all the time. They need to actually secure the Drake, and then by the time Baus is here, the Drake's already gone. Mainter flashes out, but he's still able to force so many sums. So even though this is a 1-for-1, it's a very, very good play from Baus here as it forces flash from Jin, flash from Bard, and makes it so that no members of Na'Vi has flash for this Herald fight.
That's going to be big. Will Na'Vi try to take the Herald fight is the question, though, because the Drake stacking in Na'Vi's favor are only going to make things easier. Infernal Drake as well with the Jin Rumble team. Going to feel pretty fantastic. Now, one thing we do have to check back in on, you called attention to it earlier. Component maxing for Crownie is not the name of the game. He has finished the Infinity Edge first, up against the Stormrazor, and now Swifties for Samdi. So we'll see if that decision pays off as Paris wanders down to the bottom side, maybe hoping to just find a little bit more pressure in favor of Poby.
Nemesis might be a little bit in trouble here. Has the flash.
Connects, walking next to the
Could be
tower.
tanky enough, though. Just the Bard Q still has to burn the flash. Really good play for Paris there as Baus is looking for his proxy, but I think this is a bad def, I'm afraid. He does get the wave, but I don't think he'll get much more than that.
Oh, it's going to be deleting the wave. Aftershock not enough to keep him standing.
Yeah, I need a scientist to explain me how that's a good def, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that one not great. Hasn't finished an item either. I think really wants the Iceborne, but
yeah, he's component maxing this game. I mean, on Cassandra it makes a lot of sense because the more resistance you get, the less cooldown you get on the Q, and it also scales up a lot of your other spells as well.
Fair enough. But this game falling apart a little bit. Crownie's still the big strong point here. The BF sword fully stacks the coal.
Best friend sword here for Crownie.
Oh yeah.
His only friend.
What?
I don't know, like
no.
Nah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted a funny joke. Didn't make any sense. He only likes weapons.
Okay, all right. You're still. Let's just stop talking.
Herald for Na'Vi.
Wow, Herald for Na'Vi.
And Reckless looks for a play onto Poby. Is with
there.
Nemesis. No flash on Poby.
Only has Rylai's.
Not a whole lot of damage on this dragon.
He gets 3 stacks though. That's the good news.
Let's get 3 stacks.
And again, this is the struggle. We saw this same build from Humanoid yesterday. Rylai's, I think, very common. Obviously, just so fantastic with the Breath of Light. But the downside is, yeah, you need a few more items and a few more stacks before you're really going to start to hurt.
Yeah. Oh, Paris is looking here. Nemesis has no flash. He might be in trouble.
Nemesis flying out already, but they're right on top of him. The ulti. Oh, no!
He threw that fast!
Oh, he didn't do the math!
Okay, to be fair, it's so hard when they're like when their hitbox is elevated. Or their hitbox isn't changed, but their model is elevated. So I don't blame Paris for that one. I blame Riot Games.
No, that was a no. Jack, come on.
I mean, it's hard. You tried doing it.
No one plays Aurelion Soul, bro.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
Well.
All right, calm down.
Okay, but when I was watching Los Ratones, I'm not gonna do it.
Stop.
They played a lot of Nami, and Crowny kept not being able to get the traps on the Nami bubbles.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the same thing, right?
That's
because
true.
the model is going up in height, but the hitbox is staying the same. So if you put the trap where the model is, it's
It is
not
very
gonna align.
visually confusing.
And it's the same with Aesol flying. It's the same with Smolder.
But the Bartle is really big.
The Bartle is much bigger. It's quite a bit bigger.
It's very much larger.
Okay, yeah, you're right about that.
Regardless, Nemesis is happy to escape with his life, even though he is flashless. Paris, unfortunately, burns the ult, but it doesn't matter too much. Navi holding onto their gold lead. The entirety of their gold lead, though, again, is really in main turn and a little bit of it in Poby. So looking
Drake,
ahead,
Infernal Drake in 30 seconds. That's the big one. That's really the big one.
let's look at the setup. We got push in mid. Seems to be favoring Somdi for right now. Is Brownie finally going to walk up into the wave?
And a lot of traps around this mid lane.
Okay, they're going even on that. Bot lane is the big fist fight where Na'Vi have committed more members to ensure that Poby can at least try and get push here. Los Angeles, the previous fight didn't really work out for them, even if they were able to trade 1-for-1. They didn't get the Drake.
Yeah, they're going to look to contest here through Nemesis, although he wants to base here and TP back. Maybe has that second item completed already.
Potential Blackfire Torch.
Just has an amplifying tome and he TPs in mid lane. The Relash puts down the Herald here. They have full control around this mid lane.
Nemesis going to stack up as much as he can in the duration there. Finally at 181, so stacking well at the very least is Los Angeles getting a little cheeky, trying to just take this Drake.
Yeah, they're starting off the Herald, they're starting off the Drake rather, with Baus moving in from mid lane.
TP there. Ulti from Paris buys a bit more time as Nemesis is off on the flank onto Zombie, has the fully activated ult stacked up and available to go. Stun going down onto main for the meantime. The Drake has already fallen. Na'Vi got what they wanted, and now Nemesis has to be fancy with the footwork here as the curtain call is there. One more shot, nice sidestep backwards, but the Realm Warp coming in as well, and he's got nowhere to go. W flash over the wall into Boss. Triple kill for Poby. Na'Vi dominating.
It's a disaster for Los Ratones as Na'Vi gets the third Drake. They're going to get the mid tower. Nemesis, Velia, Baus all end up falling. And Nemesis tried to find an angle onto Samdi, but he just didn't have the damage, and Samdi was able to escape. And with that, Relech stole the Drake as well, and everything has come crumbling around the Rats.
And you look at the start here, positioning good, but Paris crucially buys a bit more time. Really well-timed use of the binding as well.
Yeah, Relech able to pick up the smite there, and then Samdi is able to flash away, open up the curtains, shoot down Baus and Nemesis both. And with the Realm Warp behind, there's no escape for neither Baus nor Nemesis. And the game is slipping out of their grasps. But if there's one thing the Rats are good at, it is a comeback. But with 3 Drakes going for the side of Na'Vi, they have a really clear win condition in 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
This is the chance for Los Ratones. A 3-minute, 40-second montage to stack as much as you can, to get as much money as you can, to be ready for an inevitable fight. Maybe they feel like they could concede Soul and outscale here, but it just doesn't seem likely.
Soul, Infernal Soul especially on Jhin, Ryze, Rumble. I think there'll just be too much damage in these team fights. Brownie gets some decent damage onto Relech. It's not really going to amount to much, I believe, as he'll just heal back up on the jungle camps.
That he will, that he will. All right, now the timer. Like I said, 3 minutes. This is where we expect the game to be a little bit more chill. It is hard for Los Ratones to find picks on these side lanes without support of Velia's ultimate.
Yeah.
And it's really tricky because you can see Paris, while Karma can offer a lot of utility with the Mantra Shield, etc., can be more lane dominant. At this point in the game, Bard is just so mobile, especially with the Dead Man's Plate. Can really just be anywhere.
Yeah, and I want to give credit to Na'Vi this game, because the way they drafted was really a nice way of shutting down Nemesis. They ended up banning 2 mid laners to get him off of some comfort, and then they also still got the Ryze, a great power pick for Poby. And I think it's really shown its strength this game, as Poby's now sitting 5-0, up 2k, and this is, I think, probably the biggest mid-gap that Nemesis has faced thus far, in the sense that Poby is just having a lot more use in these team fights. And speak of the devil, Nemesis has to flash away as Paris and Poby are holding hands and pressuring off Los Ratones' attempts.
They are.
Bit off a bit more than he can chew here.
Really a W in.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Vegas
whoa,
Assault,
whoa,
just
whoa,
dead.
whoa, whoa.
Follow up there, forcing the flash out from Reckless. Realm Warp is still there, but
Yes,
the portal
the
to the wall
tunnel.
is Paris. Now Nemesis might be in trouble as well. They all group up for Nemesis' ulti, but again, the damage just really isn't there. Nemesis still only on 1.5 items. Meanwhile, Boss on the top side TPing.
Where did he TP? He TP'd behind, but it's, of course, it's too much. They can't do anything. Big mistake by Velia there. Wants to, I'm not sure, go for the cancel or did something and ends up just falling. And it leads to Reckless using his flash, Baus using his TP, and Mainter just continues pushing in this top wave. Nemesis will at least be there to catch it to avoid any plates.
Second item, working again towards the Sky's Descend, hoping to have the empowered ulti for the next big fight, but it's a minute and 15 seconds away now, and since we last checked in, it's really just Los Ratones losing out on these summoner spells. Paris did lose flash as well in the entire sequence, but not as important as Nemesis not having access to that flash.
Yeah, that really matters, because when Bard gets that ultimate back up, no flash on Nemesis and no flash on Reckless makes them ideal targets for Paris to look for this game. We'll have to see how they can play the fight. But Los Ratones really need a miracle, but after last game, I'm a believer in miracles.
Fair. You always got to wonder it. It's never over till it's over, most certainly, in the LEC, but Na'Vi very comfortable on this composition, doing a good job of leveraging their range in so many of these skirmishes. Paris, incredibly active on the map. We'll see if he can find another summoner spell or another advantage before the Drake goes through. The Los Ratones fans here in-house cheering, ready, knowing that the fight in 30 seconds is going to be crucial if Los Ratones want to come out on top. But Nemesis still on the top side of the map. Los Ratones fighting for a bit of control here, but they've got nobody positioned mid lane, so it's going to be a high-stakes gamble if they want to go for this objective.
Yeah, they want to try to contest through bot here, and this Drake is just so damn important. Veli and Baus both getting CC'd up.
TPN immediately coming in from Mainter. Nemesis still in mid lane. Velia, he's found steals before. Doesn't have the vision.
Nemesis TPing on bot wave, but he's far.
Nemesis now on the way in. Boss getting chunked out. Boss about to fall. Objective bounty claimed as the tower falls, but the Drake still standing. Velia goes into the pit, and he's not able to grab it. Na'Vi now empowered by the Infernal Soul. Cutting down the Pantheon, the Equalizer across the top of the team. Mainter, and now Nemesis locked in. The stars descend, but the hopes of Los Ratones fall to pieces as once again, Na'Vi just take the fight.
Na'Vi has routed the rats. They found the poison. And it starts with Baus falling first. Nemesis is too late on this play. By the time he's able to join the fight, Baus is nearly already dead. Drake is already nearly secured as Velia tries to flash Q to secure it, but is not able to get it. Reletch having those smites on top of him this game, and with that, with the Infernal Soul, they ace Los Ratones, they go for the Nash, and you can see the frustration on the players as this game feels completely over.
That it does. AK, Infernal Soul, Baron, Na'Vi executing better in the fights. Los Ratones not going to get the opportunity to fight on even footing in this game. Velia had to go for the 50-50. I think if you want to say gambling too much, I saw one of those messages in the chat that appeared on the screen, fine for earlier stages of the game, but at that point, you don't really have a choice. Gotta say though, that last fight, perfect equalizer from Mainter.
Yeah.
Played in this matchup, we've seen him on the Cassante side, he always did really well. We saw him on the Rumble. It wasn't always a great game. He had a rough game on the Rumble. This game, a very different story. 3.2 thousand, his individual gold advantage, and that last fight, the exit kills were really all from that single equalizer.
Yeah, for sure. I think a great game against Baus. Also showing some of the problems with Baus' champion pool. Doesn't look as comfortable on this Cassante. He's kind of going for too much, a little bit too much at once as he goes forward here, and might have bit off a bit more than he can chew.
Immediate ulti, finding himself 1v1 with Reletch, flash away into the blast cone. At the very least, the rest of his team is clearing a wave in the meantime, but down he goes. Reletch now on a rampage.
And I kind of jinxed him, I guess, because I did say he goes for too much. And he goes 1 versus 4 and immediately ends up falling. 0-6 on Baus this game. And none of the deaths were too good. As now Na'Vi will continue to siege up top lane. They're going to look to end it with this Baron Nashor.
In such a fantastic position, an opportunity for one last desperate hold from the Rats, but Crownie still boots one, no flash, it's gonna be tough. Tower disabled, Nemesis with a solid ulti to kick things off, but just not doing nearly enough damage. Mainter though eventually going to fall the root a little bit late. Breath of Light coming in, Nemesis can try and get the reset here.
That's a big shutdown for Crowny here, as Na'Vi bit off a bit more than they can chew. And they are gonna give a lot of gold over to Crowny. He has 3 items completed, probably a big component now that he can pick up as well. But it's still a 10,000 gold lead in Infernal Soul. You're gonna need a lot more than that if you're gonna come back in this game. And it starts off with the Rise. Poby and Mainter going a little bit too deep. Mainter, even with the Sonias, it's up against the Caitlyn, so she just traps you right out of that stasis.
Yep. And that is one of the downsides of Bard into the Caitlyn, is obviously if you ever use the ult defensively, you're just much less effective when they're walking right into a trap. One of the things we talked about for this team was Nemesis as a scaling win condition. 307 stacks. You can see he's finally starting to hurt. Less than he'd like, but still starting to do some decent damage.
And it is a win con, definitely. If you do get later on in the game, even against Infernal Soul, I mean, Aurelion Soul gets, like, it gets stupid how big his spells get and how much damage he does. But that's more like they need 20 minutes to get to that point.
Yeah, if there wasn't also a 3,000 gold deficit, I think it could be coming sooner. But Poby's got, you know, the Swift Marches. He's got the Actualizer. If he ever gets near anyone on this Los Ratones lineup, they're going to get completely and totally deleted. As you can see, at the very least, the minions slowed, stopped by the power of the Aurelion Soul.
I mean, Nemesis and Aurelion Soul's wave clear is absolutely fantastic. So trying to deny a siege is very, very easy with this Aurelion Soul. And it's really going to be the Bard, Paris, needing to find some sort of angle if they are to get pressure here.
With on the Bossy. Zoning Equalizer to try to get access to the Tier 2. Na'Vi eating a little bit of damage in the exchange, but the Tier 2 looks like it is finally going to fall. Curtain Call coming down. Bossy unstoppable for a moment. Reletch. Looks like he set the fall, but it might not matter. Ulti going down in onto Crowny. Nemesis trying to make the difference now as he drops a star on top of them. Poby going legendary. Reletch still able to escape. GA making sure that they can trade up in that one, as Velia is the only rat to fall.
Los Ratones just barely don't have enough damage there. If they were able to take Reletch faster into the GA, or they were able to pick up Paris, maybe the fight could have looked different. But it's going to be Velia falling. And another fight going in favor of Na'Vi. As we watch it back here, it's a great headshot onto Paris to chunk him down. Samdi opened up the curtain as the tower falls, and Reletch goes quite deep here. But crucially, Nemesis is not in range. It's actually damaged to Sin Sao, so he doesn't end up going into GA until Velia actually lands with the skies. And then Nemesis can't chase down any of these crucial exit kills. And now Elder in 30 seconds. If there's a miracle to be had, it's here.
But it is a miracle. I mean, it's 11,000, the gold difference. If we hadn't watched this team beat MKOI in G2, I would be 100% confident saying it's over. And by all rights, it should be. But Nemesis is still moving forward, still hoping that there is an angle here for Los Ratones. In the meantime, Poby is still pushing in the bottom lane. There will need to be an answer to this Rise on side.
Nemesis is looking to base to try to match him. But Na'Vi, Mainter sniffs it. Wants to try to cancel him. Doesn't get it. Nemesis gets the base off, but that means Reletch has already started off this Elder Dragon.
It's going to take a long time. With the Soul already there, as they don't do a lot of damage to this, he's going to need a bit of support. Take a long time for them to finish this objective. Poby waiting over the wall. Crowny flashback. Poby immediately going to go in. 1Q goes a little bit wide, and that might be all that matters. Boss trying to buy a bit of time in the midst of 3 people as he goes all out, though. He's not able to do a whole hell of a lot. Velia a bit too far forward, and Los Ratones already running. Resigned to this fate as Poby's now coming in as well. The trap doesn't quite hit. Poby goes golden. An ulti from Nemesis goes wide, and I think Na'Vi just going to look to end it here.
Na'Vi found all the pieces they needed. They take down 3 members. And Nemesis and Reckless are not going to be able to hold the gates for much longer. As Reletch is onto Nemesis, he tries to flash away, but Reletch takes him down. And with that, Na'Vi win against Los Ratones, and Giant X locks playoffs.
There you are. Confirmation there. GX have locked with a win from Na'Vi. One timeline deleted. Na'Vi dominant from start to finish in this game. A few moments in the bottom side for Los Ratones, but otherwise, Na'Vi, an impressive, impeccable performance.
And credit to Poby and Reletch this game. An absolute menace, monster mid-jungle that really never put the brakes on and never gave any room to breathe for Los Ratones, as they knew every play they wanted to make. And it felt like they had Nemesis and Velia's number throughout the whole game.
That they did 6-0-9. I think the final score there for Reletch. He's one of your options in the player of the game vote. It's him, Poby, or Paris at LEC on X. Really impressive stuff. Stopping the momentum of Los Ratones. course, a week now for them to adjust, to adapt to a final weekend that consists of Shifters and SK.
What an exciting final weekend, huh?
What a, yes! Absolute banger final weekend. That's it. Congrats to Navi. Again, continuing to impress, showing a level of discipline and coordination with their lead that I think was necessary against a team that we know who can be so good at finding those comebacks, often through the Drakes. All good options there on the player of the game vote. And it's a team we're just going to have to continue to track as we get closer and closer to playoffs because it feels essentially like a sure thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're 6 wins now, right? I don't think they're looked for playoffs.
No. But yeah.
But pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much. We're running out of remaining scenarios where they don't.
Yeah. And I think with their skills levels shown thus far, it feels like a sure lock-in that they'll continue to win games and continue to exceed.
That it is. There's Relech. That's our boy. But another one of our boys standing by with Ginny is none other than Poby. Let's hear what they have to say.
The man himself, Poby, congratulations on that win. 9-0-5 on the rise. But in general, you have been so consistent here in the LEC. What is your secret to always being so good as a mid laner?
Not that special, just focus macro and focus our game and communicate well teammate. Yeah.
Okay, very humble king. All right, I like it. But Los Ratones was on a winning streak ahead of this matchup. Were you a little bit worried going into this one?
I think our is pretty good team, and we today try to target enemy. We don't want to give them enemy good champ and try to target Ben. Yeah.
So Nemesis also on the mid lane. He has been really, really good for Los Ratones. How was it playing mid lane against him?
I think he has many experience and similar than Caps, I guess.
Okay.
And he's really good macro and side lane. Yeah.
And when it comes to Navi in general and how it has been for you guys in the LEC, you're winning a lot of the games and you're doing really well towards the top of the leaderboard. What do you think has allowed the roster to be so good together?
I think I'm really surprised because during feedback, our teammate and coaching staff is really smart. That's made me surprised and I'm really happy.
I'm glad to know that you're happy and really happy to hear that as well. And when it comes to LEC versus your expectations, where do you think Navi is going to end up? They're going to go to playoffs? Are you guys going to win everything?
We will go rank 1. And we will go best.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Congratulations once again. That's it from our side over here. We're going to be heading over to Lore, who is going to break everything down.
Always nice hearing from Poby. Singing Poby, I assume, because Navi won again here. But guys, we were talking about what it was going to take for them to take down LR. We talked about the rat traps well positioned around the Drake inseams, and also we often talk about the right of first selection and how it can help in setting up those Drakes. This is what Navi chose here.
So it was very interesting because not often you see a team choose an actual side that they prefer, and they chose red side. But then, you know, LR tries to get this counter invade here to split the map to the both side, but Navi reacts so well here. They set up again this invade on the red side, and what this does is it wraps up perfectly with what Poby said. They want to play and focus on macro and on their own game. And when you look at particularly at LR, where they get most of their strength from stacking those rakes, and it just felt like from this invade, from this counter invade that Navi said so well, it became impossible for LR to get the foothold and start stacking those drakes again.
It left the bot lane isolated. It contributed to giving an early foothold for LEC to start finding opportunities in the game. And the thing that I was just super impressed with was how they controlled LR in this space. Because if we think about the whole weekend against Koi, against G2, this is the area where LR looked the scariest. They were able to find good fights. Baus making plays like he's making on your screen right now, trying to find angles that put a ton of pressure onto the opposition. And even though they lost this dragon, we were all saying backstage, this was a great play initially from Baus because they're trading. But the way in which Na'Vi then adjusted for the following dragons was just beautiful to see.
And this just changes everything for LR, because LR, the way they saw themselves get these leads was by being there first, and Na'Vi just didn't let that happen. Every single time, first day, second day, third day, fourth day, they're just there first, catching LR off guard and forcing them in these uncomfortable positions.
But what I'm wondering is it hard to come back from a game like this? Because we've been used to seeing LR thriving in difficult situations, being able to make comebacks that people cannot expect. Was this because of the composition or because of the early invade going wrong? What do you think, Betty?
I really just think it was control. If I think about G2 and I think about Koi, I think that the moment they lost some footing, it just gave LR a lot of momentum with which they then rode very effectively. They're a very good team at grouping, pushing, forcing. Na'Vi, as Oda was just explaining, really broke them up. You saw Mengta just full sending it onto Nemesis, for example. They were really splitting up the fight and making things as awkward as possible, making it harder for LR to actually coordinate together.
And LR's main strength when it came to these Rakes was finding the crack in the armor. You know, they just needed one small opening to break open that situation again and regain control, but that's where Na'Vi just did amazing. They didn't give a single opening for LR to exploit.
And a lot of credit does need to go to Poby. We were showing his stats on the screen, but again, like, he is a super consistent mid laner. That was why Fnatic picked him up initially, and I think he's continuing to demonstrate it on Na'Vi. When you put him in these situations where you say, hey, Poby, we just need you to do a thing, he does it extremely well, and he did it on the rise today.
Well, Na'Vi cracked the code. LEC teams take notes here on how to take down LR. We've been talking a lot about Relech. Playing Xin Zhao today, one of the most conventional junglers you can think about in the game and in the meta, but sometimes keep it simple, keep it good.
Exactly, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. He already showed his teeth, he already showed that he can play the Kiana, the Aatrox. Now I'm actually happy because he's diversifying the other way into, you know, playing the more boring champions. But at the same time, he's proving that he has the skills and he has everything, and he gives everything to his team that he needs.
And for a young roster, this was awesome. The fact that they've almost guaranteed playoffs is really good to see. And for LR, their chances are not gone, but next week's matchups now become incredibly tense for that team.
And Poby said it, to the top. Top one, here we go. That's what they're aiming for here. And with that Na'Vi win, Giant X becomes the first team locked into LEC versus playoffs. And while the Rats can be poisoned, they're still in the race. Lost Ratons still can make it to playoffs with 69% of the remaining scenarios we have that. That's all for us here for now. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Next matchup is going to be G2 taking on Vitality. Stay tuned.
This is flying out already, but they're right on top of him. The ulti. Oh no!
He threw that fast!
Oh, he didn't do the math!
Okay, to be fair, it's so hard when they're like when they're hitboxed.
Pantheon.
We do Pantheon. We play for fight.
Also 1 HP.
We win the fight, guys. I'm coming Ace on flash.
I do. I'm coming. Finish. Yeah, we can still fight over.
Look Pantheon. Play for the fight, we win. I slow them. Karma on flash.
I'm coming.
I can ult Ace on flash.
Okay, so.
Nice, well played, guys.
I won't be easy now, guys.
The game is unwinnable.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LEC with a very, very, very special guest after the win. It's Manta in the end. Welcome,
Thank you, guys.
sir. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
You're killing it in your first split. You are dominating the top lane. People are putting you in the upper echelon now. And
Yeah.
you just destroyed the hype train that was on a 4-win streak.
I'm not really like destroying, but I'm so far pretty stable.
Yeah.
Died like few times, but it was against Naknaka the GOAT.
Yeah.
No shame, no shame.
No shame at all.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we got you on. We wanted you to talk a little bit about Naknako and Broken Blade because I'm really excited for this matchup. Like, I think even in the past, Naknako has talked about how he looks up to Broken Blade, especially both like the Turkish heritage and all that. Like, he kind of looked towards Broken Blade to be that inspiration. So now he gets to go up against him again. And honestly, I think Naknako has been one of the top performing top laners at the moment. He has been exceptional in this year.
You agree with that, Manta? You feel like he's the
I
best
have
right
so
now?
many info. Like Naknako.
Yep.
So far, in my opinion, like the best mechanically player.
Yep.
Like in my opinion, higher than Kana. No one can match him so far. And oh my God, he's watching in my heart.
He knows. He knows.
Oh my God.
He's looking into your
But
soul.
yeah, like I think he's every close matchup he can win easy. He just maybe some pocket picks. He needs to learn new champs, maybe something like Kled, you know, like Broken Blade.
Okay.
Like strong side of Broken Blade, he can pull out everything, right? Swain top, Kled top. He can just pick it and be really good.
True.
And how do you kind of prepare if you're going up against a top laner like that has such a wide champion pool? Is it just hey, I'm going to be comfortable taking the more standard like Rumbos and Cassantes, or is there anything specific that you maybe like have someone practice like Swain matchups or something?
I mean, mainly the more games he plays is easier, right?
Yeah.
You know his answers to some picks. So let's say I'm like picking Sign and now he will pick this. Like let's say his Kled is good into Sign.
Yep.
So I know and I can play it in only one before match. So like little preparation, yeah, but sometimes it's still advantage for him because sometimes I cannot predict what he wants. So.
But that's the most exciting thing for me about these two top laners is because they both have extensive champion pools. Like Naknako, sure, might need to extend a little bit. Broken Blade is crazy. Like we saw the Lee Sin top, which wasn't that great into the Rumble.
Yeah.
Do you remember the game? Do you remember the
Yeah,
Lee
I
Sin
saw it. I
top?
saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he choked a bit at some point. He was like so strong, so he wanted to commit into all-in fight.
Yep.
And he died. And if you die in this matchup, I think you fall behind too much and Rumble just better champion at this point. So yeah, a bit unlucky, but I respect the try.
If you're wondering why we're yapping away, there is a delay on stage just due to a peripheral issue, so we will be getting into that very, very shortly, which is why we're just making eye contact with all the Vitality players, it looks like. Wait, where did he disappear? That was crazy.
I feel like Vitality are one of the best personality teams right now, but you guys also have really good vibes outside of Poby singing, which I don't know if you enjoy or not. Apparently you crack the best jokes. Apparently are you the funniest on the team? Like, you can be humble about it. But
I mean,
was
can I say like this about myself?
Yeah, please.
I'm really happy to be around my team and like make some jokes. We're not like Vitality level, right?
Yeah.
Vitality usually like 5-man perma screaming, laughing sometimes. But sometimes, yeah, we have good days and good jokes, yeah.
But it's good that the vibe is good. I mean, your team is like made up of so many new pieces as well.
Yeah.
Poby is kind of tested in EU, like after a split. And then we have Relech coming in, fresh off ERLs, you know, like yourself as well, after winning a championship for you specifically. And I don't know. Also, in the past, Dagger and I actually used to cast Sam D in LPL when he was on Victory 5.
Yeah.
So we've experienced Sam D quite a lot. And back then, he was on one of the most successful up-and-coming rosters that almost got to Worlds. So I feel like we already know that element as well, right? So I feel like you got a lot of cool elements in your team, is what I'm trying to say.
The best part, like we have 5 different personalities.
Yeah.
Like me, like making like, some jokes, right? And like Ukrainian, mentality. And Paros more like chill guy.
Yeah.
Bobby more like, I don't know how to explain even. He's more like close, but in the same time he's ready to follow this flow. And some D is like, maybe you cannot say it, but he's like gym guy, you know? He's pretty serious. He's doing gym every day, every evening. So like, and we combine in the same team, and like, it's cool when every person is different.
And did you guys like do anything special to try and like gel together quicker, or was it just kind of a natural, you put yourselves in the room together and you all just kind of got along?
Oh, I mean, we did some team activities, obviously, at the start, and we did this shooting game. Not paintball, but different one. And
sorry, I thought they got you to play CS or something.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah.
That would make sense.
Paro stomp everyone. So yeah, he was like pretty proud of this.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's like some restaurants, some games, some activities, table tennis, and people just, the more you're around them, you're becoming more close. So yeah, at some point it becomes like so easy. You don't even need to do team activities anymore. Just one day you can just say, oh, let's go restaurant, guys, and you go.
That's nice. That's really nice. I mean, you're relatively new organization outside of last split. Like, all the pieces are coming together. 6 and 3.
Navi are such a new organization.
You know, come on, in League. Despite in the past, that small sample size. Obviously, huge brand in CS, but it's really good to see. You're now 6 and 3. I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about your team because we're still waiting on stage, as everyone can see at home. There is still a delay between Vitality and G2. We just removed the marker, so maybe we're about to get into pick ban. Well, my producer will tell me. You guys, by the way, as we get into pick ban, G2 and MKOI, I can maybe talk to you about that a little bit later because we are about to go on pick ban, but your road to finish off the split is quite hard. Quick thoughts on how you feel about G2 and MKOI.
Oh, like my last pick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Lost Artemis did like win streak on them.
Yep.
So everything is doable. But yeah, like the most promising teams, I guess. G2, MKOI, and KC. So I hope we will show like good level of the game. Like, I think at this point we kind of secure playoff. I'm not sure.
Pretty much.
So we can just play for improve and for experience, and the most important for our roster.
Yep.
And like it will be fun games. I expect like close game, especially against MKOI. I feel like we can match them.
It'll be fun watching you versus Mirwin as well in top. You versus Broken Blade is just as fun as we are now finally into pick and ban. Thank you for waiting at home. Straight off the bat, the Jace is taken off the board. The Varus is a must go. Mainta, what do you see as like first pick here? Because everyone's talking about Ryze, the Azirs. Mundo's actually taken away from G2.
Like, Orianna is 0 open, right?
Yep.
At this point, like the most 2 OP champs, in my opinion. And like, I think they will pull out Azir. Also, Jarvan is open, so if you pick Orianna, Jarvan can like be picked on the red side, and you get beat set. So yeah, that's why Azir. He has dash, he has ult. He's pretty safe against Jarvan.
Yeah, also the Aurelion Salban definitely showing that, hey, we want to try and take something like the Azir into the mid lane and just make sure that we're not going to be outranged. Because Humanoid played that yesterday, looked pretty damn good on it. So I think just trying to take away some of that safety net. And then here, I think you can just respond with, you're Rumble on the top side. You can go for Jarvan here if you want to for Linces.
Good pairing, yeah.
And then still third pick Humanoid's mid laner.
Vi over Jarvan. Mainta, what's the thought process here?
I mean, I think Azir just pretty good against Jarvan.
Yep.
And Vi can CC lock him much better. And also Rumble is good for lab, this why. So I expect like classic Sante, Cyan, maybe from Broken Blade, from BB. He can pull out Kled, but I don't believe.
So right before we went into this game, before we went on camera, Hysterics turned around and said, you know what, it's going to be really disappointing if we have you for K'Sante Rumble matchup.
And here we go again.
It's good. I just said no.
I mean, I feel like K'Sante doesn't really get beaten by anything. Like, Nah is the biggest threat, do you think?
Yeah.
The 1v1? But
I think Sante is losing in matchups like Vayne, Gnar, like this range matchups in this meta. You can go Ghost.
Yep.
And Sante never reach you, and at the same time you have TP anyway. So, but it's a bit cheesy picks, right? So yeah, I think into Rumble, in my opinion, Sante like one of the best.
Yeah.
So that's why it's every game in best of 1 you will see these matchups or pick or ban.
Yeah. It's just so simple. While we're lulling about a little bit, Zinzao gets locked in.
Yep.
Pretty standard comp from G2. They build up a bit of engage. Question here for Humanoid is, are we going to get solo laners with a bit more playmaking?
I mean, it works. It's a good answer into the Azir, and you've already got that lock up with the Vi, so a lot of dive already on Vitality. So I think if I'm G2, I'm going to be looking to try and take away some of those things that are a little bit safer on the back line in an AD carry role, or even the Kaiser or something along these lines that can function with a lot of that dive on Vitality.
Yeah, you definitely looking for something like disengage, like picks like Alistar, Braum, Kai'Sa, Xayah, Rakan, everything is good on left side. And the right team wants to ban these picks, obviously, and pick something more deep, like Xayah is already banned. But so far I like G2 draft. It's pretty standard, right? Front to back, you receive, you space for your Azir, and Azir 1v9.
I think in this region, simple drafts are super important because Lost of Tones obviously have their own style where they like they go down a path, right? But I think when we talk about Navi, for example, we see you guys like, you build your drafts out a bit more standardized. And you talk about best of one, where it's like, yeah, we see that matchup a lot. We see Azir matchups a lot into things. It's what G2 are doing right now as well.
Yeah, how does it feel that LEC is stealing all your champions from top lane? Is that, are you okay with
painful,
this?
Yeah. And after that, he's going to interview and he's saying he's better on the champion.
Oh.
So much pain.
Yeah.
Yeah. We know.
Have you
we
had
know.
the 1v1 competition backstage yet?
Not yet. I usually play against Paros, and to be honest, I'm losing sometimes.
Oh,
Most of the
okay.
time. Paros is a pretty good guy.
Oh, damn, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to put you and Relech on a 1v1 on stage there. Maybe
Yeah,
we need to
do
out.
it.
We need to get you guys on top lane champions versing each other, and that'll really seal the deal. A quick side note, Poppy is taken away. I think that's kind of rising. I think people are looking at Poppy a little bit more now as well. Maybe a bit more flexibility for support, but
Poppy is pretty good. Like every engaged comp, like Y, Yone, they hate to play against Poppy.
Yep.
And that's why they ban it. Pretty good pick.
Yeah, especially because you probably want to try and go for some sort of engage support here for Fleshy as well. So it's an easy pickup for Lebrov to just flex it into that bottom side of the map. And yeah, no, I am curious how they want to try and go forward with this, because I imagine you go AD carry, counter pick support in your last spot, but you got a lot of options here as Karzi as to what you want to try and go for.
So you think AD carry now, Mainter? Like we're building AD now, counter pick support, or other way around?
Hard. I think he picked something like Corki to snowball and Hespra and like sack the raid. Corki, Caitlyn, all these picks. Come on, Karzi.
You're right about the dive, mobility, self-sufficient.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you just want to like fight on river, you want to be first, you want to stack your advantage, because at some point, like win 30, it's really hard to play right draft against left. If you have like 1-2k gold lead, most likely you will lose. So you need to snowball on Drakes, you need to snowball on gold lead.
So if you're on G2 side now, are you thinking, hey, let's commit more to the scaling? Because we've already got the Sivir. Sorry, we already got the Azir. Do you want to go for something like a Sivir here? Is that trans? Well,
I mean, I don't mind, yeah?
Yeah?
I started a good pick. I said before, like, he really happy to disengage against right comp. And he's kind of unkillable with his ultimate. So left comp is just all about receive. Right comp is about taking side advantage and move first. I think Yone, if Yone finds in the game, it will be pretty good for Vitality. So.
Okay. Well said. And I like as well you defined it. The comps for G2, they're the ones receiving. Vitality are the ones who have to go and get. Bard as well, bit of long-range engage.
Yeah.
And to help close the gap, because it did feel like there needs to be some follow-up engage, or at least for Vitality, more triggers to pull. Which comp do you prefer him, Manto? Like, what are you looking at here as a priority? I mean, G2 you said is calm.
Yeah, I picked G2 to comp.
Okay. Why? Because it's
standard.
just easier?
Yeah, it's stable, easy. You know how to play the champs.
Yep.
Right? You need to play perfect. But if you play perfect, actually, I'm not sure if you win even if you play perfect. Like, Sivir pretty good against Y. You can just ult and you can gap distance between Y and her team, right? The moment Y engage with ult, Sivir ults and run away. So I like G2 comp more, but definitely right team has angle to play. Bard is a bit suspicious.
Oh, really?
Like, he cannot ult Sivir, never ever. And you cannot ult Azir if Azir has the E. It's more about taking Prime on bot, moving on the other side, maybe kill Xante, maybe kill Azir with Zion.
Yep.
It's more about map movement, I believe, not about catching people.
Okay.
And maybe it's lock Azir to not use E, right? And in fight, Azir will be less mobile.
Interesting. Not many players, or not many people, I say, come up here and talk about, like, because we look very holistically at champions, right? Bard has an AoE ult. He's about lockdown, like, from range as well, right? But you talk about the mobility, you talk about how he wants to get the map moving and really get the game rolling. That's what I'm reading here for Vitality. Put the speed on, put the pace on, especially when, for Vitality, they can be a very explosive team. This sits in the wheelhouse. Why, for G2, they're going back to basics, because after yesterday, I think they would have been pretty disappointed how they just got wham bam, thank you ma'am, by Lost Returns. That was, yeah, that was a day. I'm still reeling off it. Dagda and I finished off yesterday with it as well.
I mean, we can see here, Naknaka choose pretty safe pass. You choose First Strike. Basically, in my opinion, in this meta, you choose Comet Ignite or First Strike TP. This First Strike, you will have little gold lead no matter what, unless you die. But maybe you will beat same CS or a bit down from Xante, because Xante on one item power spike stronger, Xante on first magic resist base a bit stronger, level 6 is stronger, so you just chilling, you're scaling. So yeah, pretty safe option by Naknako, and maybe they wanna commit more their jungle into bot. That's why I poison into bot and Rambo just farming gold.
And you kind of talked before about how playing against Cassante, you kind of want to have move speed to keep away from him.
Yeah.
And we've seen some Rumbles take the phase rush. Obviously, you're just kind of explaining like, hey, just try and scale into the matchup. Is there ever a time where you're like, oh, maybe I need phase rush into this, or is it just always first strike first?
I mean, against Sante, I believe you don't need first phase rush. You can just run away with your sweetness or tabis. More than enough. Like, worst case, you lose your flash.
Yeah.
Or if you have no flash, you just die. But yeah, I think it's pretty important to have this commit to win lane or have first strike to outscale. If you go phase rush, you're kind of in the middle, right? You're not outscaling and you're not winning lane, so like, what are you doing?
And special use cases, right? Because it feels like more utilitarian.
But again, some champs, like let's say Gwen, right, who can run down you with ultimate,
yeah.
like it's pretty good. Yeah, phase rush is a very safe option, and you also outscale some of the champs, like Olaf, Gwen, who can just go on you. Oh, it's pretty good. It's what Naknako did yesterday against, or maybe not yesterday, but 2 days ago against Kana.
Yeah.
You're pushing 3 waves into proxy 4, into proxy 5.
Hang on a second. Wow! Oof.
Oh my God.
Lince's beautiful Q flash. First blood in bot in the meanwhile. He just bypassed Lebrov.
Yeah, I mean, 3 camps into bot side, so ends up clearing out the top side of the map and then immediately going into that bottom side. So I think Vitality a little caught off guard, and you can see that ward that's just sitting over by G2's red buff, spotting out that Skewmon had gone to the top side, so they know there's no real trouble of any sort of reaction.
That's not flashable, right, mate? So, like, you can't, you can't flash that as Han Sama.
I mean, you kind of can.
You can, okay. I had to ask because I was like, he has flash and he has barrier available, but maybe he didn't expect the Q flash.
I think he didn't expect, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he was like thinking this guy is choking and like,
this guy's joking.
Playing with his feelings. So I will save my flash and barrier.
Okay.
But you just died for it.
Yeah. Well, it's a big first blood regardless. We were focusing on top.
Yeah, I was going to say, moving. Oh, maybe we don't actually. Humanoid going up against Caps here.
Ignites down, but look, Skewmon's here. Flash Audacious Charge, and the damage lands. Caps will get one in response. G2 on the board through mid.
Nice response from Skewmon to that play on the bottom side. So takes the Scuttle Crab, doesn't look for the reset. Actually ends up picking up both of the Scuttle Crabs thanks to the push on the bottom side. So Skewmon actually in a very good spot now off the back of that.
I can't even express how happy my jungle, Relich, every time he secures double Scuttle.
Yeah.
He's kind of already one game in his head. You have level 6 faster, you have Smite faster, you have Drake faster. Like, it's big advantage.
I want to bring us back to the top side, though, because you were kind of already saying, hey, look, Broken Blade has managed to get past the tower, get the wave, reset, and now obviously has that no magic mantle that's going to help out massively. So if you're Naknako in this position, how do you try and, you know, find that reset timer to match that purchase? Is it just, hey, look, Lin says I need help, or how do you go about this?
You just level 5 Rumble, pretty strong. You can just one-shot bait with double Q.
Yeah.
So until level 6, you're pretty safe. And Xante gets 6 only on Cannon Wave, on the first mid of next Cannon Wave. So Rumble has a lot of time to just push and base. Most likely he will push this wave and base, and play with his spike.
Just a quick side check, Kazi's okay for now. He Valkyrie'd out of bot. We keep toggling down to bot and mid because unfortunately that's where the action is. I wanted to ask you, Manta, because we've been looking at Rumble a lot for like what? I mean, has it been a year, 2 years? I don't know.
At least 50 years.
I just all the time. What in your eyes makes him so strong right now? Is it the lane oppression? Is it the fact that he's versatile with like the fact that we still have these grubs available, more objectives in the game in the past couple of years? Like what really sells Rumble for you right now?
The biggest advantage is his ultimate. Like you have no loot matchup basically. The moment you got freeze, you ult wave.
True.
The moment you got like low HP, but the chunk, no flash, you ult wave. The moment enemy jungle can be top your jungle bot, you ult wave.
Yep.
And like you ult around minute 6, you have always ult for grabs, because it's 2 minutes cooldown. And like look,
there it is. Great time.
And it's you just base, and your tempo is better, your items is better because you farm more minions, and your HP is better, like you just have high tempo every game.
And we're in a world where if you play for a kill lane, you're talking about like summoners you take depending on the matchup. Okay, well, you get enhanced TP with shield, that's great, but if you don't, you get a TP as your role quest anyway. So you get tempo around the map no matter what,
your
right?
adaptation to every matchup is like perfect. You can adapt to every matchup, and Rumble is the most safe blind, in my opinion. Rumble, Cyan, like 2 giants of top lane right now.
Yep.
So yeah.
Somebody's not having a great time, though, is Humanoid in this mid lane. Caps has just had a great position on this wave for such a long time. Even Skewmon sitting around this mid wave to hope make sure he could keep it. And you can see a nice CS lead open up for Caps. So Humanoid has been trying to bring Fleshy up to help him, but now Lebrov's here. Couldn't quite get the headbutt pulverized range.
He needs help, I feel. Linces is in the vicinity, not level 6 though. That's kind of the difference, isn't it? Because maybe the trigger will be pulled onto Caps. He's trying to leech mid XP right now. Linces is still about a minion away. You look at the bottom of your screen, he's now just hit level 6. Observers, if we can look towards that jungle, I know again top lane is where we wanted to be, but we're just everywhere but, because Skewmont has just gone in, taken away the red buff from what I can see, and even though Linces got that earlier kill with the great flash, like Skewmont is dominating in the CS.
I think Skewmont is having a fantastic game so far. So obviously Linces went to make that play bot side, but they knew he'd only done 3 camps, so he has to go and clear. So it means that Skewmont got both of the Scuttle Crabs, then ends up getting the Scuttle Crab again on top, but oof!
It's a good flash and headbutt backwards as well. Cap sends him even further back, fate sealed, avoid, but Cap just runs it in to take his second kill of the game. Here's Linces, but what's he gonna do? Kazi moves up as well, bit of extra damage. Unbreakable Will not available, that means Lebrov is squishy, but not squishy enough. A double kill for Caps, and Vitality came to try and save their mid laner, but again, he's a dead anchorage.
Skewmont blocked a rocket from Karzi that kept his support alive, and G2 are just playing so well around this mid lane.
Yeah, it's crazy job by Lebrov. He outmatched or even like outroam Bard in this matchup. It's like crazy. And Cap just keeping his wave pixel perfect for Alistar, and like mid support synergy from G2 is crazy this game.
And you were saying in the draft, maybe you're like, well, it's all about getting tempo early here for Bard. The fact that Lebrov outroamed is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty good for G2 already. And now White has no ultra grabs, so you kind of can slap them.
Yeah.
I mean, good stuff that White took Drake before. I think it's like good start for them if they can stack Drakes. Like second Drake is important now, but grabs is kind of hard to contest, especially against Xante, who is stronger in all the fight.
In the meantime, Rumble felt threatened, so he ulted. And
yeah, I love the picture-in-picture to show you there's another roll.
I mean, it's the best part, right?
What's a cooldown at level 6 is like, isn't it a minute 10 or something? It's something really low early, right?
2 minutes at level 11, it's lower.
Yeah.
But before level 11, it's just 2 minutes. You don't go for CDR items on Rumble.
Okay. But I mean, it's still like, it's at such a good point where you can use it for the wave and then fight 2 minutes later, right?
Basically, you can do it like every 4 waves, right? So
okay.
You can survive.
Well, Naknako, he's doing okay. I was wondering, he was in danger zone there, so thinking about going for Broken Blade, but Broken Blade has the Negatron cloak. This is another reason why I'm sure you were telling us why for this matchup, Xante can just neutralize. I mean, he just builds MR, which builds his damage.
Yep.
And so even though he's taking a bit of damage, he's still chilling. Like, he's not in kill.
You are safe, you are strong. Meanwhile, like, White took all 3 grabs. I didn't expect this. I guess after fight, Caps had bad tempo and Yona pushed mid and secured mid prior. But I didn't see because of replay.
yeah, this game is looking a little disastrous, I'm not going to lie, for Vitality. The fact you put 3 kill Azir in the mid lane, first item already completed, just, I mean, you can see how confident Caps is.
Please stop. Humanoid. Look, he's got flash. Might get him out of dodge. Caps just trying to get something, all the ulti, all out used in top. Oh, the miss though. That's the true damage gone from Broken Blade. Naknako, he's kiting the Natofo so well, but he gets hit by the last. All it takes is one flip, but out of range. Naknako gets out and he holds onto his flash.
Yeah.
That's pretty ballsy stuff.
Yeah, the saving flash is like kind of important here. You're fine next 5 minutes if you have flash.
You got the Vi in the way though to make sure Naknako can catch this wave as well, so Naknako not even going to struggle too much in this.
Now, I've been told we've got to give you back to Na'Vi. Just quickly before, we send you back. What do you think of this game? Like, obviously, you talked about Linces getting grubs. Top side is, in Naknako's favor, but it's not one-sided. What do you think about the game state? Who's going to win?
I think so far it's pretty good game for G2.
Yep.
If nothing happens next 2 minutes and Yona doesn't get like 1-2 kills, this game will be disaster for Yon.
Okay.
He will like struggle on side pretty hard and he cannot abuse the 3 grabs at all. So all depends on the next 1-2 minutes if they can find gold for Yon. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. The Majors will get a flash. Thank you very much for joining us as well. Jaku, and we'll see you next cast. Yeah.
Thank you very much, man.
I'm sorry my Ukrainian's not good enough to actually converse. When I say that, I have 3 words under my belt.
3 more than me.
Yeah, well, shout out to my papa. I wish he'd taught me more. Now, Anyway, I'll bring you back. We were looking at top for everyone at home. Obviously, when we have such a class act like Mainta coming onto the desk, we want to make sure we look at the lane. Mid has obviously been busy, as Skumon has just erupted again in this same lane. Labrov, it's a little bit low, but he's the one that found the engage. And Dagda, we saw a 1v2 dive that failed from Vitality while we were chatting. And it just didn't go well. Hansama on the hunt. Kazi looking for the solo kill. The big one is going to be blocked by the barrier.
Oh my God!
Everything was predicted as Caps gets out with the shifting sands, but I have to give it to Kazi there. If the range was spot on, that prediction was nuts.
Yeah, and I think you kind of have to, as Kazi, start making these plays, so I love that he's going for it, because you already kind of can see this game starting to get out of control for Vitality. You try, in response to the Dragon being taken by G2, make a play on mid. That play nearly gets turned around by Caps because of how far away he was, but also, like, you could see how heavily Naka was trading against Broken Blade in that top side. There was a window where maybe you could actually look for the play on Broken Blade in that top side. It's always tough against the K'Sante. But you can see Vitality were kind of looking at their options elsewhere, and they end up losing that. But Karzy trying to take it into his own hands and saying, no, I can solo Hansama here, and nearly managed to make it work.
Prov gets a deep water as he just runs out with a blast cone. Quick state of the game for you. G2 hold a 500 gold lead, but it's really off the back of Skumon now. Caps, you know I'm wrong. It's off the back of Caps. Skumon's got a little bit of it. Caps, of course, at his first item. Humanoid still trailing behind. But that mid diff right now is carrying Summoner's Rift, while Kazi is trying to carry Vitality.
It's also because Vitality would love to try and play off the spike that you have on Karzy, right? Triforce just completed. This is where you're very strong, yeah. Same with the first item for Vi as well. Yeah. My brain just blanked on it. Thunder Sky, there we go. But in this position, Vitality have options, but they're not really able to do it because Caps is huge in the mid wave. Hansama has just actually managed to reset and get an item for himself as well. And there's no real objective because you had to give up that dragon. So the power spikes in those timing windows, just Vitality aren't able to make use of.
You know, you lost the name for it, but I always look at Sundered Sky and I get confused because I keep seeing Atma's Impaler. I don't know why. I don't think they look similar.
My brain just still goes Divine Sunder every time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just several patches behind.
I know. For a few. I think earlier Dragos and Jack were talking about Tarbis, and that's like, I think Jack said it was 7 years old now, which is crazy to me. I mean, to me, I still feel like Wriggle's Lantern was a couple of years ago. That was season 3 or something.
Don't say that.
Well, about age on this cast is, fleshy. Might have to flash, will do. Followed up by Skumon, blast cone there. Skumon can't get in range. Meanwhile, Caps is found out. Skumon on the beast as Shifting Sands gets Caps away. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight is Linsus isolated. Kazi can't get in range as Caps is still on the run, but Humanoid is slowly catching up. Look at him, 1Q, a W, and a shutdown from Retribution over to Humanoid. As Kazi's walked into the wrong bush, he flushes away from it on the run in this bot lane, trying to get away from the whole of G2 chasing, but Skumon needs wind, needs lightning, and he'll find only a 3 Talon strike instead.
So 2 kills for Vitality going over to G2, and Caps at least does fall to Humanoid. Just having that little bit of extra movement speed to catch up there is going to be nice for Humanoid to get something back, but still, G2 kind of finding these moments, looking for invades. They're getting punishments on that bottom side where you're losing waves now for Karzy and that blue buff taken by Skumon, so still very G2 favorite in this one.
Look at the replay quickly because it started with Labrov trying to find Fleshy.
Yeah, it's just a nice invade timer from G2. You've got the movement here from Hansama, but the immediate turn onto Caps is super nice for both Linsus and Humanoid. So Caps has to run for the hills. It does cost Linsus just because they don't actually get that one shot and the ability to then move up through the top side. And yeah, Humanoid just that little bit faster, able to keep up with it.
Very patient play. Shutdown is big here for the Vitality mid laner. Now for Broken Blade, can he survive the dive? As Vitality look bot to try and get some gold back in their pocket. Plating for now, forcing Broken Blade away. Humanoid gets free access to the turret, and the first turret of the game, in fact, for Vitality, a team that got battered through the mid lane. Their gold is crawling back to the point where G2 aren't that far ahead.
Yeah, 1K now in the difference.
If that.
And you can see, well, a huge amount of that is on Nako right now. Like, a 1.1K gold lead in that top side. The first strike obviously doing work for that. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to find that work in team fights. Broken Blade, fishing, doesn't quite end up stick in the landing, as he did have Lebrov and Skumon moving over.
You know, Dagda, I feel bad for Major that we brought him on for Cassante Rumble. I do appreciate the micro knowledge
we can
you
talk
brought
to
on,
Broken Blade and Naknako after this.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, come on, lads.
Guys.
G2's supposed to be the content team. You know?
I told Naknako, I said, we have a top laner coming on for your game. Tempered Fate, Flash. Caps is out. Okay. But Caps is getting targeted, rightly so. But Vitality, when, again, Major told us that it's about tempo for this Vitality squad, they are bringing a bit of speed.
They are. It's just
what they're losing on the other side.
Well, they can still make a cross map here. Naknako is pushing in, and you've got Fleshy out in the wings. Has just stopped the reset. Good flash from Naknako. Wave is gone though, so I don't think there's any more follow-up.
Herald's going to be dropped in mid. This will open up mid outer turret as Broken Blade might be jumping in it to try and get a charge. Does straight away. Caps is the next play. Shifting Sands not even going to be used because Lebrov's here as well. Naknako flashed on and it's easily done. Caps again. Set up by his support. As Fleshy takes a magical journey out, but Unbreakable Will means they want to continue this dive. Lebrov will take 3, 4, 5, 6 and turret shots as many as it takes. And he's still out. Kazi though, one auto, okay. Ignore the last as Litz comes in, smashes into Skumon. Crescent guards up, and for G2, this 2v2, they're gonna win. Win becomes Lightning and Kazi. He still might be in trouble, but the turnabout, junglers both dying, but Kazi's now gonna deal with Caps and Hans Summer as well. Every time Vitality thought they could fight, one extra G2 member showed up.
Yeah, it just became this rolling door of members coming from both sides towards that top half of the map. But still G2 who end up coming out on top. We'll end up resetting with Caps with 6-1 now. Zonya's Hourglass completed off the back of that. It now becomes so much more difficult to make those side lane plays that Vitality were trying to go for. And honestly, it was just a good read from Lebrov.
Yeah.
Like roaming towards that top side, knew that they'd already got that control of mid, and managing to set up the play with Caps to turn around Vitality's pressure.
Caps got 8 out of that 9 KP. It's all been focused around him as we watch again. Caps and Lebrov stepping up.
Yeah, Lebrov immediately jumping on towards Naknako. And knows he has Skumon here. It was always going to be a risky dive, but didn't account for the potential TP that could come through from the Corki. And Lebrov, in theory, should have been able to set up fine, but as soon as the Corki comes through, the Valkyrie to get the distance, just as the Unbreakable Will falls off, it's just an easy setup. But after this, Linz is hoping to try and get one back. And you can see how close it is. The back and forth on Vitality, whether they can actually take it. But once you get the Conqueror coming through for Skumon, he's able to get a little bit of that healing through that keeps him alive. And Ansama making his way to the top side as well.
Yeah, using Hex Gates so well. Gold really not in G2's favor outside of the 1500. Again, it's impressive that Vitality keep him within arm's reach, but as we were talking about before, just before that play actually happened, second Dragon got taken for G2. The stacking's there, the Hextech Rift is obviously one of the best souls in the game, if not still agreed to be the best soul in the game. Especially for G2 when they got this nice front to back, how fights will be difficult for Vitality to manage.
I will say though, this is the point in the game where Vitality are the strongest.
Okay.
Like, you've got the Blade of the Rune King just completed, very close to your second item for Humanoid. 2 items now complete on Takarzi. This is where you get pretty terrifying if you can force fights, and with 30 seconds until Baron, 2 minutes until their next Dragon, I think that's where Vitality can try and look for these plays. Because for Hans Sama, you want a few more items before you really get going into this matchup.
Caps again. Oh, a little bit short. Naknako's overheating. Wait, Caps as he goes golden. That's on his main save his life. Naknako's going to walk it out. Shifting Sands is on cooldown for another 6, 5, 4 seconds. So Caps still has a play in him. He's waiting. Naknako's in the bush. It's not watered by Caps. That 1v1 will resume shortly, I'm sure. As mid is all the rage right now. Mid push with Baron coming up, with Dragon in a minute 30. Getting these waves in order so that G2 can move to Soul Point as Humanoid gets down to half HP. Barter's coming down in Fleshy, but there's not much they can do here with Skumon hovering as well.
Karzi's still getting good control over Hans Sam in the mid lane though. Pushing in, just looking to take a few pop shots at the turret. And that's what's helping Vitality get control on this bottom side, because wherever Caps isn't, that's where Vitality are stronger. And just as we said, based off of item breakpoints and kind of the way this game has gone. Obviously, Skumon has a nice little gold lead for himself as well, but I just think that the amount of power that is in these 2 items for Vitality is pretty high.
Broken Blade and Hans Summer grouping up. Broken Blade's here with TP, and it means that this guy just wants to set up the fight. They want this Soul Point. As you said, Dagda, Vitality might be their strongest point here. 2 items across the board. Look at that. Like clockwork here. Tempered Fate. Blocked by Han Summer and Broken Blade. Unstoppable W, by the way, as the engage from LeBron finds the key target is Kazi, but the equalizer does one better. Knuckknucker's getting damage down on LeBron's Unbreakable Wheel now down, as he too is. Broken Blade doesn't find a target. Vitality have an angle. They have a good one at that, as Broken Blade flashes over the wall. It's a pick onto LeBron, but nothing more.
They still are waiting to see how much more they can go for, though, as Dragon still 10 seconds away. You're going to get the reset from Karzi, has that TP to get back out onto the map. But still, Vitality, good job on the fight. Separating it out with the equalizer, picking off the support, but G2, they're just going to go for the Baron. But look at where Karzi is. I think Vitality are aware of this.
They do know. Karzi from one pit, or rather one side. Linces behind him. Knuckknucko, his equalizer not up, so the range is minimized. At 5k, 4k, Karzi, Valkyrie's over, but the angle from LeBron catches Knuckknucko by surprise. He flashes, but to his death. Karzi now has to escape as G2 have pulled off of the Baron, but Vitality lose their top laner, who helps them set up fights.
Humanoid was threatening from the side, so G2 don't want to overextend, potentially group up for a big ultimate. But still, G2, nice turnaround of the play. They force Baron to draw Vitality in. And with Lebrov, they actually get the engage, and that sets them up for the Dragon.
Sole point, easily acquired. Teleport will be available in 20 seconds, as in Knuckknucko's death timer, but that'll be too late. And so G2 in a great position. As you said, Dagda, if Caps is there, it's a freebie, but you also highlighted Lebrov earlier on, and to give you credit, Lebrov has been dictating so many of these great games.
Yeah, he's been playing exceptionally well, getting good roam timers, being in the positions that he needs to, and setting up Caps well in the mid lane. He's kind of standing on his shoulders in this one. As G2 now stepping forward again, Lebrov threatening onto Karzi, forcing the Valkyrie over. But this is all G2 need to do, right? Is they actually have the better scaling comp in this one as well.
Yeah.
So even if this starts to slow down, they're still in a great spot.
G2 now just chilling, waiting, because Baron, it's vision contested, but outside of that, you can see that like they're getting their waves in order. G2 aren't overstepping into this jungle. They get deep vision down, it gets contested. They reapply it later on. Like, they're not doing anything really egregious here. I think, again, that's what a lot of the fans want to see of G2, because fans of G2 are used to their team being a bit turbulent, but they know towards the end of a split, towards playoffs, it usually rounds out well. And I say usually, most of the time.
I think it's just interesting, because like last year with G2 in winter, we had them kind of being a bit funky, but we're like, hey, look, it's a new roster, new changes. Yep. But this year, they kept the same roster, but it's kind of just Caps showing off here.
Yeah, showing off. Knuckknucko, wait, as he goes gold. Knuckknucko's going to over now. He's got the energy back. Shut down from Knuckknucko, and Caps overestimated his 1v1 prowess.
Yeah, the damage from Knuckknucko doing a loss. Even with the two, or well, at least the blasting one difference in the item, Knuckknucko still comes out on top. And that's huge for Vitality. Controlling that mid wave, you now get a nice reset timer. G2 have to back off on the map. And maybe that can be a window to actually establish yourselves in the map here.
There's a reason why coming into today we were hyped up for the matchup. Yes, it is Cassante versus Rumble, but these players have high bars, and Knuckknucko right now, and came out of our top laner's mouth. Knuckknucko mechanically right now best LEC top laner, and a lot of us been questioning like, who is the best top laner? And I think a lot of people in our team, and me personally, have landed on Knuckknucko after the end of last year and after how his season started as well.
Yeah, he has been absolutely exceptional. And he said it like when Vitality were struggling in their matchups, it was Knuckknucko that was still the clear performer, oftentimes getting those massive gold leads, despite the fact Vitality couldn't find it in the rest of the squad. But now there's been, at least this weekend, step-ups on Vitality as well. It's definitely made his life a little bit easier. But you can look at the bottom of that scoreboard and see that it's on Knuckknucko to have that huge performance much more here.
Kazi Valkyrie's out. He was in trouble if he stuck around rather. I'm not sure what stuck is. It means a piece of in German if you want to learn the language. But Dagda game is still somehow gold, even just about outside of 1,000. I'm just blown away the fact that Humanoid's kept in range. He's actually out CSing Caps now. And even though Scumon's got a massive lead, like, Lince is still relevant. We talk about those two items. To me, it is just, it's impressive, but also I don't know how genuine it is because of the scaling that you talked about from G2.
Yeah, I mean, as this starts to slow down, it gets easier for G2, right? You can kind of see Vitality have pushed out that bottom side a little bit just to force Caps to reset to go and catch the wave. And it will give them time to establish vision in their own side of the jungle, but it is very shallow vision. It's not really that effective. And you're now getting towards the, 3.5 items for Hans Sama. Caps has that Dusk and Dawn build now as well. So G2 definitely starting to come online, and those 2-item spikes that we were talking about just become a little less relevant. Humanoid will still be strong. Obviously, it's late game Yone, and he can still have those moments, but it just becomes a little bit more difficult against G2.
Dusk Till Dawn would have been a better name for the item, wouldn't it? Not Dusk and Dawn, but Dusk Till Dawn. That would have slapped so much harder.
I think it's a good name either way.
I mean, Dusk and Dawn is, but Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But it's like both sides of the same.
Yeah.
Right? It's like Leon and Diana.
I get it, yeah. But I'm just saying, it's credit where credit's due. TP used by Caps. Looks like we might be fighting Baron because also it's soul time, so G2 have the leverage. The second TP comes in, and here we go. Maybe it's the fight from G2 that they forced with Broken Blade now teleporting in, but Vitality, they're backing off. They really don't want a piece of the pie just yet. They need setup here. Vitality need an angle here, more importantly.
But Vitality just need a choke point. Like, think about Rumble ults, Yone ults. Everything works so well in these small corridors, but G2 playing out in the open here.
Caps just hit Fleshy. Boomerang hits Nako, less egregious, but G2 looking for angles now for Lenses and Skumon there playing 1v1 in the jungle. Vault Breaker to get on out, and Lenses at half HP while Equalizer finds Caps. He goes golden as Nako made it a turret dive, but Caps at half HP survives for now. Vitality tried to make a play while they just converge on Skumon, who went too deep. LeBron interrupting Nako, who looked for his escape with a TP. And now it's going to be in reverse that G2 find themselves a pick of their own, but Nako's taken a while to die. Unbreakable Will's about to time out. The exhaust probably saving the damage. Caps gets the kill, but Vitality are denying the Hex Tech Soul.
You'll take that as Vitality. The fact that you get to hold on, but BB still needs to escape. Should be able to use that ultimate to gain some distance. But still, Vitality, get the dragon, go even on the kill score, and when you're in a position like this, that's all you can really hope for.
So Dagged Up, massive win for what was a bit yakety sacks of G2 positioning.
Well, it was because Skumon thought he could take the 1v1 versus Linces here. This is where a lot of that focus was, as Fleshy came across, Humanoid came across to try and help out, but Nako just does so much damage and took so much of the attention at G2 that Skumon ends up completely isolated trying to take down Linces, and then Vitality able to make it work. Good job by Lebrov here to get that vision to guarantee the headbutt to stop the TP away from Nako. But even then, like, the exhaust had to be invested to keep him safe. We're back to Baron.
We are doing Baron again, G2. Second time's the charm. Vitality, though, have a stealing angle. Vault Breaker over the wall, but the re-engage. It's Skumon looking for a pick with the ulti from Fleshy is great. Cosmic Binding while Lebrov's already down. Kazi's just handling the whole of G2 by himself. Broken Blade went in to keep Vitality from afar, but in the face of Baron, Vitality have just seized the game.
Usually it's egg on the face, but this time it's a tempered face. Immediately shuts down that entire fight of Vitality. They are fighting back. G2 have not been able to keep them in check.
Nothing is secure in the LEC, and G2 right now feel like they fit into that puzzle perfectly. Vitality, insane play from what this was.
But it's right as both members go over BB and Skumon, but hold on, Caps.
What a dive, yeah, Caps is caught out. His Zhonya's is up and available, but he flashes first. Scared about the follow-up from Vitality, but that's a flash simply for Linces popping the ult.
Still, Vitality putting pressure down. I like where Fleshy and some of those members are positioned. It's much easier to take towers nowadays if you've only got 2 or 3 people hitting us, and supports and Nako not going to do too much to help, so you don't get those resistances on the tower. But still, Vitality. They were down 1.7k at one stage, now they're up 2.4, but here's the replay. It's as Broken Blade and Skumon go over the wall, Temper Fade immediately, so Karzi is able to push forward. Hansama is too short range to really do anything. Also, that ultimate from Nako clipping onto Hansama was beautiful.
How is
Vitality just make it work?
Karzi's just predicting these flashes. He did it again with the big one. Like, he just knows Hansama's going to flash out, and he has an ulti waiting for him. Missed it earlier in the lane as we saw, but that time around, although it's not super significant, I just want to say that Kazi is playing pretty well here in this game. I think also we need to give credit to the fact that Vitality's comp is a simple track of, hey, we need to find picks, we need to send it now. And they're doing exactly that. And Kazi, yeah, as you can see, the most damage on the team, but Naka's not far behind.
But I think the important part is the lack of damage on G2 side, right? Like, these fights have not been set up so Hansama can actually play the game as Humanoid.
Good flash, he had to, but he has to also fate sealed. Labrov keeps on going. He's going to be soul unbound for the time being, but with Unbreakable Will, Labrov able to absorb the damage. Caps, good time to go golden as well, but Labrov is about to run out of his ulti. Lifeline comes in clutch. Humanoid in the 1v2. He's taking them all on. Labrov's up next. You silly, silly cow. What do you think you can do against Humanoid?
You thought you could do it against Fnatic Humanoid, but this is not the same man. Humanoid looks revitalized, and he is putting the hurt on G2.
That play cost them dearly with the Baron still up and available for 45 seconds. Vitality have a road in to the mid lane inner and inhibitor. It's Hansama to clear the way, but he can't get near the range creeps. Vitality can't end here, but they have once again broken open the game that felt so secure, with Caps having a monster lead early on Azir.
They should be able to get this bot lane turret, I believe, as well. Actually, Skumon just keeping him at bay for the moment. But 45 seconds until the Dragon. Vitality gets reset, but they're looking for the pick.
It's a tempered fate. It's only one man. Fleshy is maybe just doing it to run away with the rest of Vitality, but I have to say, Humanoid, the most useful Yone I've seen, who got battered early game.
I think it's just a little bit of miscommunication there. Fleshy kind of feeling it, but with 30 seconds now until that Dragon, that soul still available for G2. G2 are rushing up mid. They want to try and get these super creeps off of their turrets. But Nako sitting on that bottom side, didn't actually look for the reset, wants to just look for that flank positioning instead.
Vitality win this. Quick reminder, up with Giant X and KC. G2 run up mid for now. Vitality have a GA on Linces.
And on Humanoid as well, which makes this so much more difficult for G2. That dive, that backline threat could be enough for Vitality here.
Tempered Fate not up and available. As you said, Fleshy got trigger happy and used it in the last play, but Nako even on a ward. He's in a great angle. G2 no. It's all about that equalizer that'll line the river. G2, this is where they got bombed out yesterday by Lost Return, and Hansama's already been bombed out at the start of the fight. GA worked out well, but Labrov disengages as Nako continues his flank. G2 need to pick up a target. They get Linces, yes, but Humanoid as he runs on in, his ulti not perfect. G2 still simmering in the fight. Caps waiting for that GA, and Humanoid, I think he whiffed it. Vitality has just been schooled.
Fleshy doesn't hit the tempered phase. The damage can't land onto Hansama, who's able to buffer with the spell shield, the ultimate from Linces. The ultimates were close, but not enough from Vitality, and G2 get the soul.
A lot of mistakes in that fight, but Skumon as he takes his red buff, Nako flash for flash. He's overheating with his autos, and he's burning Skumon down to a crisp. Now, Caps has teleported in. Round 2 with Hextech, Soul, and ulti. Even going golden. I think Nako may be bitten off too much more, but Cosmic Binding, Nako gets Caps to go golden, get the blast cone out. Equalizer! Freaking Nako almost takes down Caps from half a screen away.
Couldn't quite knock the heads together to get the kill, but Nako is putting on a masterclass on how to try and carry this game for Vitality. But this is so close. Everything from Vitality is trying to be used just to find any inch against G2.
This guy truly is the creme de la creme of top laners. Look at the replay, Dagda. Where do you want to start?
So Linces ends up going in and flashing to hits the buffer to Hansama, but actually buffers the ultimate too soon, so the spell shield doesn't hold Hansama into the equalizer.
Yeah.
So that ends up getting Hansama out. Then as they come through here, Humanoid doesn't quite get onto the members that he wants. Fleshy doesn't get the Tempered Fate onto Hansama and Caps, which was what he was aiming for. So it ends up being a moment for G2 just barely escaping from the ultimates that they need to find the fight using that scaling we were talking about.
Yeah, it was such a difficult fight. I mean, difficult to track, but also with a lot missed. And we are being critical because this feels like higher tier league where it's a bit more limit testing. It's, you know, these 5v5 comps going at it. I do feel like now G2 with the Hextech Soul, even though Vitality have the gold lead, are once again feeling comfort. We got 4 items on Caps, a 5-item Sivir as well. Like, there is severe damage, no pun intended, from G2's comp.
Both GAs are down thanks to that last fight on Vitality, so that's basically a useless cooldown that you're going to have to wait for. And you don't really have the same flanks as for Vitality, right? NaKaNaKa was in a great spot, sitting in that push for about a minute as that Dragon came up. But now you got to try and fight front to back against this peel, with Broken Blade being much more tanky and able to step up. And a single slow could be enough to get you chased down and killed at the hands of G2.
They can keep that space. If Vitality can't find that target, I mean, Hans Summer in the last fight, you said it was one mistake. It was Linces pulling the ult, missed time with the spell shield. That cost them dearly. Now, as we hover around mid, Baron is the only thing on the menu. But G2 hold control both around mid and now around this pit.
This is all they need to do. Just keep the waves pushed in. Slowly but surely, they can teeter back and forth and just wait for Vitality to make any sort of movement, to make a mistake. BB is going to reset to try and catch this top wave. Actually cancels it, so G2 still want to try and look for the pick, but there's no Lebrov.
Darkness, not a friend of Vitality. Fleshy, magical journey. Linces was there to cover. Thought G2 were going to wrap around, but Baron at the very least starts now after chunking out the enemy bard.
Vitality trying to get in. TP, I think, is going to be a little late.
You're right.
They have to make the play now.
5-4, Linces interrupted with the Vault Breaker. Can he get over? He can, he stole it! Linces got the Baron for Vitality now. Operation Escapo. Vitality will get 4 members out. Game-saving play from Linces as Humanoid avoids and gets out of Caps' range.
That Q3 needed to happen because that slow from the Hextech Soul would have been enough for that chase down to happen. But now you have to try and defend. Can't allow G2 to end up getting these dives underneath the towers. Humanoid's been chased to the bottom side, and the Brawl with Ultimate can tank these towers for days.
Equalizer comes out, that'll just clear the wave or at least help out. Kazi needs to step up and do some serious damage as well, but Hans Summer is shredding down this turret. 5 members of G2 comfortable here, but no minion wave. This delays things. Baron is up for a 2 minutes 15, so we'll see on the reset here if Vitality can get any of these inhibitor turrets down. Dagda maybe push up to the inhibitor, because that Baron steal clutched the game.
Yeah, it's the Baron steal that will hold on. You can see Fleshy trying to ult onto members afterwards, maybe buying enough time for Linces to get back out, but it's not going to be the case.
NaKaNaKa, is he going to face check? I think that's what our observers are showing us.
No, you can see G2 only just coming out of base there off the reset.
I was just looking, I'm like, oh god, is he about to run in blind?
It is much more freer about Vitality getting the vision control to make sure they can set up for it. Humanoid pushing in that bottom side means that someone from G2 probably has to go and answer, which may give that window for Vitality to try and attack mid. But they're kind of ignoring that wave on the bottom side at the moment. They just don't think it's valuable. This position on Dragon really is everything now.
I guess Humanoid maybe a little bit scared to lose the GA before that Dragon as well, Dagda. 50 seconds till it comes up, and I mean, the GA is now up and available. Is perfect timing for the fight for Vitality. So anything burned is going to make or break the game at this point, because look, everyone at home, you can see summoners are all up and available, bar NaKaNaKa's teleport. But he won't need it anyway. He'll be here in the fight. The level 19 Rumble, who's 4.3k gold ahead, almost at full items with an elixir of sorcery. He's here to stay.
The huge wave on that top side, I think, is about to take that tier 2. Vitality just can't really answer it, though. This is what we're talking about. Everything is invested in this Dragon that is spawning in 15 seconds. And G2 still keep position here.
Taps in. Oh, in early. No, Fleshy finds him, or rather the shield first. Meanwhile, the left side of Vitality are finding the fight, but LeBron went in a little bit early. Humanoid gets the ulti, but he whiffs again. He's exhausted, and Vitality have been shredded from right to left. Cap's got to stay alive, and at full HP with a fully scaled Sivir. Vitality sent it, and G2 received.
Humanoid will fall on the back end. Well, maybe. But I think at this stage,
he's gone.
It doesn't really matter. G2 are just pushing into the base. It was hard fought, but G2 will find the win against Vitality.
I'm not comfortable with G2 as a team right now, Dagda, but a win is a win at the end of the day. An impressive game, a fun game, but in the end, G2 finally move above and into the 5 category.
You can see Caps with a look at the end there. I think he knows they got away with murder a little bit.
Yeah.
Like a 6-kill Azir to start the game off, and G2 did not look comfortable trying to finish out this game.
No, still working out maybe some of the kinks. I don't know. Again, regular season G2 is always interesting as not a win for Vitality, but a win for our top team of the region. Player of the game, you vote now at LEC on X, Skumon, Caps, or Lebrov. I am so confused by this game, but Lebrov deserves it in my eyes.
But I was also going to say the reason it was so close was Naknako, right? The man did a ton of work in this game, catching Caps on side lanes, catching several members, and even the way he positioned the map was great, so made G2 work for it.
Naknako, the GOAT, but in the end, Broken Blade still did what he had to do on Cassante. Big shout out to Lebrov, in my opinion. We talked about him all game long. Lebrov is what got that game started for G2, and, you know, we had these insane games from the newer members of G2, like Skumon, like Lebrov, and they remind you why they're on this top team. But again, I say top team, they're going to keep proving it as we go over to Ginny and Caps.
Caps, congratulations on the win. That was a back and forth, you know, the G2 Classic heart rate monitors going up and down. How are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, a bit of a roller coaster. Definitely felt quite good in the early game, but some oopsies. And then it was a bit tough, but we won in the end, so that's nice.
That's what matters, right? A win is a win at the end of the day. Speaking of roller coasters, speaking of oopsies, that's something that kind of is happening a bit more often from G2's side of things. What's going on? Because it seems like, is it the winter curse? Is it just, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we're definitely having some troubles in the games. It's also like, it's also best of one, so there's like a small sample size, so it could be some unfortunate games, but definitely we're having a lot of oopsies.
A lot of oopsies, but you got to fix those oopsies, right? Because of course, I mean, crazy that I'm going to say this, but not really locked for playoffs just yet. Everything's still a little bit up in the air. 2 more game days after today. So what are we doing to make those oopsies not happen next week?
I mean, definitely a lot of reviews coming in. Luckily, we have a few more days before for, I guess, the last games, and hopefully we'll make it into playoffs as well.
Hopefully?
I think, I mean, I think there's some meta stuff, some gameplay stuff, a little bit of a mix of both, and I think once we clean it up, we'll be playing very strong again.
All right, I'm going to pick up the hopefully that you said, because I want to hear the confidence. I want to be like, yes, we're G2, we're going to make it to playoffs. Is that, would you agree with that?
No, I mean, we will make it. Really.
Okay, good. All right,
to make it spicy.
Had me worried for a little bit. When it comes then to your own individual performance, to make sure that you will definitely head into playoffs as G2, what are you doing?
I mean, I think definitely need to go for maybe a few less one-on-ones in this game, but it'll be good.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again, and we're going to be heading over to Lore, who is sitting by with Dylan.
Being a G2 coach is not stressful at all. Dylan, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Any first impressions after this game and this week overall?
I was really feeling comfortable backstage. We had Azir was very fed. I was like, oh, the game's really great. And I was like, wait, oh no, and then
that's perfect timing. You're setting us up beautifully for our first replay, because we originally weren't going to run this, but I have to get your take on this Baron steal, because help us understand from your POV everything that your team is doing wrong.
Okay. So it happened pretty fast when I was watching backstage, but I think we give. Is this when he steals? Here?
No, so this is
the first one. Yeah, this is the
yeah.
first Baron loss where I think the idea goes probably fine, but I think we just misplayed the fight. I think we engage a bit too aggressively on Yon, who can get away. And I think in the second one, I think we actually gave Vi an ultimate in. I think we positioned a little better, or maybe WQ'd on Alistar. We probably could have gotten it. I'd have to rewatch. Like when you're watching backstage, it all happens very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
here it is right here. Yeah. See, we give Vi ult there, and then I think we couldn't get the full Alistar combo to knock him away. But I think the idea there, actually from us, was actually pretty good.
Okay. So out of 10, how are you rating your team's performance on this game?
Oof.
It's like 7.7, 6.5 maybe.
We
won.
Nice.
We won the game. Right?
That you did.
So, yeah.
I want to talk about some of the highlights as well, because like Caps did ultimately have an overall very impressive game. His early game looked incredible, and it felt like around a lot of those team fights, he was a key part of also what made it so successful for the G2 roster.
Yeah, I also think we played around mid very well this game. I think most of the early kills Caps got was good jungle, good support roams by Lavrov, and I think that's one of our strengths. I think we're really good at getting Caps ahead in the game, and he's really good at giving it back to the game and making sure we win.
Caps was the one talking in the interview about the oopsies and the reviews and everything you guys need to do to make these last 2 games count and actually be back on the level that is expected from G2. Can you tell me as a coach, what especially are you going to be working on? What are those easy fixes you think you can implement within a week?
I think a lot of it is just how we integrate our drafts into our gameplay, just understanding what we're actually going for. If we're playing a hyper carry bot, how we can enable our bot lane maybe to do a little bit better, or if we're having a game like this where we're really camping a zero lane, how we can actually translate that into a win. Because yeah, I just feel like our drafting versus gameplay, how it all works together has just not been the greatest so far in these best of ones.
So historically, G2 has never missed a top 4 in a regular season, right? And the conversation always comes up around, is this G2, is this finally the end of G2? And then in playoffs, you guys always just get it together. And so I'm curious from your POV as a coach, I imagine you have very few concerns about what we're seeing right now. Obviously, there are some alarm bells based on the current level of play from G2. But I have to imagine, can you give some vote of confidence that G2 will be back in action in the playoffs?
I think this is like the 4th year in a row that I've been having this exact same interview with this exact same question at the exact same point of winter split. I think the top end of LEC is quite good, for sure. So I wouldn't say it's like, oh my gosh, we're going to go and stomp playoffs. But I think thinking that we're going to do very poorly or not make playoffs or something like that is just a bit of a stretch.
Absolutely.
Final thoughts on Caps. He's the key player of the game here, and we often say that a happy Caps is usually a recipe of success for G2. So how happy is Caps right now?
I think Caps was in a great mood today, all day today. Got a lot of ganks from jungle and support. Oh, it's Azir.
Looks good.
He really likes Azir.
So there you go.
Yeah.
We'll send him that. Thank you so much, Sophie, for this. But yeah, happy Caps, happy win. You guys end the week with a W, so I guess that matters. We'll see next week for you guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Dylan, for joining us
Thank
today.
you.
That's us for us here for now. The fans are happy, of course. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. It's going to be MKOI versus Team Heretics. Stay tuned.
Actually, G2 are so fucking tryhard locked in.
No, imagine being so tryhard actually.
That's so cringe.
Tryhards.
Fucking tryhards, losers. I'm running from bot, I'm coming, guys. Fight.
Then ends up getting the score crop again on top, but oof.
It's a good flash and headbutt backwards as well. Cap sends him even further back, late sealed, avoid, but Cap just runs it in.
Okay. Sorry for clickbait, bro. Oh, he's bot, he's going bot.
Going bot. If you live initially, I can come.
Actually, Nag is winning, but kinda.
I win it. On me, I'm fine.
You have fun? Nice.
Nice, Nag. Nice. Big guys, good job. Okay, nice. My bad. I'm a little bit harder than that. What's fine? Good job. Good job.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
It's Team Heretic's job to stay alive, and it is MKOI's job to lock in KC and Na'Vi into playoffs. As simple as that. Heretics are in deep doo-doo at the moment, and look, honestly, there's KC Blue who have unfortunately been knocked out earlier today. SK and Heretics are only a little bit above them in the standings. And every game matters. Cop out sometimes, yes, but this truly is the final stretch of games and the last couple before we end week 3.
I mean, only 2 days next week. So this is really where you have to start picking up the wins, trying to end on a high note coming into that final week. But we'll have to see exactly how things are going to go here. I mean, MKOI are a very, very good team. My money is on them being able to hold out here and lock in some of those top of the table places, but you never know. I mean, whatever it is about LEC versus, nothing makes sense.
No.
Everything is made up, but the points do matter.
Yes, they do. And let's see how they affect going into this next game. Heretics on blue, but it is going to be first pick here for MKOI on the red side, so in reverse. And the biggest question is, what is the priority going to go towards? Because, again, we've seen pretty stable comps from these guys. But I also feel like they can play anything, Dagda. That's the problem with MKOI. They're so unpredictable as well.
I mean, they do just play, Jojo is going to win lane. Aljoya and Alvaro are going to link up and try and play through that mid lane as well. We've seen Super and Alvaro going for this, Yunara Lulu a little bit as well, which has netted mixed results, but in general, very, very strong. And I think that's kind of where MKOI are just willing to play through strong lanes into winning the game.
Yeah, I guess unpredictable the wrong word, isn't it? Because, I mean, even the champions, it's probably going to be Rumble Prio as Jace actually gets taken away.
Probably be Azir here, to be honest.
You think Azir, yeah. Jojo's most played as well. And Pyke first pick, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, B1
better.
Pyke is the...
B1 Pyke meta. Okay. There we go. Rumble gets picked up. Now, what do you want to see in response? You said Azir. So for Seren, an obvious takeaway, right?
Well, the thing is, you could go Azir Jarvan here, which basically then there are no real good answers for Jojo into the Jarvan because you want to go either Orianna, the Ryze, or the Taliyah, which all are kind of... Taliyah is a little bit easier to play, but you're very immobile, which then kind of sets up well for the Jarvan here if you want to. But
Cassante, wow.
That I didn't... What? I mean, I knew it was coming, I just thought it would be later.
But what a matchup.
Yeah, we've never seen this before.
We've never seen this one before. We'll have to tell you a little bit about how it goes when we get into game. But with that interest out of the way, it might go down from here. We'll just see, again, if we do get that mid matchup.
Yeah, I think you do take the mid lane. Okay.
Ori instead.
Well, the thing is, I think if you're a Yoya, you do just go Jarvan here. This Orianna struggles a lot against Jarvan because she's immobile, you can play very heavily around the mid, and you then get the Azir, and then level 6 of go for the push onto Orianna, see if you can burn that flash, then look for rinse and repeats when you've got the Cataclysm available, and you've already got that Rumble as well. It just kind of seems to make it very easy to play out, but not going to be the case. Okay.
I mean, look, Pantheon as well, there's still mobility. There's, the Flash W is still so easy to execute. For Aljoya, there's going to be his second Pantheon game. And it looks like MKOI just don't care. They're like, yeah, we could have gone Azir, Jarvan here, made a bit of a hot pot. They will still get the Azir, but they build the comp in their own way.
Yeah. I mean, Jarvan's still a very strong champion. Does have decent matchups across most of the jungle. But I still think, I think Jarvan's just a little underutilized when you're seeing immobile carries already. And I imagine we're just going to have Shale round this out. Probably Xin Zhao, I imagine, here for him in the jungle. And again, just kind of have that early pressure, but not actually going to be the case. Put in that priority on the Yunara instead.
Okay, so Yunara, I would say, spices things up, but it only spices something up if Team Heretics get away some of Super's 80 carries. So far, Super this split, he's been a big Yunara player, so it looks like it is a key takeaway. But Siva, Corki, Aphelios, Ezreal, with 2 bans, you're not going to get rid of Super's champion pool.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm kind of surprised, because I feel like it's easier to get rid of picks for Shale, right? Because Ori Wukong kind of works, but into Azir, who can then push the Wukong away, makes it a little bit more difficult for the Wukong to get a lot of high value. And the Xin Zhao can be banned away as well. And it just means that there's a lot of picks in the jungle that then start to... that I'm not sure where Sheo ends up going to. Maybe Mundo, but also not... It feels like great into what MKOI are being shown here as well. So, But I'm not going to be the ban for MKOI. Instead, looking at that bottom lane.
Yeah, pairing to the Nico instead. Do they get rid of the Enchanter or maybe another form of engage? Kaiser's banned away on the side of Team Heretics. Yeah, it's interesting because I do feel like for MKOI, they're still just drafting into major comfort. Most played for Jojo, most played for Mirwin. Best champions in the meta right now, the S tier picks. And as I said, you know, Super's follow-up is gone. Alvaro off the Ricard.
I mean, think it will probably be a Lulu ban here, just to deny from the Yunara. And then Alvaro can still go back to things like the Bard, which are relatively fine, and can play for that pick onto Orianna, or even just force that early dash out of the Yunara, which makes her a little bit more vulnerable.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a Lulu.
There it is.
And you're more, like, the questions to me are, do we actually just see Sup and Alvaro go for something like the Caitlyn lane to see if they can just bully out the Yunara in the early stages? Or do they want to just try and play for the range advantage with the Bard? But that does open up Sten still to go for things like the Karma and those kind of picks. So I think you're caught, like, the way MKOI have gone about it, I think have kind of left a lot of tools open for Heretics.
I'm just going to throw this out there. What about a Milio Aphelios lane? What do we think of that? Especially with things like Xin Zhao and a bit of range. I'm just going to leave that there because it might be a bit of a what up. I mean, also, I do feel like, Dag, you might need a bit of engage. Like, we could get something like a Thresh, maybe a Nautilus linked up instead of an Enchanter. Super is looking at the Aphelios, and it seems like, you know, the best pick.
Yeah, unless they're just going to go with Aphelios Karma themselves. But, yeah, I think, like, Yunara with an Enchanter here is kind of okay.
Yeah.
Because the Braum is actually going to be fine. Actually, Milio is a pain in the ass to play against this Alistair if you do want to go the Milio route, but you can still go for the Nautilus, you can still go for Enchanter. Like, I think Heretics still have options here.
It's best of one, it's best tier picks. As you said, Braum seems to be the best. And there it is, Dagda. That'll be locked in. And let's be real. I mean, scaling for Heretics, front to back. You talked about their ability to disengage and kind of keep space. It's like MKOI are the ones who have a bit of scaling as well, Dagda, but what, more lanes to play through? What do you think about this?
I think you've got, so for Heretics, you've got winning bot push and you've got winning mid push, which then opens up Shale to do a lot of work in skirmishes and seeing if you can try and set up for engage, which kind of makes Oyoya a little bit more difficult to try and play around, or for him to try and play around his lanes. Because I still expect, like, basically what we saw in the last game with the Rumble and the Cassantes, you just kind of leave them to their own devices. So in that case, I think Heretics at least have tools and windows to try and play around in these early stages. But as you say, I think if you wait until the later portions of the game, you have good team fight setup potential to try and play around as MKOI, despite some of the disengage that Heretics are playing with.
Well, an important game and simple win conditions for drafts, I feel, is getting into this one. We've had a lot of questions around Heretics to split. It's been a bit of a down split for Sheo, considering he was top 3 jungler in a big portion of last year. You know, they've had some major changes in this roster through their solo lanes. And I wonder, had they scaled enough into the season to put up against a good performance against MKOI? It's MKOI we're talking about, who yesterday, after walking through SK, losing to LR on day 1, still seemed like a great team who just had a bit of a whoopsie on that first day. Now, winner of this. Team Heretics win, they can't secure anything, but if MKOI win, KC and Na'Vi are the biggest fans of this Spanish team. They will be locked into playoffs. Heal burn, it's Braum early, heal in response. And both Aphelios and Alistar don't really have abilities at level 1.
Just Heretics trying to use the fact that Yunara, when she can get her Q level 1, is pretty damn strong. Increase the damage that you can put out.
What do you mean JoJo's not in form? The Anivia wall was crazy yesterday. That was yesterday, didn't it? No. Yeah, didn't JoJo play Anivia yesterday?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, I think he did, like, so me and Betty were actually having this conversation backstage, and I do agree with kind of where we landed, which is that it's very hard to talk about JoJo at the moment, because he is by far and away the strongest laning mid laner that we have at the moment.
Yep.
And in theory, I think he is in conversation for best mid in the league at the moment. The biggest problem is he just kind of has a couple of whoopsies.
Yeah.
Where you kind of go, what was the game plan here,
I hope this is not one of them, Zach, because your timing would be perfect. Dagda! Your timing is perfect. There's a whoopsie.
Yeah, that is not the way Jojo wanted that one to go. Saren doing a nice job of punishing, because Jojo has actually been able in this year to get advantages against the Orianna, which typically isn't the play. And Saren, having absolutely none of it, says, hang on a second, auto attacks do a hell of a lot here. I managed to get the kill.
I guess the shifting sands to avoid the dissonance was not worth. As Team Heretics on the board first. First blood for Saren. And that's a huge way to start. This is such a great game.
Yeah, Saren will still have to be a little careful when he gets to 6, because no flash means that there is a potential for Jojo and Elyoya to try and punish the flashless Orianna. But still, like, he's so happy that he's managed to get that first blood for himself. This definitely going to make things a lot easier for Saren to punish these levels 1 to 5, thanks to that early amplifying tone.
Does mean mid opens up a little bit here for the junglers. They're on the bot side right now, but gank path is going to be quite interesting as Trayson is getting bullied out by Mirwin. Mirwin on Rumble, by the way. Here we go again. It does feel like this has been his best champion, and it's not just because he's played it the most this split, but I feel like we've seen masterclass from him. I think Mirwin is the best Rumble for me in the league, because Kana's had an insane game and a bit of a whoopsie game on it.
I mean, Nago's pretty...
Okay, we've got good Rumbles in the league. Maybe that statement is a bit outlandish. Mirwin's definitely in that conversation, I think. I'm not as sure anymore after we started naming top laners. You said Nako, I thought of it mid-sentence, Kana.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, am I missing anyone else at the moment? I mean, actually, Mainta's a pretty good Rumble, no? It's great Cassante. Yep. I don't know anymore. Mirwin's good. Okay? And he could be the best Rumble in the league, he could be the 3rd best. Either way, he's up there. How's that?
Yeah, and I think that's just Mirwin in general, right? Like, the asterisk that was beside his name when he first joined the league, because he's like, yeah, he's okay on his champions, has just disappeared.
Yep.
Mirwin is just a very strong top laner now, and I think it's a credit to him for the amount of work that he's put in behind the scenes. Because that's personally what I love seeing in like players is their development and how you can see that behind the scenes work transition to the main stage. And I think Mirren is a perfect example of that at the moment, where he just has become so incredibly strong. And as you can see, Trayson, unfortunately, is on the business end of that.
Yes, indeed. He'll be able to TP back. He's also got some cookies, so if he wants to sustain, he can, but he's going to TP instead. Naturally, Mirwin leaves the way for it is so he can bully the TP in Cassante. Negatron Cloak picked up, by the way. And Mirwin, he's going to go back and get his Tarbies, so he TPs the turret instead. And top lane's just about that. Again, really new matchup we've got in the top lane for you. Have we just seen it all day? Look, it's not been every game, surely, right? I have to go back and check. I don't think it has.
No, but we do definitely see it a lot, though.
I mean, the thing is, in best of ones, games go over your head sometimes. It's Alvaro. Yeah, he's going to be engaged on guts and blows, turns it into a better one onto Sheo, and with the trample onto Sten, flushes away. Now Elyoya caught out, but Winter's Bite doesn't connect. Looks for the re-engage onto Sheo. He's got good damage himself, but Jojo's a little bit too low to come in. Now, the question is, are MCoy going to continue the fray? Because as Jojo goes over the wall, he sends Saren into the waiting arms. The flashless Orianna we saw for the solo kill first blood has been hit hard.
Heretics completely misplay on the fight, and MCoy able to set that one up. Trayson still going up against Mirren on that top side, but yeah, so as we go in towards a pause, this should have been Heretics' fight.
Yes.
And the reason I say that is the items weren't there for Jojo. Saren had already reset and finished off his lost chapter. Jojo's sitting on just the Doran's ring. The mid lane discrepancy should have been enough to win out on the 3v3, and you even saw Saren going hyper aggressive onto Jojo in the mid lane. But he, whenever was able to actually get into position with Sheo and also with his support to take that fight, and even in the middle of that fight, Saren walked back over to the wave to kill some creeps, to hit level 6, and then try and use that shockwave to turn around the entire fight, as we saw Super joining them. And then he whiffed on the ultimate. So maybe that's what the pause is about. We'll have to see. But definitely that was an unfortunate series of events for Heretics, because that really should have been them punishing over-aggression, and honestly, like, quite underestimating the position that Heretics were in there.
We will find out if that bug is... Yeah.
I mean, we don't know if it's a bug, right?
No, we don't. But I'd love some kind of replay if we get enough time. But we'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, you're sitting here wondering, when we're going to get back into game. We'll let you know. We'll give you updates.
So it was a potential bug.
It was, okay.
So I do wonder if it is Saren, just because he kind of... The ball was nowhere near Jojo when he tried to shockwave, which makes me think he tried to, like, self-cast the shield, so then he could try and make the play happen. And then just it didn't happen, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we have the controls to see. You at home can just sit there and wonder. We can look ourselves.
Yeah, we have to wait to see. Actually, looking back at it there, was a little bit closer to Jojo, but... Yeah, no clue. We'll just have to wait and see. But either way, like, this now sets up MKOI to be in a much better spot, because Jojo had already gone down. He's now able to get a good reset timer here. You got the Aphelios, who's the one who picked up the kill there. So now you're setting up your Aphelios for success. Especially because I was looking at the cold timers on both AD carries. A much earlier reset for Ice on his. So he's sitting about 70 stacks to the 86 stacks on Super. So an opportunity to try and play off of that influx of gold, to hit an item spike, to then play through that bottom side of the map as Heretics. But now that timing window is going to have disappeared thanks to that extra resources that have just gone into Super.
We are just figuring out what's going on for now. So it's still in review. No update as of yet. I smashed a box of popcorn with you, Dagda. We got a huge bucket of popcorn just before coming into our cast today, and we destroyed it. And it's now become like this weird tradition. It's just, I don't know what it is. You said something to me that resonated on the way here, or at least in the hallway. You said, what was it, 40% of the movie for you, going to the movies, is the popcorn?
Yeah, it's the sitting down with your big popcorn and your drink and your snacks, and you're just like, I'm just having a great old time.
I had a local cinema near me that used to do Cheaper Tuesday, right?
Okay.
$15 Australian. For all the Europeans, it's about €8. Okay, 8, 9 euros. Depends on how the Aussie dollar's going. You would go in on a Tuesday and see like a big hit movie in an old cinema. They only had one cinema. You'd get a ginormous popcorn. You'd get a ginormous drink. You'd get a choc top. Do you have choc tops here?
Are they like the ice cream?
They're like the ice cream, the frozen, the frozen choc top.
Well, we have them in Ireland. They're called choc ices, though.
Okay, well, there you go. It's a choc ice. Yeah, same thing. And then you'd get like some kind of lollies as well with it.
I still find it bizarre that you call them lollies. They're just sweets, man.
They're lollies.
It's not a lollipop. It's
Sweets is more acceptable. They're not candy, that's for sure. Get that noise out of here.
Yeah,
candy.
I mean, that's a Draco's thing.
Yeah, that is. You can't stop that guy. He's got issues, It's all right. I say these things, he's not here.
He's just sitting at home, just shaking his head like, why are you calling me out, Jake?
I mean, I say things about all the other casters, and they can come and, join the cast. Come in. If you're here.
I mean, we have the headsets.
We have a headset, yeah. If you really want to come and have a fight, we can, on air, for the safety of others. Now, listen.
Okay.
That's cheap. That's mega cheap. No update yet, guys. Chill out. That's cheap. Like, I miss that. €8 for all that. And the movie, by the way. You see the movie. And by the way, that was for like when Lord of the Rings was out. That's how long ago. That was like the Return of the King.
But then it's like, it's not real money of today, right?
No, of course it's not. It's like, how many years ago was that? That's crazy. Quick note, Team Heretics, they're the ones who paused. Reports while clearing Krug camp. They report that the passive on Q is not going off. The decision has been made to play through as we monitor for the bug. We'll be back into the game soon. Q for who? Is it Q for Sheo?
It must be Sheo.
Sheo's Q's not working on the Krug camp. Yeah, confirmed. It's Sheo. And it is the passive. Okay, so passive or Q? I mean, they're two different things, but I'm going to assume that, yeah. We will find out any further details, but they are going to play on. We are still not back into game as of yet. Now, that's a deal. That was like 2007, Dagda. $8. Criminy crocky, that's cheap. Seeing Return of the King, that's a 3.5-hour movie,
Yeah.
That was. People don't understand. Maybe as we throw over to the analyst desk, they'll reflect on how good the Lord of the Rings trilogy was and how the current generation won't get anything or anywhere near that banger of a series.
Also sweeter salty popcorn.
Oh, yeah. It's salty.
We're going to talk about this a bit later.
We're going to
I have
ignore you
thoughts on Lord of the
completely.
Rings, amazing series. You guys want to talk about the draft first, or like?
I want to get into the action.
Yeah,
I want to go
let's go.
straight into the fights because Jojo is someone who I have been wanting to say all split long, best performing mid of the split, right? But I do feel like he's making some really silly mistakes this split, especially this weekend.
This week, yeah.
It just felt like getting solo killed by Seren. Like I am
Okay,
surprised.
don't say it like it's that bad, you know, because...
That's insulting for Seren.
No, but
How
I mean,
dare
but
you.
Jojo shouldn't
No,
be
but
getting solo killed, period.
Okay, that is true. When you are a player and you're, you know, consistently winning lanes, consistently getting leads, and it feels like you can throw and impose your will on your enemy, overconfidence does seem to happen, you know, at some point. So I don't blame him so much. This fight in the river was great. This, at the same time...
Hang on, you don't blame him so much?
What do you mean?
He 1v1 died by
happens.
himself.
It happens. Okay, you've seen Faker die 1v1, you've seen Chovy. It's not a big deal, but all of a sudden Jojo does it, and oh my god, it's like he got solo killed. He's a criminal. Arrest him.
No, I'm not saying
Go take him off the stage, Vedi. Come on.
We agree that Jojo has been one of the best performing mid laners in the LEC for the entirety of 2025. Laning specifically is the one thing we say he even beats Caps on. And if you speak to a bunch of the top mid laners in the league, they all agree that playing against Jojo in lane is a very difficult thing to do. So if we all unanimously agreed that during his mid lane performance, laning is his best facet, for him to die 1v1 is extremely unexpected and is below this quality that we expect of him.
Counter arguments.
Okay.
The defense is ready. Jojo's defense is ready.
Jojo's defense? So I'm just gonna like debunk and call it on like, you know, it's the way you present the facts is bad, and you know the way you gather evidence is strictly unadmissible in this court. So you're saying that because he is so good, the fact that he dies is just bad, but my counter argument is, why does that not make Seren the GOAT?
I mean, it can make Seren the GOAT.
So it's just a matter of perspective over here.
Guys, I'm gonna stop you 1 second so you can reconvene and build on your arguments. We have an update actually to offer you on the situation. The pause, as you heard, Sheo reported while clearing the Krog camp, reported that the passive on Q was not going off. Decision has been made from the referees and it has been revised. A chrono break has been offered and accepted just before the Krog camp was taken. So we're gonna proceed to a chrono break here. And
hopefully that fixes
the arguments can resume.
I mean, I'm just sad I can't see, you know, Xin Zhao infinitely stack his Q for the rest of the game. that would have been kind of
I mean, that's also hoping that the chrono break fixes the bug,
that
right?
is true.
Because we've had situations before where we reverse it and then the thing doesn't actually solve. So here's hoping that it does get fixed.
Bigger picture on MKOI and Jojo Pyun overall. It's been a weak week from them, I feel, because they go from being not undefeated, but best team in the league. Every team was talking about how impossible it is to face off against them in scrims and everything, and how unbeatable they're on stage, to this week.
I mean, one of the things I wanted to look into that I haven't had a chance to look into yet was the contrast between Alvaro playing range supports and melee supports. So last year, one of the things that I noticed this weekend is when they don't play engage, Koi just looks worse. Now, we did see some similarities to this last year, but they were mainly playing Braum, and they had these low engage comps where they had either something like a Poppy or a Braum in that support role, and they kind of relied on Elyoya to be the engage. Now, they actually played those comps very well. I think Braum is one of their best champions. Alvaro is one of his most played throughout his career. But when we see them on range supports, it does feel like that the dynamic changes a little bit. And we've been seeing Karma from him, we've been seeing Lulu from him, and I do feel like that how that impacts how they play the game really shifts. And I feel like that's something that Koi is still trying to figure out. Now, again, maybe that's a bit of an overgeneralization.
We can ask them
just
later.
some initial thoughts that I've got. But when you do look at this draft, like things like Alistair, I'm very used to from Alvaro. The Rakan, I'm very used to. And again, when I think of Koi, the best version of Koi I've always seen is Elyoya plus Alvaro playing through mid. even when they originally had Frescowi on the roster, that was the best version of them because Elyoy is an incredibly smart jungler. You pair him alongside any support that knows how to make plays, and they're going to get stuff done on the map. So that, for me, is why I'm looking very much at this like draft approach behind, is there a big difference between range supports versus melee? Right now, it's mainly just me speculating. I haven't looked into the data as whether or not it has any substance to it, but I do feel like, just kind of based on what I've seen, that when they play these engaged supports, that jungle support combo looks a lot more impactful.
Interesting.
Well, it's just, the game is easier when you have tools, right? It's just when you see a mistake, you can just press some buttons, you know, you punish the mistake. But as Vedi said, is when they have the Braum and stuff, it changes a bit of how you play. You want to, you know, get more space, you want to be at the position first, you want to kite back a little bit. And also to add to the range support point, I don't really know if that's so much their choice, where they feel like, oh, maybe in this game is the best, but we saw the LEC, and for example, what was it, like 2 days ago, or yesterday, or even last week when they got punished by SK, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it was GX, wasn't it? GX bot lane completely smashed.
Yeah, exactly, it was that one. And you might just be forced into necessity where you need to make this trade-off of, hey, we need to survive lane, we need to go for these, you know, and then the challenge for MKOI, which is, you know, stylistically they had the same type of play, is that now they need to adapt and find new ways to gather win conditions.
I mean, they have been saying that they're also using this split and overall LEC to train for internationals and get stronger. So maybe
the only
I know it's cap. I know it's cap when you say
I
this,
hate
but
that logic as well, simply because I think it just devalues the league too much, and it kind of makes you. I think it can make you not really recognize some of the problems that you're running into, especially just on the domestic level. Because the biggest thing for me that I've been wanting to see from LEC teams for a while now is consistency. Like, and even in a best of one format, I know the argument is best of ones, a lot can happen. And mainly that's driven by draft. I know Otto's experienced it firsthand, but like if you just have a bad draft going in, you make the wrong choices, your game can be over before it even starts. And I think we've seen that this split a couple of times from Koi. So I don't want to put too much weight onto this consistency argument, but I can shut up because we're back in the game.
There you go. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the kill still happened. Seren's still dead. Jojo obviously died earlier in the game. The Chrono Break happened, but we are at where we were at, right? Yeah, so watch it. Hey, it worked. Okay, okay. Yeah. Q works. We're okay. Shay just went to Krugs purposely to test it, and we're back on board. Game is even. If you kind of missed out, it was Seren getting caught out by a good Jojo ult on low HP. And we are fighting again. I guess the players got a little bit antsy. Engages in. Shay decides, let's keep on going. Knock up onto Elyoya, but Elyoya stood there with his shield up. Now gets flashed on. Ice gets the kill. Next is Alvaro up. And in the pause, I guess Heretics got to bring in some composure.
This time, Heretics are able to use the level 6 advantage. Ice having access to the ultimate, whereas Supa is still level 5. Has to burn the Ghost to try and escape, but Stend is just going to play Bouncer here. Deny the Aphelios, I thought for a while, from getting back towards that tower to pick up the CS. But Sheo will get the level 6 off of this Scuttle Crab. And maybe just be able to go over for the Dragon as well. Pantheon has to go towards his top side, so it might be an angle, but looks like the reset is instead.
Grayson okay, I think. Feel pretty confident running into Mirwin, but that's just simply a trade. As we look back towards bot, Team Heretics sent it with Sheo.
Yeah, I don't think they realized that there's going to be, well, more people. Like, well, it was Sheo, so yeah, because level 6 is there for Ice. You don't have it for Supa. Like, sure, you've got the red and white guns, but still, just that ultimate advantage is so good. And Heretics picking up a nice kill for themselves on the bottom side.
Oi, Flash, Winter's Bite, Alvaro in trouble. He doesn't have ulti, so with concussive blows, he's kept in place, and he's kept for a kill. Ice with number 2, and it's the thing about a pause, it's like it feels like, you know, sometimes you can really lose momentum. MKOI just been caught out twice now near this bot lane.
Yeah, this bottom side is starting to fall apart a little bit. 2 kills for Ice, and I'm going to be honest, any member of Heretics, it's Ice that I don't want to get kills to.
No way.
Double pentakills. Man's been looking pretty all right on Heretics. This is, yeah, MKOI just struggling a little bit here.
Just a little bit. Ice is almost towards first item already. Grubs are now up, by the way. 1k gold lead for Heretics, and Sheo is leading that a little bit.
There's potential gank in mid, though. Jojo in trouble.
On a ward, 3 members collapse. It's a triangle pincer, but an easy up from Jojo. Still has to flash, though. Sheo has the 3 Talon Strikers. Ice, what an angle. Alvaro is set up for his jungler to fly in and give a shutdown to Super. MKoi back on the board.
So MKoi able to get the kill on the bottom side with a nice flank from Alvaro, but I think Shao misplayed on the wave on mid. Could have actually used that ultimate to knock Jojo back further in towards Saren. Maybe afraid that he'd be able to get a kill onto Saren or something, but ends up meaning that Jojo can escape.
Fighting again. I mean, Brom so strong in the skirmish, but now bopped away. Stender's separated, but the re-engage is beautiful. Heretics fly back in, but it's Jojo who spears back in instead. Shao looking for the kill on Elyoya, but he went too far. Heretics losing their minds now a bit as MKoi there to pick up the pieces.
It's a 3v4. Well, I don't understand why Heretics are trying to take that fight. You just could have backed away. Yeah, this game has got a little wonky.
I think the players were sick of sitting there for so long that now they're just like, you know what, no matter what we see enemy, we fight. And while I love the strategy, while I love the game, and sometimes you got to wonder why. This was a beautiful angle from Alvaro.
Yeah, no flash on the Yunara. So Alvaro just put a good Hex flash into position. And then here, Stend, like, you should never try and clear this ward. You know that MKoi are going to start to move up. And Heretics even trying to take the fight as well. Like, there's going to be more members of MKoi. Your AD carry just died.
Yeah.
Like,
Such
I
an
don't,
easy point.
yeah.
And even though Shao thinks, oh yeah, I can trade one, Elyoya survives, so it's an even bigger disaster. Equalizer down as we come back to top. Everyone's just chilling here in the matchup, still with a gold lead.
And you look at the gold on the bottom of your screen, like the two lanes that actually started off well for Heretics were Saren with the solo kill.
Yep.
That basically gold has disappeared now. And you had 2 kills on the Yunara from massive mistakes from Super and Alvaro. And now Super gets 2 kills off the back of that last play. So
Ice.
all of that hard work, well, maybe not completely gone.
Not completely gone. In fact, Ice is going to find his third here, surely. He's got his movement speed and an Arclight of Ruin waiting for Super and for Alvaro. One's out of range, but Super is not. Third kill for Ice. And yeah, we have completely lost it, haven't we? We just keep fighting.
I mean, nice to get himself a kill on that bottom side. Alvaro trying to use that phase rush as the Alistair to escape, but it was actually Super then who ends up falling off the back of it. Yeah, the MKoi bot lane not having the best of times here.
Not really. Sten now has Bandle Pipes, by the way, as he heads towards mid, charging towards Jojo. He does hit with the Winter's Bite, but he's sent back into the turret range. Ulti's in return, but Sten is dead here? No, not yet. Elyoya flies in, though, to make it so. Spears through Saren, and he won't find one. He will find a second. Still slowed down, but Alvaro, thank you very much, calls Elyoya for the double in the pocket.
So much of these plays is just not respecting the opportunities from the enemy team. So you have that over, well, Saren and Sten make that play happen in the mid, but don't expect Alvaro to be there. And also just not expecting Elyoya to have that ultimate available. But it's a Pantheon, and you're making a play on mid-wave. He's always going to show up there. So it ends up being 2 kills going across to MKoi.
Well, if Cameron goes top for some normality. Like, this is nice up here. This is where we flourish.
The Zen, we need the
This
peace.
is Zen, yeah. This calms everything down. 2 top laners just doing absolutely nothing while everyone just loses their minds in the rest of the map.
It's, you know, the Tofu's when it's like hitting that gong.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
for the, what's the word? The sound baths.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, they are nice. Shao is just going to walk in. Now we've got a smite steal potential. It does go to Elyoya. MKoi, once again, his numbers, but a great engage from Shao. Maybe makes it okay. Saren's coming in for a flanker. Super, he's just meleeing it though. He's about to die to an Orianna as he flashes away, but not to his life. And eventually, Team Heretics take control of the fight. It's interesting because I just feel like both teams are on a holiday.
These fights are weird, man. Because I'm like,
happening?
oh, again, Heretics are taking a 3v4 because you've got your Orianna in the mid lane. But Ice is just untouched. He's getting so much AoE off. The knockup and that W as well from Ice, doing a ton of work. And Ice is just shredding people. He's playing so well. Even the flash to reposition with Saren was so well played. And we said it like the one member you don't want to give gold to is Ice, and he's shown why.
5-1 and 2, and we're just back in the Ice seed, aren't we? It's 2K gold lead, and Super in that fight, while having numbers advantage with the rest of MKoi, his ult hits backline and doesn't really give him much access. He has to go into melee range, he has to go into the range of Shao, and I can see it too, Chatter.
Yeah.
I can see it
Yeah,
too.
Torment, I think you're onto something.
We are doing it again, aren't we? Ice Penta, Part 3, Electric Boogaloo. This is Ice's moment, and he's about to get his second item shortly as he holds the wave. Like, Hot damn, he is having a bit of a split, and for Team Heretics, a losing team, a bottom 3 team right now. In Ice, they believe and rely on, again, for such an important win.
And I mean, even last year on BDS, he was such an important part in what you look towards. And at the start of the split, kind of question marks were nice. Like, hey, you know, we haven't seen that same level of consistency. We haven't seen you being able to use these advantages. And was looking a little bit lackluster, but the Heretics AD carry putting on a show these last couple of weeks, or at least the last couple of games. Even if they can't pick up the wins, and it'll be nice to see if he can convert one against MKOI.
He's just luring Jojo in, really slow push of this wave. Doesn't want to overextend, especially with the Pantheon, as we are looking top again. Mirwin, all-out potential, and there it is. Now we wait for the true damage. It does connect Mirwin. I believe flashed away a little bit too late, but let's find. Oh, Trayson! The Natopo flash didn't work out. Now on top of an equalizer. He's being run around, but Natopo's work out. Trayson gets the shield and runs out for the solo.
It was very close to being the turnaround play for Mirwin, but Trayson manages to make it work. Multiple members on this bottom side, though.
Oh, what an angle. Ice about to face check. Which way can he go? Stunned up. You go that way, son. But as he spaces out, Ice still not dead. Still not dead. Ice is still not dead. He's just going to take the minions. The holiday will continue, while Yoya will get nowhere near the superstar Ice Cold killer. Team Heretics, again, keep climbing up with their gold.
Just like me in this Berlin weather, MKOI keeps slipping on ice here. They cannot manage to keep himself in check. 6-1-3 for this Yunara. And you can see that, like, the Fiend Bolt already completed. He's a full item ahead of Super right now.
Hot damn. Well, Third's on the way already. Strange game, but Heretics are hand stiffing a bit.
I mean, at this stage, it's just play for the AD carry. As long as this Yunara is good, you're good. So, the team fights are going to become incredibly difficult for MKOI now, as long as Heretics are able to keep themselves sane and keep these fights simple and easy.
Yeah. Easy is the name of the game. Herald goes down, makes things easier, and to break open mid, you'd think that would be used. And give the chance for easier Dragon setups as well, because first Dragon went to MKOI. Next one's coming up in about a minute. It's going to be a late Soul this game. And for Team Heretics, what do you think, Dago? I mean, that's fine, right? Like, what do you care about Soul?
I think it's, like, you can still play for Soul. I think that what they want to try and do, though, is play for this mid lane turret. Yep. Only 2 plates left on us, so a Rift Herald play should be able to take us. And if you're then able to control mid-wave, suddenly you can start to shift Ice into the bottom side of the map, up towards top. Like, start to get and use this pressure that your AD carry can create. So that's why we're seeing a lot of MKOI sitting around this mid-wave, trying to contest any play that Heretics may go for. But I think on this next wave, once you have Orianna catch this bottom side and push that out, then you can actually look for a play towards this mid lane turret in a second.
He's getting top push in the meantime. As you said, that bot push will come from Seren. Probably enable him to get that Shadow Flame as well. And right before Dragon, if he, I was going to say teleport backs in, but he doesn't actually have teleport currently. So call that irrelevant for now. It's with that bot push. It's no Dragon start. That'll be delayed again. Both teams kind of hovering on the outside. Also notice that Super was looking about what he could do top.
So Heretics were waiting for Shao to complete the Black Cleave and just finish it off, which is why he's gone back to base. So I think this is where we'll see the Herald drop and then immediate turnover towards that Dragon. As MKOI, Elyoya, you can see him sitting there trying to hold this position as he uses the ult to bot lane, but doesn't actually get the play onto Seren. He was trying to make that pick onto the Orianna, but didn't even look like he was close. Seren didn't have to burn flash.
Rune Super tagged out a little bit. Seren's been pretty good on the trigger this game, I think. Respect, you know, outside of having the gusto. Woo! Okay, Ice hurts. Who knew? I think we could all see that one coming. The 6-180 carries. Mid is now broken wide open. Another charge comes from Shao. Might find a knock-up onto Super. It's knock-up galore, but in return, pops back his stand. Outbreak gets an angle again, but with the Unbreakable Will, is he alive? No, you have your answer again. Ice going to be ulted as he runs out with yet another kill. Blood on his hands, but the stains don't need to be removed, because I'm sure there's a lot more coming.
He can watch them in the Ocean Dragon. Make sure that he's able to pick that one up with the rest of his team. And at this stage, Heretics, they are looking clean. Ice is terrified. Seren is putting in work on these side lanes. And MKOI, like, it was off screen. MKOI are trying to make plays, but they're just not finding that success.
Consistently, right? And that's why this league is so much fun, so confusing, but so much fun. Because as a viewer at home, if you're investing in watching the LEC right now, you can't come to me and say, I know who's going to win this split. That's absolute rubbish. If
I don't even know who's going to win today.
If anyone says they know who's going to win LEC this split, you're full of it. You have no idea. And you could look at this game in isolation and be like, wow, Heretics are better than MKOI. But then they lost to Lost Ratones. And then I go through the rest of their season. Na'Vi, Shifters beat them, but they beat GX. And Hysterics, they beat Vitality. Hang on. But G2 beat them, so Team Heretics a good team or not? Well, games like this, I can tell you, this is their potential, and they look clean.
Yeah, but I think KC and Na'Vi are hoping that MKOI would be a slightly better team today, because their hopes of lock-in are on this game.
They saw that KC relied on them for a win to lock into playoffs, and MKOI were like,
no.
Maybe not today, you know. No, of course that's not true. But look, MKOI, they're an interesting team in their own right. Alvaro has been playing out of his mind, like a lot of Alistars in our league, but Alvaro has been playing some really sick counter engages. Unfortunately, as you said, MKOI just don't put the pieces together.
But the biggest problem now is just the Braum value is sky high for Heretics. It was already kind of difficult enough if you're on an even footing for Super to really get damage onto the main carries as that. But at this stage, Stend is incredibly tanky. He just sits in front of this Yunara.
Hello.
And MKOI keep trying to make plays like this. Like, this is the second one we've gotten as immediately Elyoya's ultimate has come back up. And it's an Orianna that should be very easy to kill in the side lane, but she hasn't even had to use her flash in either of those occasions.
Seren is just waiting till next game to use it, I guess.
I mean, he doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to,
He can just chill.
Now has himself the Shadow Flame. Blighting Jewel picked up, so third we're going to get a lot of Magic Pen. As this back, cheeky, Stend. Close to maybe inting it a little bit and having to burn the flash. Oh, he's going to clear the vision that he placed down as he was returning to base. And Baron's obviously sitting there. You don't need me to tell you that that's the next port to call. But at a 6k gold lead, it's now up to Heretics to continue pushing this forward. They've got a Dragon in pocket. It's going to be an ultra late game soul if we do ever get there. But obviously the Baron with a very fed Yunara at 3 items is going to be a lot easier to take down if they get another one of these picks on MKOI from them over-evaluating the play that MKOI have done so many times this game.
It's just whenever Elyoya's ult is down, Heretics can become much more brave in the map, especially for Seren. And I think that's why you can kind of see at the moment, all they really want to do is just establish this like deep vision in this pocket of the jungle and make sure that they're in an okay spot. Because if you have to play far back as MKOI, you don't really get those windows to play for a pick onto Seren or, try and, it's just pointless to try and play for a pick on Drayson.
Okay.
And if Heretics can just play like this, you can see you just have to cede all control. Heretics are too strong at the moment.
Stend as well, popping the Ghost, but remember he has Unsealed Spellbook. I mean, I think a lot of the strength does come from Stend. Shout out to this guy. Not only has he had a good game, but I think the champion Dagda is just so incredibly good in the first 20-25 minutes of the game flat. Because
I mean, Medic has been singing the praises for Braum in this patch.
But even the past 6 months, I feel like Braum has been just such a good response. Like, around Worlds, we were kind of in the Ornn meta, like, sort of. My memory's really bad. I'm like a goldfish, so I have to look.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if Ornn was... He was there, but wasn't...
Okay, but outside of Ornn as well, which is very oddly specific, I feel like Braum deals a lot with not only range, like this Jace going around, like things like Azir on-hit champs. He's very versatile with strong base damage. I think he has one of the strongest base damage supports in the game.
But it's just most engage supports at the moment will struggle into him.
Yep.
Like, for example, Alistair. He goes in, headbutt combo. Okay, I'm Braum. I'm going to leap to my AD carry then and stand up with the Unbreakable. And then we just turn that damage onto the Alistair, so you immediately lose out on the trade. Or if the AD carry is shorter range than you, like Supa in this case, Ice just gets to play forward and deal a ton of damage to Supa as he tries to answer for the play. It's a very similar story with like Leonas and Rails and everything else that comes in. But the beauty of Braum in this situation is that most of the people, apart from the Azir, are really short range. So there's more time for you to actually get an auto attack off to enable a stun, so you don't have to rely on your Qs. Even for Supa, him trying to reposition or stay safe in fights becomes incredibly difficult against a Braum. So it's just Braum gets so much value in this draft, not only in the lane matchup, but also because of how relatively short range MKOI are.
Such a good ult denier as well of that Aphelios ult now. Dragon goes down. Team Heretics, another objective. There's Stend again being annoying, and he was doing that by himself while defending. And as you can see, damage mitigated with the Unbreakable up. He does get chunked a little bit, but Team Heretics are now going to be moving up to this top side, hovering around Seren, covering Baron vision, because right now, that's how MKOI are holding on. Making sure that this Baron doesn't get started or snuck is keeping them in the game.
He's also, Stend is opted in towards the Solstice Slay, so going to be healing up these carries as he tries to CC them across the
that
board.
movement speed, right, as well?
So it's
really nice.
Yeah.
I feel like, just personally for Solitude, Solstice Slay is the most fun, especially when you're playing like these, I was just going to call it annoying champs. You know, I feel like the Thresh is in Solitude as well, right?
What's wrong with Thresh?
No, nothing's wrong with Thresh. He's annoying. A good Thresh, everyone knows in Solitude, it's like a good Blitzcrank. They're in your head, you know? And Braum as well, I feel like has some kind of degree of is just seeing if they were going to commit a little bit more. Grayson's happy though. He's got TP, and he's also got the Jack show, so he'll be good in any kind of fight and long engage. Hovering around Jojo for now, and you can see that El Yoya is also down here on the bottom of the map. Teleport being burnt, that's just by Stend. El Yoya is moving up to the top, and pings are getting spammed down, but Heretics, it's not like they're starting Baron yet.
But they're just clearing out the vision that MKOI put down, and the fact that they're able to two-man this with Stend and Seren is really good, because now you just get to shove that wave immediately his ice. You don't actually need Shao to come across, so he gets to clear out his camps, and you're kind of just cheating tempo with that teleport from Stend and the cover from Seren as well. And there's very little that MKOI could do, because they just don't know what the hell Heretics are up to. They have no vision anywhere past their own jungle.
Spike connects, El Yoya tagged out, 2 more concussive blows to go. Little peekaboo from Shao, who now has the GA, so easier engage. As Heretics are starting this up, full vision clearance. They're being super patient around this objective. It's going to be spotted out now, but they're not really taking that much damage. Ice is fine as well. The 4-item Yunara just whittling away. MKOI tried to turn it into an engage. Unbreakable's up, but now that that's down, maybe an angle for MKOI. However, there's a clear through mid. Heretics move as 5, looking for the engage. Mirwan's now coming in. Stand wrong way for the door. If Hodor did that, it would have ended much quicker. Heretics going to back off, and 5 versus 5 through mid. MKOI didn't really lose too much.
But that's why I like Heretics going for this play. So with the new Baron, you lose 0.5 of your resistances every second.
Yep.
So you can kind of just tank that for an exceptionally long time. And like, even if you tank it for a minute, you only lose 30 MR in armor, right? It's not a huge amount in the grand scheme of things. So you can kind of just fish for these, see if you can burn some spells or maybe get MKOI to overextend. And the ability for Shao and Ice to just two-man this with the damage they have and the heals that Shao can provide, I think is just enough. And Heretics basically playing off that.
All in, Stan sets up, but a little bit over-ambitious. However, the Glacial Fisher knocks up Jojo, but he took more damage. Shao as well almost dies. Team Heretics pulled triggers, but not in the right order.
And you've got push on bot side for Trayson. They burn that TP from Mirwan, and they don't actually end up getting anything unless Jojo.
Oh yeah, he goes into Fog of War, Crescent Guards there, pops out the ulti himself for the rest of MKOI. Look for the play through mid, Wind becomes lightning, narrowly avoided. MKOI run away, now for the re-engage from Team Heretics as Ice. He wants to transcend and run in, but as that starts expiring and he runs through the ultimate, Team Heretics back away with no victims.
So MKOI nearly end up getting Jojo caught on the side, but will just end up backing away. Still, like, it's just MKOI basically trying to find these ways to force plays, but they're just not quite able to manage it because Shao has that untouchable, Stend is able to block the damage, and there's always that ability to run away thanks to all the slows that this Braum can provide.
I will say the only thing, you know, Jojo obviously got caught, but the rest of the fight and the rest of the team, surprisingly holding on to a lot of these fights, you know, like Sten pops the ulti, okay. If that's around maybe the next dragon, if that's around a longer fight that MKOI can choose, that's the mistake that brings MKOI back into the game. It's 6k gold lead, but Heretics, you never say never. Dagda made a trick shot with the water bottle. It went right into the crate. You won't see it, and you'll never ever see it. But just know that I saw it. And wow, you are an impressive man. Both in and out of game, Dagda, he's a man you can rely on. Now, Team Heretics, can you rely on this play? They've set it up onto Alvaro. Unbreakable Will has been pulled out. That's Sheo by himself. Sten wants a bit of piece of the action as well, but Alvaro's ulti down is a big one, a big part of the engage of MKOI.
Yeah, he still has his flash, so still can be engaged, but you can see this two-man that Heretics just keep going for. Makes it very threatening for Alvaro to recommit.
It's a peekaboo of death, and Alvaro gets caught out once again. A ward that's going to be cleared as Team Heretics start the Baron on the back end. Mirwin is seen on double wards at 8k now. Baron starting to go down quicker and quicker. The defense mechanism from Team Heretics holds this brush out of sight. Equalizer down as well. Trayson's okay though, as the Baron already goes down. He flashes out to survive. Jojo's ult comes in later, and Ice drops down. It's a big pick if MKOI can get a little bit more. Sten with the Unbreakable. The ulti still connects, but Super, the burn, the tick, helps out, and Mirwin seals it down. A 2 for 2, but Baron denied at least of the two of Team Heretics.
MKOI going to try and take the mid lane turret. With Elyoya down, it'll be risky to go for the Dragon, because you will have that flash smite from Sheo, but MKOI look like they're just going to try and rush it down. Can Sheo get here in time?
He said flash smite, I see it. Is there enough damage here with the Aphelios Super? He's getting close, 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 close. There's a ward. Blast cone taken. Smite, yes! Sheo gets it. Soul point now acquired. He pulls out the Crescent Guard. Looking for an engage as Trayson's also the way in, and MKOI might get 2v3, especially with the GA. It buys time. Flush away. Super gets from Trayson, but now the re-engage. Sheo is barehanded here, but he's still healthy enough. Equalizer down on the reset. A good engage. Alvaro finds the mark. Trayson, though, needs to dive. The shockwave finally comes in. Saren helps out and saves Team Heretics' chances of flying Elyoya. He's also erupted onto the scene while Jojo gets the top side of the fight. We look back bot, and we need to see Elyoya get a target with the re-engage. The flash, the messiness continues, but MKOI, they lost the Dragon to a steal, and Heretics slow played the hell out of that fight.
Serenades it and says it's not over till the fat lady sings. Brilliant setup by Heretics in the fight. Slow play it. Use the GA, but this engage just actually kind of works out for MKOI in the end. There's so much focus on the top side from Heretics that Mirren's able to take down Trayson early, and as Ice comes in, just pipped by Jojo on the edge, doesn't quite have the flash to get over the wall. And Heretics able to tick down Stend as well. But this was always going to be a risky play. I think as MKOI, you either had to take that mid lane tower or rush the Dragon, because Heretics, as you can see, Sheo gets enough time to get out of base.
Yeah.
And then, I thought he just flashed back over the wall, but as you called it, Hysteric slow plays it for Heretics.
Close it up.
And then waits for Saren to TP in. And the shields are enough to just keep Sheo topped up, but it's a very slow fight because you can see Saren is trying to position on towards Supa. Can't really get there, but a good shockwave, and the patience pays off for Trayson as he's able to then pull away the rumble and get the kill afterwards.
A bit more damage. I mean, Super could have died there as well to top it off. Team Heretics in the driver's seat still. Ulti from Stend would have hit Elyoya, the flash, but come back to live. Mirwin does get top turret, and there is gold shrinking on our map right now, but Heretics are now on soul point. To deliver this game to a victory, it's getting closer and closer, and it is a bit of Cassante gaming, but I also think that Saren and Ice, it takes them to die for MKOI to have a chance here. Mirwin's getting some gold himself. He's the only one looking red on the side of MKOI. The rest is Heretics favored.
Soul in 2.5. And a terrifying Yunara is going to be what MKOI have to go up against. And you can see how close these fights are, but a lot of them have been because Heretics have, had to put focus elsewhere. You had Sheo and Ice trying to two-man that Baron. So you get a nice start to the fight for MKOI. Even in that bottom skirmish, it was Trayson and Sheo having to hold out for so long, and the whole Ice.
Oh, oi. Savoy, that was crazy. I mean, that's Aphelios gaming, but still, I just did not expect him to also one-shot Ice.
Yeah, Ice kind of just needs to have Sten beside him at all points in time to prevent that happening. But you can look and see, like, if Supa at this stage pushing towards a 6th item, he's very, very strong. And it's now ball time for MKOI to get some of the standing gold.
set up. Alvaro runs for his life, but Sten now with the Unbreakable. Small window here for Team Heretics. Map a little bit more open for MKoi, enables this deep vision. 4K is the only lead. It's getting smaller and smaller. Super is getting bigger and bigger. There is another item on the way soon. I assume either we're going to get a lifeline or we're just going to get a BT. But regardless, both 80 carries Dagda. I look at them to survive. That's good news for either one of them. Obviously, Jojo's in there as well, but as Super, hold. Yeah, Blast Cone out was the right move.
Heretics, though, used the Ghost on Stand to push MKoi back, and now Mirwin.
Mirwin caught out, flashes over the wall. Stand also lands on Super! What an ulti from Stand! He was looking to the right, he fakes an ult to the left.
It's the no-look from Stand that catches out Super, who was flashless and ghostless and will die for Mirwin's mistake.
Ulti out.
Still 30 seconds until that dragon, though. So I don't think Super's going to be up in time. MKoi need to find some way to slow down this dragon take.
Well, Jojo with a hero play, that'll do it. 20 seconds, the spawn's coming up. And Sten, what a pick. I mean, again, he was just facing right. He was looking at Mirwin, and then Super steps between the wave. And Sten hit that like it was a Thresh Q.
And still, MKoi step up. Trayson isn't here, but you can see them. They're just picking off the dragon.
Just gone.
There's nothing they can do.
Well played.
Huge, huge play from Stend. They may have just confirmed this game.
Oi.
Oh, as Jojo doesn't get hit by the Winter Spice.
Trayson's trying to follow that up as well. TP from MKoi. Mirwin joins the fray. 4 members still here. Super now behind them as well. Team Heretics have this choke, and with a Brom, a choke is fantastic, especially with Sten having his ulti up. They've got Infernal Soul, a bit of burst of damage will affect MKoi that little bit more. As you can see, the poke is a little bit better than it was before as mid-push comes through, and Heretics still think about how they can approach the Baron.
MKoi are just trying to prevent Heretics from taking that space. Azir turret goes up to keep the wave in their favor and stop it from crashing on towards their inhibitor turret. If it goes back that far, it becomes very easy for Heretics to re-establish vision in this topside jungle. Tower falling in that bottom side. Jojo and Elyoya looking for the flanks.
Oi, game-changing MKoi. The win for KC and Navi's sake hinges on this fight with their disadvantage. Alvaro set up into Trayson, bit of poke onto him. Super follows through, but look at his guns. White's about to run out now. He's got the Gravitum. Needs an insane CC ulti. But how are you going to land it with a Brom? Sten peels off from the rest of Team Heretics. It's tense, it's nail-biting, it's Heretics' life we're talking about. MKoi still trying to poke out. Super's got Gravitum. Double root there in the end. Poke out on Seren as well. Oh, flash. Alvaro in. Equalizer down as well. It's a big ulti, but Alvaro, he goes in solid for a little bit, and Sten survives. Runs it back. Elyoya's ulti. It's into Trayson. Trayson all out into the back of MKoi. He'll quickly be taken down when he gets Alvaro with the fish as well. Jojo stands in. The great divide by the Emperor from Canada. But now he's stuck in a 1v2. Golden is Seren. Golden is Jojo, but not for long. Heretics retain control, if only just.
The return damage from Seren with that shockwave was huge. Ice looked like he'd just gone down with nothing left in the tank. But Heretics now moving in towards this top side. I think they might have just done us.
You think they can open up Dagda? Death time is a long 30 seconds at least. Alvaro's up in 15.
But you don't have the same resistances on these towers when it's only 2 people taking it. So Heretics should be able to rush this one through. Alvaro is the only one that can hold.
Yeah, he's going to need something. Next turrets go down. These clockwork windups are great from Seren rather. Heretics.
Stand is TPing as well.
This is huge for them. You said the TP is going to come in. Nexus exposed against MKoi. It's been a rough weekend for the Spaniards, but Heretics will take that. A well-deserved win, and I think their best game at LEC Versus yet.
What the hell is going on in LEC Versus?
We don't know.
This is insane. Heretics finding so much control through that bottom side, playing through ice, but Seren Shockwave in the end doing masterwork for this squad.
He started with a solo kill on Jojo, and that's why he's there for player of the game. You can vote now at LEC on X. Outside of Seren, Ice as well. Insane performance, and Sten Stand was insane. The pick on Super was brilliant. But all game long, outside of a couple of wrong-facing doors, everything else was perfect.
Yeah, Heretics, not only with a huge win just to upset MKOI, but also to keep their dreams alive of hitting playoffs. This was not a win that a lot of people were expecting them to be able to pick up.
They have disrupted the bottom of the standings. A lot of those middling teams really wanted Heretics to lose to make it easy to qualify for playoffs, but no. No guarantee for KC. No guarantee for Na'Vi today either. Heretics just decided to make things fun as we go over to Seren with Ginny.
Oh, things were fun indeed. Seren, what a performance on the Orianna. You've been popping off, man. I was not familiar with your game. First of all, welcome to the LEC as well.
Hello, thank you.
I hope that was fun for you just as much as it was for us watching it. Walk us through your Orianna here, because that was some game-defining teamfight ultimates coming out from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the patience, I think, to see fight till the last moment, you know. I was spam on Aphelios moment, so I was looking for it. In the end, I saw a gap and I used it.
Patience is a virtue, and it really did pay off this time around. This was a much necessary win for Heretics as well when it comes to moving up in the standings, going up against a mid laner like Jojo, who has been around for quite a while and who also has, you know, quite some respect here in the LEC. Were you a little bit nervous going into today's matchup?
Not really. I mean, I know it will be gonna fist fight, like level 2, you know. I know it's gonna happen, but I was confident about winning because I think I had the better champ to win, and I just used it, yeah.
Yeah, the confidence shown through. In regards to Heretics in general and your time on the team as well, how has that been for you? How is everything going behind the scenes?
I mean, we are not in the best spot right now. Our aim is to reach playoff. I think everyone in the team is doing his best right now to reach that goal. So, yeah, we are doing our best.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time and congratulations. This is the step in the right direction to reaching playoffs. We're done over here, but we're going to be heading over to Lore, who is sitting by with another of the Heretics players.
That's right, he's here. Stant is joining us. How are you doing? Congrats on taking down MKOI.
Thank you, feeling really well.
Must be a relief, actually.
Yeah, it feels so good, so good.
Yeah.
Especially against KOI, which is like one of the top teams. And we had good performance on bot with the Yunara again, so I'm happy. Yeah.
A lot of skirmishes the game, a lot of chaos,
I think
actually.
I was fighting a bit too much this game.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because like we had game in our control and I was flipping a bit too much, but I prefer playing like this than underplaying.
You know, looking at Team Heretics, I never feel like you guys fight so much, but I think by minute 12, there were like 18 kills, so...
That was crazy. And then you slow it down, so...
And you guys don't even have champions that you can fight a lot. You have like Bromans and Zao, and you guys are just like fist fighting everywhere.
Yeah, we didn't want to, like, it's kind of like do or die mentality for us.
Yeah.
So we have nothing to lose, kinda. So we just... But okay, in my opinion, I fight too much.
Too much?
Yeah, too much.
It was
like,
good
this,
skirmishes,
for example,
though. Yeah.
Like, we are having control of the game, we're winning, and then we don't need to do this to win the game.
I mean, that's the thing. When you're aggressive, especially when you're not used to being that aggressive and you take it a bit too far, how do you manage to stay in control, especially knowing that you're playing a top team that they can get the game in their heads pretty much anytime? How do you stay focused and just temper the aggression, I want to say?
I mean, in com, we just said play around Yunara, that is super strong, and just match with Sheo passing. Like when Sheo's clean comes, we don't do anything, and when he's ready to play, we play around the winning lanes. So that's how we try to stabilize the game.
Was this an approach that you guys are trying because you've been a little bit more on the passive side? Because also as a player, it felt like it was a lot easier to go, you know, completely ballistic, fight a lot, int a lot, and then just be like, okay, well, we can do that. Let's pull it back a little bit.
I think actually we had the chance to fight. Like Zinzao Brom into Pont and Alistar. Like every time I was seeing them in the river, I was feeling angry at them. So I think we just had good draft today. So I'm happy with it.
We have a video that we want to show you, actually. It's your comms in-game communication. So let's check it out, and we'll talk about this a bit later.
Come. Aphelios no flash, guys, okay? Aphelios no flash. If you use angle, give me W. Just drop board and come in, okay? Okay. If I see angle, this guy's no flash.
No flash. No flash. No flash.
I can ghost into him, by the way. He's not ghost.
Let them come into us, guys. Go position.
120 Draco.
But they have
No, we need to kill Apelios, guys.
Azir top. See Alistar.
Did you ship everything behind?
Yeah.
No, they have no TP.
They have warriors.
Actually, no, they have
Okay.
behind. But look Aphelios mid, he's no sums, guys. Look Aphelios mid.
We
Look
have zero
Aphelios
engage, we have zero engage.
You Nara pokes, I mean, Orianna
Just
pokes,
full
you Nara on
control
mid, okay?
back side for Drake.
I think we should just keep
But
our
I can-
position.
Okay.
Yeah, we keep us
Long.
Don't play solos. Go. Ban his flash. Take his flash.
Yeah, this is
Aphelios.
Nice. No.
No, good.
It's good. No flash, no flash.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Trisul.
Okay, how do we rate this sequence?
But the panic when Luca Aphelios, I was like, no.
It reminds me of the Hilly song comes when all his team is saying no, and he's going in. But
Yeah.
I mean,
like I had flash ghost as Brom, and
Yeah.
I was like, if this guy auto the wave, I can just flash Q and ult.
I mean,
So
bro, okay,
I really wanted to
put
go for
yourself
him.
in the shoes of your team. They're just chilling there, and they're just a Brom ghosting forward.
Yeah, but I think Brom can be engaged sometimes.
That's what Telisang said as well.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I feel
For better or worse. Yeah. And it worked today.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's the type of aggression that you're going to have to bring next week as well. On schedule, you're going to have Fnatic and KC as your last game. I know what you're going to say. You're going to play your game. You're going to be focused on everything. But how do you make sure that you bring the same level of aggression? And if there were minor adjustments that you want to bring, what would they be?
I think recently we worked a lot on our macro. So being aware of what's happening in the map allow us to be more confident in like taking good skirmish, like knowing which places is good to fight. So now we have one more week to like practice and keep improving on this and like try to beat Fnatic and KC and qualify for playoff.
Yeah, I mean, today went really well. Take a deep breath. The
Yeah,
playoff, is still on the line, and that's
Still
what
alive.
matters for you guys. Stan, merci beaucoup. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Congrats on taking down MKOI. That's all for us here. We're going to be back in a couple minutes. Last game of the week, Shifters, KC. Stay tuned.
We cannot lose, I wanna fight.
No taser.
Look on me.
I'm looking. No flash pantone as well.
Everyone on me. We win.
I have Q.
No flash. Focus on waves after.
Nice, that's sorry.
Insane.
Yeah, nice.
Care about mountain.
Go banana. Let's bring banana. Bring banana.
Okay.
Yeah, we keep us
Long.
Don't play solos. Go. Ban his flash. Take his flash.
Yeah, this is.
Aphelios.
Nice. No.
No, good.
It's good. No flash.
Okay, good.
But Trisul.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a new map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
It is the last game of week 3, and on day 3, we're now here to see if KC can do it again, just like they did yesterday against...
You didn't run the end of it.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. My brain is going a bit cuckoo. KC obviously looking to lock themselves into playoffs and move into first. They would also lock in Na'Vi, and that would be our first 2 teams guaranteed in. That's a big achievement, and especially after yesterday, KC's got to be the favorite when that game against Fnatic didn't leave any room whatsoever. The fans are currently mogging over Cadril. Let him do pick ban, and they get some photos like, do pick ban, do your job. Sorry, Dagda, you were saying.
I was just going to say on the flip side for Shifters, this has just become such an important game now to win. With Heretics picking up the win, with Vitality picking up the win, like, you are now sitting at 3 and 5 and need to join that 4 and 5 section of the pack, sitting there with Lost Tones and Heretics. If not, you start to shift down with SK and KC Blue, who've already been knocked out. So this now becomes so important for Shifters to pick up, and it's a hard one, but that seems to be a going trend of being able to take down these titans of the LEC.
Dagda, KC have Varus. KC have Varus. Shifters said, let's give KC Varus.
Look at Yikes smile with that one. I think he's very happy with the way that one's going.
First time for
Kalista Lucio
but
getting the Viruses.
That's huge.
Yeah.
They think, okay, we'll run Sivir into it. So Shifters are now building this scaling team fight composition. But Varus, guess what? You can run, the Azir's not available, but Rumble is, Dagda. And we could have Rumble versus Cassante again for the 6th game in a row, I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
we're gonna get
okay,
Chase instead, though.
I really like this. So already you're seeing with the Sivir a team fight composition that wants to try and run at you, but needs to close that distance. So for Shifters, the options to now run into Varus arrows and those accelerated shock blasts become significantly more dangerous. And you can kind of just round out with good peel tools. The Alistair already locked in there. Kana can go back towards something like a Scion or a Cassante, something that can just provide frontline and disengage. And I think you're in a relatively good spot. Shifters need to find engage. And it'll be the Rakan that they're looking at to help so.
So it's simple so far. I am just curious though, because for KC, we haven't seen this Jace from Yike this split, but we've seen a couple of Jaces that have made me concerned that they can't play through a snowball in the game and they end up becoming useless in the face of more engaged or more normalized junglers that we've seen so far.
But I think it's still just so strong with both Varus and Jace. I imagine we're going to get like Malphites and stuff banned away because those are the picks that become so good at trying to find these engages, especially when it comes to that jungle matchup. But it's just, Jace is just, it's so broken at the moment, just based off the fact that you don't need mana. Like, you don't have to stop off for a Mana Mune because you don't run out of mana in that jungle. So you get to spam your spells, you get to immediately build lethality, and I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing it more often in the LEC.
Yeah, maybe it's confidence to pilot the champion, but you're right, like, overall with stats and what we've seen of the examples, it has shown a strong base. Now, Mundo's been taken away as one of the answers that can outscale it and live into the poke. A very smart choice when KC adapt to what can be a lot of anti-poke with the engage they've already got. Rai's gone, Akali gone to supplement maybe the dive that could come through from KC as well. What do you want to see final ban here for KC?
I was going to say Malphite, but I'm trying to...
I did say that before, yeah.
Tickle my brain if... Was it Bukadu when he was going for the Skarner pick? Didn't end up going into a very similar matchup. No, it wasn't, never mind. But yeah, I think the Malphite should be the last ban here because I think it's just incredibly strong. You do well into the Jace in general whenever you go into the 1v1.
Yep.
You have great opportunity to engage, and you got great clear. So KC going to read the same thing, get rid of the Malphite. And now for Shifters, again, I think it's just try and find ways to enable what you already have here.
Hold. Now Bukada, interesting fella. He's played the Malphite, we've seen the Skarner, but does this angle make sense? I mean, with Orianna ball control, it does. But that does too. That
makes more sense, yeah.
What a way to finish the night. Nocturne locked in for the 2nd time.
And bypasses everything we've just been talking about with KC. This Nocturne Orianna, now you can target Jace, now you can target Varus. You can make these game plans very uncomfortable for KC and have that guaranteed thing that can just get on top of the Karmine Corp comp. So I think Kana going back towards something like the Cassante just to try and hold for peel and try and get rid of some of this is going to be nice. And also, yeah, not the end of the world.
Oh.
Yeah, again, just space creation is the name of the game for KC here.
I was trying to hear it, and I was expecting Busio. But the syllables aren't there, Dagda. Busio. I'm trying to hear it in my head. Now, what's the what do we got? What do we got? We got support already. What's coming top? Right? Because it is a top lane pick.
Bessa.
And Bessa top? No. Right, okay. What a surprise. Now here comes the Cassante. Is it going to be a Cassante?
Honestly, I think I'd prefer this Ion or something here.
Yeah, that would be different
just
for
to
me.
like press the R button and run at KC. Yeah, even if you wanted to, just we've seen like Kled, just to set up the charge, be a follow-up with Sivir, plenty of these picks like that. Zehen, I'm less thrilled by because he does struggle with compositions where he can't close the distance.
No. Make it stop. Oh, God. Oh, I don't want it anymore. I just
look,
anything else.
Look, in a couple of weeks, the best of ones can't hurt you anymore.
I do realize I'm being egregious because during SK, I mean, Wonder did play Rise top, but wasn't that into a Cassante as well?
Yeah.
What did he?
No, it was Rumble, into Rumble.
It went to Rumble,
Yeah.
and it's the other side. That doesn't make it any better. Oh.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
What a day. What a day.
But look, looking at these two comps, it's very, very simple. KC want to poke, create space, stop Shifters from getting on top of them. Shifters want to press the R button with Bukata and Nuke and hope that that then sets up for the rundown from Shifters to take everyone from KC out. For KC, this game relies heavily on them finding advantages through pushing lanes on bot to start to get that snowball going and hope that in that position then they can actually set up on objectives and look and fish for poke. Whereas when you look across at Shifters, it is much more about trying to isolate people on those mid waves and maybe find those picks beforehand or take out key players, or else when you get to those objective fights, pulling the trigger fast.
Well, Dagda, for our final game, that sounds exciting to me. Ignore top, look everywhere else. That's my motto.
Aren't you a top laner?
I am a top laner. I'm an emerald top laner, and I don't like one piece of it. It's so funny because I try to learn Cassante, and I know, guys, I'm irrelevant. I'm a caster, I'm an emerald and washed plat or whatever I am now. But I will say that broken champion kept me interested for about 5 or 10 different times. Dagda's having headset trouble with the other headset.
I don't know if it's going out.
No, we don't know, but we don't need to know. Anyway, Renekton's more fun. Volibear's more fun, actually, as well. Holy moly, that champ is fun top. You know what is also fun? Playing Orianna into Galio. Early levels, dodge Winds of War, and resistances ain't going to matter much, as I'm sure Nuke is going to have a field day before this Galio starts moving.
Yeah, I think for who's just trying to find those reset timers, like pick up the early Null Magic Mantle as you work your way up towards the Hallowed Radiance, just to keep yourself in check, and you're relatively fine. So, nothing too crazy.
Let's go Nocturne. Knock Pog. Yeah, true. I mean, the Nocturne was played before by Isma. It was a loss, but we'll see how it goes with what we call a classic combination. What do we call it? We called it the submarine? Ball submarine? I can't remember. There was a coined phrase for it, but it's
I actually can't remember it off the top of my head, yeah.
But it is some kind of killer ball.
Yeah. I think it's just kill that guy.
Yeah.
Ruin his day. Mess him up. Make him have a bad time.
What's the outplay?
FF.
But if it misses, like,
it's
I mean,
GG.
I mean, it should be called the. I feel like it should be called the Gam combo. Gam deserved to have it. Like, it should be called the Levi snipe or something. You know, it should have onus towards that jungler as. Look at Sivir Rakan. Trimby does get hit hard by Kalist. Once they get level 3, maybe a different story. But Paddock is doing just fine. Yeah, it definitely should be GAM related because they deserve it. After all the years, I think they're the ones who use it the most internationally. Should be GAM.
I think Trimby taking a little bit of damage on the bottom side. You do have to be careful with Trimby how you use that grand entrance. Because if you ever go aggressive and you don't end up connecting onto Kalist, it's very easy for Busio to then turn around and go for that all-in with the Headbutt Pulverize. You can't block it as the Sivir. And also just the follow-up then CC, you've got more CC in the tank. So you kind of have to play defensive as Trimby in this matchup with the Grand Entrance to deny any sort of follow-up whenever Busio goes in. We actually had, Busio himself who was talking about how to try and play this Rakan Alistair matchup on the cast one of the other days.
True. Sorry, Dex, I forgot this. We have had some players here. What day was that? Was that this week?
I think it was last week.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Because we had Mainta here this week. Do we have anyone else?
We had a bit of a Looney Tunes adventure with Carzy and
Oh
Humanoid.
my god. That wasn't me, but listening to that from home as we get a quick invade. As look towards Trimby, as you said, this is danger. Flash away in the stun for the auto kill. First blood over to Kalist. Paddock is feeling lucky with some lethal tempo, but he ain't got the damage in the kit. And this virus that was left open for the first pick, the mistake is shown.
And it looks like Shifters, they thought they could manage it. But Busio and Kalist coming out strong, and even the TP for Kalist here as well is going to cause major issues for Paduk. He did get a reset in to pick up the coal, but now you're coming back with a serrated Dirk, and Paduk going to try and create a slow push here in this bottom side, so then he can actually get a reset in. But it's still going to be a tough one. I think he may need to try and pull Bukata down here in a little bit, just to make sure that he can actually get a reset off.
If you don't remember, it was almost a perfect game yesterday by KC versus Fnatic. It was one of our most dominant games so far in this split. That's what you expect of KC as a team. It's a quick trip down memory lane while things are chilling for the time being. Remember that at the start of last year, that's when KC were at their best. Now, Kalist versus Paddock with Trimby in the mix. Is it going to be the same? Hail of arrows onto Paddock. Healing is cut a little bit. Kalist just needs his Q and a couple of autos. He gets it! Takes down Paddock with his own life.
In the 1v2, Kalist gets the kill, and the wave isn't even going to crash in this position either. Busio can hold this wave steady as Kalist makes his way back. So it's going to be Paduk who loses more as his minion wave finishes off the blue creeps.
Busio wasn't there, he didn't need to be. 2 kills, an extra longsword added in to the already tier serrated Dirk you're talking about. Yikes coming down now as well. Shock Blast helps out, but it's simply just to add a bit of health away from Trimby.
Also, you know, take a few of those creeps in the back end as well. You know, it's like, oh, they're just, I didn't mean to.
Poking.
Oh, it's just, I just want to get the damage. Did
sure,
I take
mate.
4 creeps? Oh, no.
It's land tax from junglers, you know?
And they don't even have to be in the lane anymore.
They don't. Bukata's here, by the way. He is in the lane, but he's just maybe leeching a little bit before he heads back. More so, seeing if there was any step up as Busio's angle, innovative, great. Trample, flash from Yike. Busio, what are you doing there?
Okay, the 4 creeps were worth it. That was the setup that KC needed. Inventive pathing from Busio, expecting that you'd end up having Trimby trying to fish up river to spot out where Busio was, and just plays right into the hands of him and Yike.
Enemy support just saw Sven in that brush. That's how deep he was this early in the game. It's 6 minutes in. I mean, Busio got... I can't remember if he got MVP yesterday, but we were really talking him up. I can't remember who got MVP yesterday, but I feel like, again, this team is finally coming together. The glue is finally holding. 1.3k gold lead. KC are doing it in the early game again. And sure, it's off the bottom of this pick, but like, Yike, perfect time there to sync up with Busio. They get the dragon as well. Kana individually on this rumble is once again stomping lane. And currently in this game, you can't say a bad thing about KC.
Even when you look at the other lanes as well, like you talked about Kana, but Yahoo going even in this match was perfect.
Paranoia. Fear's going to come in eventually near sided. Okay, maybe a kill, but saved by Kana. He just runs up to his jungler and says, don't worry, I got you. Bukata has to back off.
Sure, but not getting the kill is less than ideal for a Nocturne using that ultimate. I think...
Flash.
Oh, hang on.
We're doing it again. Look towards bot. Kalist has his ulti available. He's waiting. There we go. Chains of Corruption. The damage as well from the stack gives Blighters. Now another Q. It hits both. Kiting back the Boomerang Blade. It strikes true, but Busio's left for a double for the cow. The American free range dies. Paddock gets a double and a close call.
The duck is stronger than the cow in this one. Barely able to take down Busio with the flash away. But Kalista Busio just getting a little bit hypey in the bot lane and actually cost them. Like, you had more items for Kalist, but Paduk and Trimby end up able to outplay.
I thought this was going to be one-sided. Things just got more interesting. Paddock with 3 kills now. Both 80 carries are going to be menaces, but maybe a Sivir who gets to scale in the game earlier than one would expect. Grubs are now up. That's the next topic of conversation. But before that, let's look at this fun 2v2 that Casey initiated.
Yeah, because Busio goes for the flash engage, but Trimby threatens Kalista the whole time. The spell shield stops the auto attack from Busio with the CC. And here, Trimby with that knockup denies actually popping the 3 stacks of blight from the ultimate on Paduk because he's able to sidestep the E, then the Q. But I think that just was enough to keep Paduk alive. I'm pretty sure if that Halo arrow is hit, he dies.
Insane. They are insane, that is true. Good play, Busio, Hex flashing. We're going to do it again. Fight says KC, Trimby. Knock up on the spot is nice, but now he has no escape. He has to battle dance with his jungler, and he takes a huge chunk just sitting here. KC, make sure that they've got support for their support. And Kalista will just go back to lane. Dagda, you know what's crazy about that play? Ricochet Blade actually hit KC in the brush, so they knew that KC were in there. Like, it's small details like that is... I guess he thought Bukata was there, and Kalist wanted to do one of those montages from COD 4.
Yeah, the no-scopes?
Yeah, like off the roof, you know, 1080. No-scope on... I forgot the maps, it's been too long.
Rust, and then there was...
Yeah. The one with the
Hangar?
high-rise, yeah. It was
High-rise, maybe? I think it was high-rise.
I don't know if it was called high-rise, but yeah. Never in for that. I will tell you what... I was say, I'll tell you one thing. KC are coming to the show again. Flash shield of Duran, Justice Punch. All in on Yike though, but Bukata needs to die. Not yet. Here we go. Hero's entrance. 2-man knock-up. KC like, let's get Rooster. Bukata somehow is still alive. Busio comes in to try and steal the grub. Look at the kill feed there. Everyone's champion profile was on that board. I love the LEC sometimes, man. I mean, all the time, but especially now, like, hot damn, we got a show.
1 for 1 on grubs, a 1 for 1 on kills, and the insanity is continuing.
It's late. I think because it's so, for the players, you know, anyone who's outside Europe, it's 10 p.m. You know, some of these people, they wake up at 6 or 7. They go to bed at this time. So we're completely into Nocturne's hours.
That's why he manages to set up the kill, right?
Oh, yeah, Nocturne buff. Maybe, wouldn't it be cool if League of Legends had these hidden little, like, passives where if you played League past 10 p.m., Nocturne got like 5 AD or something.
I mean, there's the champions that have skins that have sunglasses take 1 less damage from Leona's ult.
That is cool.
Because it's solar flare, right? But you're wearing sunglasses.
W right for that. That's very cool. I love small details like that. Or like Jax's fishing thing.
Yeah.
That people might not know if they didn't watch pro play or didn't actually research the champion. Or Samira's gold coin that if she stands still for 4 seconds does 1 damage to an enemy in her vicinity, but loses 1 gold for it.
I didn't know you lost the gold.
I'm pretty sure you lose the gold, and people can correct me if they go play Samira right now in practice tool, but I'm pretty sure you lose the gold. That would make sense. Next thing we add, Nocturne gets 1 AD when it is 10 p.m. on your server or later. All the junglers come out. Defense corruption? Well, no, Trimby gets out. Kalista didn't want to use the ulti. Dragon's now up though, and this is a contest. We've been fighting, we've been absolutely barn dancing, and I wouldn't expect anything more. Kalista's trying to zone out, but Trimby's looking for an angle. They're going to fight.
Set up Nocturne ult. I think you can. Shockwave is available. There's the Nocturne tick down.
Here we go.
How aggressive do they want to go?
The Levi delivery, is it there? Shifters looking for Bukata's angle. Dragon might just be taken down. Yikes can get the smite quickness. Interrupted. Zoned out. Trimby's just dead. Nice shot from Kalist. There's a flash engage from Busio, finds Paddock, and he doesn't have a leg to stand on. In fact, he'll be trampled down. This poke comp gets range and gets it done.
I think Busio cancelled the auto attack with the stun to bait the shield from the Sivir. Oh my god.
Oh my god! Well, I've seen many Jaces in LEC, and now I've seen Yikes onto Bukata. Spell shield on a turret.
The
Flashy! I respect it, but Bukata will not die.
Yeah, if we could get a replay actually of the Sivir kill, I'd love to see it, because I'm almost certain Busio faked the auto attack with the stun onto Paduk to then bait the spell shield, which then set it up. But we have to watch the start of the fight first, so immediately just shot down Trimby where he stands. But watch here, because Busio gets the engage, and then I think he based the auto attack here. cancels it, baits the shield, and then gets the stun. Really nicely played by Busio.
Holy bussin'. That, I mean, this guy's crazy. You know, I raised that maybe Busio is quickly becoming the best support in LEC. And with G2 being a bit middling.
He's so good.
Busio's really, like, this was the best pickup of the offseason. And I believe there was a discussion at the start of the season from our great analyst desk where there was a lot of talking about, like, hey, did KC win the offseason change with, like, this single roster move? You know, because you look at this roster, and obviously Yahoo came in as well. I'm not implying that KC only made one change. But it was the fact that they got Busio, the FlyQuest support, who with Masu dominated the bot lane when you talk about Western dynamics. Nuke just got destroyed, by the way, by Yike, who again, I think is playing our best LEC Jace that we've seen so far.
But this is why Jace has been so strong.
Yeah.
Like, especially with Faris, the long-range damage that you can do, the ability to just take pop shots, like, he doesn't have to stop for a Manamune. Like, that is not a really strong item on Jace. So when you have these lethality items that you can immediately go towards, well, he's had the shoot.
I know, but I mean, he just so efficiently cleared. Sorry to interrupt, this is silly.
But yeah, this champion is so strong. And you can already see that when you've got great setup for you, it's going well.
CS difference, quick check. That's 40 CS in the jungle at 14 minutes.
See,
How is that possible?
This is the number that I would have looked at. That big one.
That's a big one. That's a big one. 2.2K. That's right. Opportunity just picked up. Oh my god. Now let's talk about Shifter's problems. Scaling, they're there. Paddock obviously got early kills, so that was a bit of a relief. But the last couple of fights have gone back the kind of Fnatic feeling. The feeling of, oh my god, KC are oppressing us and not letting us move around the map. And a big part of that's been Busio, as we've highlighted. Yike is just seamlessly always there. But their solo laners are super reliable within their lane, within their join-ups to these skirmishes. I am still struggling to find negatives to talk about with KC without overly glazing them. You know, I'm trying to find a middle ground.
But they do deserve it here, right? And again, I think a lot of it does come back down to like how Busio's positioned on the map with, when you think back to sneaking into that tribe rush to get that pick on Trimby in the early stages, the 1v1 that ended up happening in that bottom side is, sorry, the 2v2 that ended up happening on the bottom side, where at least the first time around, they're able to find that success. And I think this is why KC have taken a step up, is Busio has such a good understanding of where he needs to be positioned, how to play out certain positions on both team fights and on the map, that it's leveled up their control over mid. Yahoo starts to take advantage of it. Yike is certainly taking advantage of it in this game as well, because everyone on Shifters, no pun intended, becomes a sitting duck when you're just getting knocked up by Busio.
I mean, props to the Shifters. I really like this draft from them. It looks like Bukata can be proactive, but better responses and inability to deal with the poke has hurt them a lot. I want to see what Nuke can do, though. The pairing with Bukata, we haven't really seen that set up for a big team fight. And to be fair, KC haven't really approached the Nocturne to give them a grouped up team fight yet, outside of that small skirmish window in top. Let's focus in on the objectives, though, because 40 seconds till Dragon comes up. It would be a third for KC. The stacking already awaringly so strong. And I wonder how Shifter's going to approach.
So what I want to see from KC is when you're playing a poke composition like this is you set up deep in the enemy jungle and you basically have the first front that you fall back to, and then you get another fight that you fall back to, and basically you fall back further and further towards the objective, and you're constantly poking and forcing Shifters to take these kind of fights. So especially if we're looking at, say, something like the Rift Herald, if you could end up setting up like fighting in this position here in the enemy jungle, where you just kind of look for pokes, then you fall back to this choke point and you look for pokes, then you fall back over into this position and you look for poke again. It means that the entire time Shifters are just kind of falling through all this damage that is coming. The Shifters are now set up on the Dragon. I think KC happy to just give this one over so they can set up for the mid play.
Maybe go for the play after. Busio's in a great angle. He finds one onto Bukata. There's the Nocturne up. Paranoia will strike, and Spell Shield helps out. Chains Corruption do miss, so a small whoopsie there from KC as equalized from Kana. Almost gets Bukata. Kana just flushed into 4. He goes golden, strikes the pose. Quickness there as interrupt is good. Shockwave finally comes through, but 2 versus 3, and KC are winning it. A 1-for-1 on the top of the fight. Meanwhile, Rooster went all out and now goes all down. KC was split apart from that fight, but they still won it.
The TP to the bottom side from Kana, setting up for the flank. And KC, again, Nicely done. Lucio engages onto Bukata, which then allows Yahoo to get into position to force Shifter's main carries back. And again, I think this ultimate could have been slightly better from Kana.
Yeah, probably.
But either way, it's isolated Rooster on one side. The Zhonya's from Kana on the top side. Buys again more time for Yahoo. And this two-man solo lane combo from KC is getting work done as they just cook the entire top side with that Flame Spitter.
You can see no one could get near Kali's full HP Varus. Like how easy this is for KC. 5k gold lead, and they got Dragon on the side of Shifters. That's a small win, but losing a bit of gold on the way out, despite trading even. I mean, Paddock got another kill. That's their hope, is that they can keep going even, Dagger, or slowing this game down.
Yeah, but the Rev Tower was used while we're in the replay to take that mid lane turret.
Oh dear.
So that one is now gone. So this is where, again, you can see Lucio and Yike looking for poke, looking for maybe a little bit more into Trimby here.
Poke, and Trimby gets auto-attacked half HP. Now, Last Whisper in the inventory of Yike. 3.2k gold ahead, 184 CS as a jungler. It is not often you see junglers in pro play go a little bit above the clock. You know, this is this is some good stuff from Yike.
And it's good to see. I think like this is where Jace should be. This is why he's so potent at the moment. And even the fact, again, that you just get to push in on mid constantly because your range means you get to invade onto Bukata.
I don't know if he took that. Looks like it. Flash over the wall, everything for Bukata. Quickness helps out though. Bukata is there. There's one, but the all-out use, they're trying to kill Yike, and the true damage not used because he needs to get out. Rooster wants an escape, but he won't find one. Again, it was set up by Busio so that Yike can power down.
KC have a really good understanding of how to use these long-range champions, quickly moving it around the map, catching Shifters out. And they just did stand a chance. Busio with the flash engage. And if they try desperately to get this kill back, but they just can't really stay away from Yike, using that acceleration gate to get the move speed alongside the move speed from the transformation.
I'm dead though. I'm dead.
Hey, don't say you're dead.
He wasn't dead.
Not on my watch.
He definitely wasn't dead. He just got Sorelda's grudge. Yike now has a slow. He now has armor pen. He has a 4.5k gold lead. I'm pretty sure he took the Gromp at the start of the play. And once again, I mean, I just started clapping there because Busio also launched in a double pulverize again, then headbutts Trimby back and makes it so that Trimby can't get the distance to get behind the turret. 9k gold lead, 20 minutes, and although it's not as clean as yesterday, it's still clean enough to bring this conversation back up and say, well, at the end of week 3, if we're looking for the best team in the league, the proof is now in the pudding, as KC are moments away from locking in themselves and Na'Vi into playoffs as the first team currently. Now, that's not guaranteed first team, but the first team in the league to do so is a big feat.
Yeah, they've had some games that haven't gone their way.
No.
This weekend, KC have looked so strong. And Bukata, I'm sorry, where's the health bar go?
He needs to ult before anyone sees him. That's the play. Put a ball on the Nocturne and just close your eyes.
You have the cone of shame for dogs. It's the darkness of shame when you've taken too much
Turn
damage
the lights.
here.
I don't want anyone to see me. You know, the ultimate gaming way. I remember that's how, as a teenager, probably horrible for my eyes, that's how I played games.
In the dark?
Yeah, of course. Isn't that just the best way? Watching movies, playing games, complete darkness. Horrible for your eyes and your brain, but my lord, is it optimal and peak time.
You ain't wrong.
I do not encourage anyone, but also give it a try, you know?
Yahoo has some looks from Shifters on this top side, but realistically, what are you going to do? Hollow Radiance, the wave clear is going to be fine, and you just cannot try and dive this champion right now. Like, maybe we kind of not having that TP available, but it's, I don't know, this one's a roughie.
You said it.
Like, it's 22 minutes, like 9k gold.
Well, I don't know what to say about Shifters. I mean, Paddock, they believe, but 2.5 items. I just don't know how they're ever going to get there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a risky call from Shifters in drafts. Varus is by far and away the strongest champion.
It's too strong to leave open, I think.
But look, in their eyes, they were like, we're fine. Sivir, just spell shield the arrow. You can match the push. We'll look to scale, try and play through that. But KC, like, genuinely have just been so strong in the way they've been able to play the map in the early stages and in the 2v2 as well. So they just never really got to a position where they could try and contest KC on the map.
Because they had a good theory in mind. Use Bukata, set up the comp. Yeah, once again, he's found out. Yike is just getting free gold. I'll keep counting for you. 233 at 22 and a bit minutes. As Yehu, they're still on. They're 10,000 gold up rather than 9.
Yeah.
But the outer turret's still up.
Yeah, and also Yike is, what, 5,000 of that gold.
Yeah, he is.
Which is just absurd.
It's just funny to me that, like, I mean, Yehu's obviously ahead of Nuke, but you can see, like, the gold is so concentrated in this game.
What's the largest individual gold lead we've got?
I feel like we've seen 7 or 8K, and I can't remember who. But it does feel like 7 or 8K. That might be a question for production to see what the most... Like, jungle lead, I don't recall seeing something bigger than 5.
Yeah.
I feel like that's
I feel like jungle specifically, this feels absolutely insane. And obviously, it not only is it the kills, but the first strike gold helping out the... He is... Actually, I can probably hover here and figure out how
Yeah, please.
got off of it. Keep chatting while I figure this out.
No, it's okay. You hover. Dagger's hovering over first strike.
Yeah.
You're going to have to hover over the icon down. Yeah. Does it say? Come on, spectator.
No.
Press shift. It's all right, we're just going through some technical difficulties over here. We're just trying to find out how much first strike gold has actually given him. Normally shift would do it, but I feel like that's only in-game. Yeah, okay. It'll be a question for later. We'll also ask our observers if we can find that out. Because first strike gold is giving him bank. And he's about to flame Horizon in the jungle over Bukata. So...
Out of there for a sec.
445 gold. Thank you very much, production. 445. Yeah. Did you expect that? I mean, that's...
I thought it'd be higher. Well, actually, no. It's
half
not,
a grand is not
a kill
bad.
And a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, still only 24 minutes in the game. So I've also been told, thank you again. Production's awesome, guys. If you want to send appreciation, send it their way.
Yeah. Support your local production.
Jungle lead at 25. Skewmon 6960. He's currently leading. This is at 25. So at 25
10 seconds.
Can
Go
he
wild, Yike. Get him.
A pentakill for Yike. But Yike is now where Yankos was. Yankos is 4th in the list. So, yeah, congratulations on the top jungle leads at 25. He's in the top 5, and that's just how dominant Yike is. I mean, this is LEC all time, by the way, from what we have on data. So, like, Trick's in there at number 2. I wonder if that was one of his least in games.
That was a long time ago on G2. I mean, it just kind of seems to be at least ex-G2 jungler.
Yeah, I just look at like G2, Yankos G2,
yeah.
Razork, Fnatic, you know, but Yike, ex-G2. Yeah, something about some G2 members and getting a massive lead individually. The game has slowed down a little bit, so it's not like it's huge for shifters. I'm sure it gives them some kind of reprieve.
It's like, I think there are some windows where KC could try and like push mid into try and look for tower top or whatever, but do you really need to overforce? You're in such a good spot. You've got a Dragon Soul in a minute's time. Just play out these lanes nice and slow. Get to, I mean, I was going to say another item, but you've already got 5 on Jace. Callista's stopped off for a quick Seeker's Arm Guard to make sure that this next fight, alongside Yehu, to make sure this next fight becomes even more difficult to try and finish off some of these KC members. And productive.
Oh, Yike flashes in now
Busio
on the hunt. Is it a mistake? No, of course not, because Busio's chasing up as well. Paddock just used everything. Yike stepped towards him, and Paddock was scared for his life.
And that's Baron? Just like that?
Probably
like, they're going to try and start it up.
Now, it's not the fastest, right? So, let's see. It's pretty fast still. Oh my god, it shouldn't be that fast, but it's fast. Good damage from Baron. Baron's on Shifter's side. Teleport in, though. Nuke engaged. Flash immediately. Very scared. Kana's got an angle as well. Shifters are trying to get some gold objective bounty, but the wave's cleared out. And KC are looking for their ultis to connect so they can finish this job, but Shifter's back off.
You got to have the TP coming through from KC to get back onto the map. With 7 seconds until Dragon, both splashes are down on the carries for Shifters. KC can look to poke, and Shifters can't really start up the objective. I don't think so, because if you put yourself in the pit, the poke only gets worse.
Now, KC a little bit low on health. Like Kana just flashes onto Nuke and he's soloing by himself. The lights get turned off and Shifter's finally turning around. It looks good here, but Equalizer comes down as Kana goes golden and he might be feared, but feared from what? Where's the actual fear? No, KC fear no man. And yes, Kana goes down. For the mid lane, that's not too bad, but the fight's continuing. Yehu goes golden, and Roosters as squishy as anything. Busio sets up the follow engage, and KC, your best team of the LEC versus? I think so.
KC, make it look easy. Yike with the triple kill at the end. That's sold. Like, hey, like the fight was very messy, very disjointed for Shifters. They don't know whether to go forward. They don't know whether to protect Nuke. And the combo falls apart. And it's Kana who's on a ward, but Nuke steps up into him. Kana immediately flashes forward. The darkness is defensive to try and help him out. But Kana end up going golden. They finish off Nuke. And then Yehu flashing forward buys the space again. And Yike is just fishing over the wall here this entire time.
Yeah, he's just...
As the damage rains down from Kalist as well.
He's just staying on top of the dragon. Bukata comes in for the potential smite, and Yike's like, okay, there's Shock Blast combo. I hit a Cassante, now Hammer. And then when Yike's in, oh yeah, it hurts. And the fact it looked close.
Oh!
Oh my God. Oh, Trimby. My heart goes out to Trimby, man. Oh, this is a rough. He looks tilted as hell. And this game, I understand why. We need to talk about the noises, LEC. Like, KC and Vitality, I don't know what's going on, but I will say, don't stop. You know, don't stop, guys.
That's the jungle and mid lane synergy I hope for.
Yeah.
When you are in perfect sync with the noises that you're making on the rip, that's when you know things are going well.
Because if you go to the LEC YouTube channel and you look at the mic check from last week, we caught some of it on camera, but we didn't actually show all of it. And then you go to the mic check and you hear all of it. Trimby, oh dear. How does he get out? Vote now, right?
He doesn't.
I'll take death for 500.
Who gets the kill though? Who gets the kill though?
Yike, of course it's Yike. Yike 7.7k. Now I have a question. All time, I wonder, because Skumon was top at 6960, but I wonder all time if Yike is about to set a record for jungle diff.
They're going to start to push in with this Baron, but
Dagda.
I'm keeping my eyes on that gold at the top of the screen, yeah.
20k?
Yeah, maybe.
20k. That's, okay, the 20k.
I don't know if there's enough left.
We've had one in the LEC already. I forget which team. You say there's not enough left, but I'm looking at mid as well. 16, maybe with a team fight. Paddock. This is on the hunt now used. He gets back to base. We're close to 17. There we go. And it is KC with Dominoes. The shockwave finally comes through. Look, Bukata's annoyed, but he can't even kill Yike. Shield of Duran gets the Cassante. But with Bukata down with an inhibitor as well, the base is in tatters. Busio gets an easy engage. And down KC will go with their mid laner
19!
thriving. Dagda's counting the numbers. And us two will see that KC, the best team of LEC versus, are about to get 20,000 gold of a lead over Shifters. They lock in playoffs along with Na'Vi. And this is the king, or rather the kings, of LEC right now.
KC has had a fantastic weekend, locking both themselves and Na'Vi into playoffs. What a performance from them.
Na'Vi will be cheering, and it's crazy for a new organization, but for KC, once again at the start of the year, they are starting to dominate and starting to pick up momentum. Player of the game, Yike, Kalist, or Busio. Man.
It's jungle support. I don't know who you go. Jungle
so
support.
Hard.
They were working so well in tandem together. The Alistair was absolutely insane for Busio.
Yeah.
The Jace had an 8.8k gold lead individually.
I know.
I mean, absurd.
Yehu was just the Galio that was the nuisance. He just was along for the ride. But I have to say this team, the talent is outstanding to end out week 3. Over to you, Ginny.
Thank you, guys. Khalees, congratulations on another win under the KC banner. Really strong performance that we're seeing from your team so far here in LEC versus. You guys are locked in on playoffs. How does that feel?
I mean, that feels good, right? The first goal anyways is to get to playoffs. So getting playoffs is actually good and a bit relieving, I would say. And yeah, it was kind of funny and chill game, I would say.
Yeah, it was a pretty great game to watch as well from our side of view, point of view. But let's talk about KC in general when it comes to your next week matchup being GX. GX is also looking really strong. How are you looking forward to dealing with that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think GX is a strong team, so we love to like have a good show and make sure we are playing in our level. But I feel like right now the top teams, they are kind of struggling. Even us, we lost against Vitality in a poor way. So I feel like the top teams are kind of like, I don't know if they are bored or something, but we are kind of struggling to actually have the like high level and expectations the team should have. So yeah, we have to make sure we are focused, and I think if we are focused and stuff, and we are like we have good amount of energy and we do everything as we shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, how are you looking then to make sure that you stay consistent, stay energetic, stay focused, and have that for the entirety of the next week?
I think it mostly comes from scrims also, right? You can have a lot of energy and on stage and everything, but if you're playing bad in scrims and like you're not putting the effort and taking bad habits and stuff, or also starting to grow bad ego and stuff, then you get too confident. So yeah, just make sure we are humble and we keep focusing on how to improve.
All right, that's a great mentality to have, especially as 2 more games are left and a couple losses here and there. But when it comes to the LEC versus in general, are there any teams or any players maybe in the bot lane that really like blew your expectations?
I don't think so.
Okay, everyone's just living up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think like there's a bot lane that surprised us or anything. I think me and Buzio, we are slowly finding ourselves. We are still far from our peak, but I think we are already pretty good. And I just think also like the only bot lane that could like maybe be dangerous, I would say, would be G2 bot lane. But I feel like looks like G2 is like in a weird shape and stuff. I mean, they will for sure come back and be stronger on the year. But for now, yeah, they look kind of shaky or something. Yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to see when they will be like strong again to like have a good face-off.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And you know what? If this is not even your peak, I'm excited to see what's going to come up next. Thank you so much for your time and congratulations. Once again, we're going to be heading over to PGL with Laure, who is sitting by with the KC coach to see what's going on behind the curtain.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Merci, Caliste. Of course, Reapers for the very first time in the LEC. Thank you for joining me. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm chilling. Actually, have a nice to be here. I was wondering how it does look like LEC over there because I've been playing in the LCS quite long, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is good to be here, and then actually first time in the LEC, checking out lots of players, lots of talented people over here. So
nice.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, lovely to have you here. Actually, one of the... Well, you know what? We'll get to this later. I want to talk about KC. I want to talk about KC in general because with this game, the team makes it to playoff. Congratulations. But I think it's the minimum for you guys. How do you rate the improvement from the team since the first time you started working with them until the game they played today?
Oh, it is quite different. At the very beginning, obviously, we have lots of talented players, but we are not play as a team like there's a language barriers and it is for like Yehu, for example, he's very aggressive, like play style wise. And then like Alan, like Buzio is more likely more standard like play style. So we need to working together so that make sure our mid jungler support working together in Sebla. So yeah, it is quite impressive that they are learning so fast and they improve so fast. Yeah.
Would you say that that was the biggest challenge when you put up together the roster? Was this something that you were thinking that was going to happen, and was it something that was going according to plan to fix as we come into this week 3?
Well, I mean, it is what it is, right? I have to face the problem first and then thinking about how we solve this problem because previously I was working with the other problems. You know, like in pro team, there's always problems.
It's always a problem.
Yeah. But yeah, we are. I mean, I kind of happy that we lost against Jace game at the very beginning of this week, so that we are not scared of play against Jace anymore, and we are also playing Jace as a team. So that yeah, I'm very proud of the boys.
Any words on Yike specifically? He's the Kia player of the game here, working with 2 Korean solo lanes as well. How are you helping him?
Well, I mean, he's already like kind of perfect jungler, you know? So I don't have to work too much with him, but yeah, I'd like to say congratulations, Yike. You're my favorite Swedish jungler today.
Yay! And Yike, honestly, from a tree enjoyer to being a more complete jungler this year, maybe? What do you think of him, Otto?
Well, it's nice because when we looked at KC, I feel like now they diversified with the addition of Kiahu and Busio. I feel like Busio is someone that facilitates Yike very well because he's more about roaming and unlocking the map, and that's what I feel like Yike was kind of struggling the year before, because Yike was always great at facilitating for his lanes and making sure that they're doing the most they can with his resources, and he wasn't the best at putting himself ahead. So now, I feel like with the addition of Busio and Yahoo, do you feel like Yike is evolving a little bit to becoming this more complete, sometimes selfish player?
Yeah, obviously. Alan, I mean, Busio and Yehu is working with Yike so hard. Every day they're VOD reviewing together, they're talk to each other after the matches, how I can help you better or how I set up better for you. And like, yeah, it is just beautiful that the people working together and then they are trying to put effort and improving together, you know?
Something that I have been discussing about KC, I had an interview with Calist a week ago, and we were discussing having 2 Korean solo lanes. And my assumption was that it's hard for communication, but he actually told me that it's easier because you have to go straight to the point. So they're really conscious in the words that they're choosing in-game. I want to ask you as a coach, how has it been integrating 2 Korean players into the rest of the lineup?
Well, I mean, I had a few English classes with them, and obviously, it is there is for sure language barriers, but during the game, there's not many things you have to say. You know, if you understand game as a team, we are on the same page, then you don't have to say that much during the game. Like when you play the game, if you less say the word, then you can focus more on the game. It is good. It is good, right? So yeah, mid fight. Good.
Go to the essentials. We haven't had much chance to talk to them, but from what I'm getting, we have the same teacher, actually, Yehu and Kana. We are taught by Sophie for Korean. And thank you, guys. And usually, Sophie tells me that Kana is a bit more reserved, but Yehu, super strong personality. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, he's very friendly guy. He's very energetic. And also shout out to Sophie. She was my teacher as well.
Yay!
When I was the very first time coming into the NA. So yeah, I'm very excited to see Yehu on the interview at the LEC. Everyone will love it.
We will do it. We'll put that one on the list. It's actually really nice to see how well they're integrating and how well KC is developing. Focusing on the standings and on next week, you guys are going to be facing off against GX and Team Heretics. GX potential match for first place. What do you think of the team so far?
I mean, they are doing really great nowadays. And then it is a very surprise that now my expectation coming into the Europe, like Fnatic and G2, like there's a strong names, obviously MKOI as well. There's a strong names, but GX is stepping up in this season, and then they are performing very well. So I'm pretty excited to play against them, and then you know, if there's a good competitive matches, we learn more. So yeah, it is exciting.
GX went from. Go ahead.
What was one of the other surprising things that when you came to Europe? Because you've been a coach that coached pretty much every single region. Yeah. So what was one of the things that surprised you coming here in Europe? Maybe in terms of player culture or how teams function, or maybe your role as a coach. What was the thing that surprised you?
Well, I mean, the culture-wise, it is a bit of a mix of the Asia and America, I would say. But it is somewhat I'm very used to, so I'm not that surprised. But one thing that I surprised, even before I joining LEC, is how many talented you guys have. You know, like there's so many young talented players are keep coming up to the LEC, and there is a LFL, and there is a lots of the secondary league. Young players every day, the new names are coming, and now I'm playing like 10 years of League of Legends, like coaching, and then, to be honest, I don't recognize half of the LEC players' names. It is a good thing, you know.
Yeah, we constantly have new players coming.
Yeah, because I know every LCK players.
Yeah.
I know every LPL players. I know every LCS players, but no LEC, because I've been watching LEC too, you know. But it is good too. You guys are having young players, and then they keep developing from the secondary league, and they are coming up to the LEC. It is very good to see.
And then Aina steals them, and when we don't have them anymore, but yeah, a lot of new players coming to Europe.
We took Buzio here.
We took Buzio here, we took Jojo as well. It's time for payback, and they knows it. But about this, the fact that we have a lot of new players, obviously here, we've talked about KC, GX, and Navi locking for playoffs. Sadly, KCB, your sister team, is eliminated. Do you expect to see maybe some KCB players in the LEC in the future?
Oh yeah, probably. They were very good at early game at least. Like they have a very competitive early game, and then maybe after 20-something minutes they are falling off. But it is what it is, because I feel like they are lack of confidence or the experience at the middle game. But at least they are showing strong performance in the early game and then laning page as well, so that for sure the teams are gonna interested about it, you know.
I mean, that's the trademark of, you know, KCB or like ERL teams in general, because when you're just a player that has only fundamentals, not a lot of experience in mid and late game, early game is kind of what puts you in the scene as a pro player, and that's what makes you a big talent. So coming into the LEC and having to fight all of these established organizations, you know, all of the prestige ones as well, it's extremely hard to finish the game and navigate that mid and late game with all the intricacies against players that have been here for like, you know, 5 to 10 years as pro players.
Yeah, it takes good environment around them and maybe more experienced player. Who do you think we're gonna see? Yukino, Hazel?
Oh, Yukino for sure.
Yeah?
I think I'm looking at Yukino and maybe Hazel as well, but for me, the person with the highest chance has to be Yukino, because even in ERL he's smurfing, even in LEC with, you know, the limited exposure that he had, I feel like he had great performances with the pieces that he was working with.
Wonderful. Yukino, a story to be continued. Again, Europe has a lot of talent. We've talked about KCB. Of course, LEC Versus came with another team, Los Ratones. Went from 0-4 to winning 4 games. You've played against them, of course. What do you think about the change we've seen within this team, from losing everything to beating MKOI and G2 in the same week?
Yeah, we're lucky that we play against them. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I think, I mean, I swear they have a really good melody. Like, they are kind of like they play lots of Mundo, lots of Nami, which is perfect for that team. Like, I would say they have a very good ability that they are seeing them as objectively, and then they know what they are good at and what they are bad at, so that they are adapting that onto the draft and then onto the gameplay. So that's why they are being strong and very good at mid game. Obviously, there's lots of like experienced players over there, right? So I think that's the biggest strength they have.
Yeah, we'll see how it converts next week. If they can make it to playoff, they made Witchcraft and Miracle happen this week in the LEC, and obviously we want to call it back to Baus's Engage versus G2 in the Euronics Play of the Week. Let's check it out. Okay, Otto, as a coach, as a former coach and someone who knows the rats, what do you think of this Engage? You must be proud of Bausy when you see something like this.
It was great because they pulled the trigger even though the comp doesn't work, but for me, I'm happier that G2 gets another one of those disaster tweets added to the collection, because we already have...
It's usually LPL.
We have 5 or 6 LPL. I mean, Los Ratones has the LPL spirit, but it was great because it took a lot of confidence, and, you know, G2 was fighting back extremely well, and having Baus, you know, because he was like doing his job that game, but having it all culminate with a Kled charge, it was just, you know, wonderful to see.
Yeah, and Kled that he made successful for once. So in LEC, come on. Yeah, he didn't get really lucky with this champion so far. But yeah, it worked this time. We'll see next week if they can transform this into more success. Reaper, it's been great having you with us for PGL. Of course, here we see your schedule. We've talked about GX. Any other game that you think is going to be really interesting in this schedule in the last 2 days we're going to have?
Navi versus G2, Koi versus Vitality. Yeah, it is very exciting to see how those teams are playing right before the playoffs.
It's the beauty of the standings being so close.
I would agree, because these are the middle of the pack teams, which is crazy to say for, like, you know, G2 and MKOI, that they're back to being middle of the packs, because it ramps up extremely well for, you know, bloody last day, where you might have, you know, Fnatic versus G2 for the last shot in playoffs. So it's really nice to get into this last week and have so many, you know, matches to see.
It's been chaos. It's been upsets. That's the LEC that we know and love. Of course, we'll be back next week for special schedules with 2 days remaining in the regular season. Reaper, again, thank you so much. Odo, thank you as well for being with me in PGL. We're going to be live on Saturday and Sunday. And that's all for us here. 3 teams are in, 5 spots up for grabs here in playoffs. We'll see you next week on Saturday. Until then, take care and be nice to each other. Bye-bye.
Am I getting gapped instead? So I can't see.
Of course. That number is lower, that number is also lower.
You want a massage?
That one is also you're lower and everything.
I taller at least.
You're not taller either.
Guys.
Actually, G2 are so fucking tryhard locked in.
No, imagine being so tryhard actually.
That's so cringe.
Tryhard.
Fucking tryhard losers.
Look on, Panther no flash, Panther no flash. Panther no flash, Panther no flash.
Kill the casante, kill the casante, kill the casante.
Slow. Galio. I have ult, by the way. No flash.
He's very low the Pantheon, guys.
No.
No flash out, no flash out.
Look front.
I can send the Galio here.
Yeah. Look Galio.
He's cooked, I think. Go direct.
Nice is on HP, okay?
Yeah, look at him. Chill.
Hey! Oh, you're not.
Good job. Flying out already, but they're right on top of him. Oh no!
He threw that fast!
Oh, he didn't do the math!
Okay, to be fair, it's so hard when they're like when they're hit for.
Finish.
Yeah, we can start by cover.
Look Panther. Play for the fight, Vivian. I slow them. Come on, no flash.
I'm counting.
I can ult Ace on no flash. Okay, sorry. Nice, rapid cast.
I won't be easy now, guys.
The game is somewhere in the book.
Nice. Big guys, good job. Okay, I'm a little bit harder than that.
Good job. We cannot lose. I wanna fight.
No taser.
Look on me.
I'm looking. No flash Panther as well.
Everyone on me. We keep doing.
FQ.
No flash. Focus on noise after.
Nice, that's so
Insane.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, yummy!
Yeah, no. Hey, Kana.
We start in the blue.
Yeah.
If we win, we go Kimchi Princess,
slide.
you and me.
What do you want?
Kimchi
Just
Princess.
you and me?
Yes,
Why?
just you and me.
Lepre.
Don't say.
Hello.
Why are you asking referee for help? He wanted to save you?
I mean.
Kill of 2025!
A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years!
Oh, Jackies! Crowd's already been a dredge line! Their rapid, crazy minds run the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Hey. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace